The young man's eyes snapped open and he stood frozen, looking around in disbelief. Before him stood Reno, the old man he'd always called master in his past life, his former swordsmanship teacher and the one who had begged him in his previous life. Hatred surged, but everything was still a blur. Wasn't he just killed by this man? How could he be back here? Theo was bewildered, his mind blank with confusion. But then the system in his head displayed a surprising message, the tutorial quest: punch Rendo in the face. Theo stares at the system in disbelief, as if it were mocking him. Punch Rendo in the face. Theo wondered if fate was playing a cruel joke, but the pent-up resentment from his past life wouldn't allow him to back down. The chance to avenge his killer was right in front of him. He thought to himself that even if this was a dream, he had to smash Rendo's face in. Then without hesitation, Theo rushed forward, gathering all his strength and throwing a punch straight at Rendo's face. But life isn't a dream. That punch, meant to be a thunderous blow, was nothing more than a tickle to Rend. He didn't even blink, just looked at him with surprise before delivering a blow 1,000 times stronger, sending him flying. The pain stunned him, and he wondered, could this not be a dream? Why does this feel so real? Gendo stepped forward with a sigh. I understand your frustration. The coming-of-age ceremony is fast approaching, yet you've made no progress. That frustrates you, but there's no reason to hit your teacher. He vaguely understood the situation, recalling Rando's words about the coming-of-age ceremony. That's right, the coming-of-age ceremony is in 2 days, but the strangest thing is, I'm reliving this moment. I can't believe it, I've really gone back in time. As his mind reeled, the system appeared again. Congratulations, you've completed your first quest. The reward is activating the Ragna family talent. The system asks if he wants to accept this reward. Of course he'll take it. He's not crazy enough to refuse a reward after beating that old geezer. He may be a bit inept, but he's not stupid. As the notification faded, a powerful light erupted from his body, and strength surged within him. Theo felt stronger than ever before. He could feel his stats' increasing power coursing through his entire body. Theo was stunned, hardly believing what was happening. What is this? What is this power? Though he doesn't understand it, the change in his body is undeniable. The system continued to announce the next quest, but Theo no longer cared. Meanwhile, in the Rose Palace, Rendo snitched to Theo's mother about how he punched the old man today, though it didn't do much damage. He complained that he'd never met anyone as rude and incompetent as Theo, shamelessly promising to guide the young master with utmost dedication. That gives me goosebumps. I'll make him strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony in less than 5 months. I'm over 70 years old and I've never seen anyone so brazen and shameless. Theo's mother trusted him completely, handing the lamb to the wolf, and even prepared a large bag of gold for that foolish old man, hoping he would pay more attention to Theo and mentor him. Rendo eagerly accepted the gold, afraid the lady might change her mind, and then shamelessly slandered her for being a concubine. He never bothered to teach Theo properly anyway. A lost cause is always a lost cause. It seems he already has a plan in mind. The mysterious figure promised him a bright future in exchange for monitoring and cutting off the Ragna family's growth. Elsewhere, remembering his past life, he recalls how his mother, Lady Cecilia Ragna, was brutally murdered by Ridden. That pain, that hatred was like a knife in his heart, unforgettable, even in death. But this time things are different. He's back in the past, and with his newfound power, he won't let it happen again. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, he rushes to his mother's room to find her. Arriving at her side, he couldn't contain his emotions, embracing her tightly as tears streamed down his face. Mother, he choked out, his chest tightening. He really was back. The warmth of his mother, the familiar feeling he'd lost in his previous life, now returned stronger than ever. His mother, Madame Cecilia Ragna, is surprised by her son's sudden actions and gently strokes his hair with a soft smile. Son, you must be exhausted, aren't you? Theo looks up at his mother, his heart filled with determination. No, I won't let you die again, mother. He vowed to become stronger. He wouldn't let Raiden take his mother away again. Tears streamed down his face, but this time they were tears of determination, not helplessness. He knew that this time he would do everything to change the future, protect his mother and avenge his past life. He wouldn't let anyone hurt his family again. He thought to himself that he must change the future this time, realizing he was currently too weak and had nothing. But if that mysterious notification is true, and the system has unlocked the Ragna clan's talent, then he has a chance to become powerful. Powerful enough to not only seize the throne but to exact revenge. The cruel enemy Randon. And the system's reward has appeared. The Ragna clan talent has been activated. Finally, he could begin a new life, free from the shame of his past, possessing power he could never attain in his previous life, no matter how hard he tried. Theo fantasizes about becoming Superman and crushing those who wronged him in his past life. Perhaps it will become reality. The system appears again with a new mission to train his body to its limits. While outside the Rose Palace, the weather turns brutally cold, but Theo relentlessly practices his swordsmanship. He knew that as weak as he was now, he couldn't get revenge on Randon just yet. First, he had to focus on getting stronger. Memories of his demotion to a Black-Tongue spy, due to his lack of talent, fueled Theo's determination. He remembered the mysterious drug that enhanced strength, the precursor to the Bloodsword Emperor's elixir, which he had gathered information about in his previous life. But this time, it's not just the drug. He's determined to push his body to the limit to achieve the ultimate power he's always dreamed of. The sky begins to lighten, but he continues to run at full speed, showing no signs of exhaustion. The system notifies him that the body training task is at 27/100. He thinks to himself that everything he's doing now is possible because he possesses Ragna's talent. His determined gaze burned like an unquenchable fire, drawing the attention of those around him who watched with surprise and began to whisper. How many laps has he run without stopping? Theo grits his teeth, promising himself to run even more, swing his sword more to truly become stronger. The system continues to update his progress 65/100. Day after day, Theo perseveres, training tirelessly. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl named Evelyn Nero appears. She's the manager of training ground number 4. Evelyn watched him from afar, surprised, and yawned, exhausted from staying up all night to observe him. She muttered, "That Ragna idiot is still training non-stop. Is he really as useless as everyone says?" However, after days of relentless training, Theo's body began to show signs of wear and tear nearing its limit, and the system announced that his physical training had reached 97/100. Exhausted, Theo collapses, but the system immediately reports his training level has dropped to 90/1, shocking him. What? Just because I rested for a moment, all my efforts have been drastically reduced. Theo berates himself, refusing to accept that his progress diminished from a moment's rest. With newfound resolve, he rises, determined to finish the task relentlessly, swinging his sword until the system reports 98/100. He pushes on his body, aching his legs, failing, yet he perseveres until the system finally announces he's reached 100/1. Witnessing Theo's relentless effort, Everly is astonished. She'd never seen anyone persevere like this. Theo pushed past his limits, striving until his last breath. The system announces, "Congratulations, you've completed the task of pushing your body to its limit." This time, the reward is a dragon's heart, and Theo is overjoyed, hardly believing what he's achieved. The system is generous, rewarding him for completing the task quickly. He receives 10 years of magic from his past life. Exhausted, Theo collapses, but before losing consciousness, he claims his reward just in time, because 10 years of past life magic surges into him, creating an energy shockwave. Evelyn stood there, witnessing everything, unable to hide her surprise at what had just transpired. After being taken to the resting room, Theo slowly wakes up, opening his eyes, and looking around, still dazed. "Where am I?" Just then, Evelyn appeared and said, "Don't worry, this is the training grounds resting room." She kindly reminded Theo that even a jaw would collapse if they pushed themselves too hard. Theo looked at her for a moment and asked, "Are you Evelyn?" The girl smiled and replied, "Yes, you remember me. I'm Evelyn Nero, the manager of training ground number 4. You collapsed from overexertion this morning, so I brought you here." Theo nodded gratefully and thanked Evelyn. Evelyn hesitated, unsure whether to ask about what she'd witnessed, then asked Theo if he knew the Ragna family strictly forbade opening mana circuits before the awakening ceremony. Of course he knew that, so why was Evelyn bringing it up now? Why the sudden mention? Evelyn reveals that Theo had a mana stream connected to his mana gate before he lost consciousness, then asks pointedly, "You've opened your mana pathways, haven't you?" He recalls the events of yesterday, before he lost consciousness, when the system rewarded him with a dragon heart and a bonus reward. Thinking about it makes him break out in a cold sweat. In this world, a dragon's heart is as rare as a needle in a haystack, because mana circuits can be replaced with it. Replacing the mana circuit in the heart can make it more efficient, but for non-dragons like humans, it must be placed in the lower abdomen, because the human heart can't handle the mana circuit. Thus, every Ragna warrior craves the dragon heart, the simplest path to immense power. However, humans cannot transcend their limits, and the system's boon is too generous for you. Now that he possesses the dragon heart, this gift forces him into an extremely difficult situation, facing a woman who is not only powerful but also highly principled, Evelyn Neville. Evelyn, a retired Grandmaster swordsman who lost her left arm, now manages Training Ground 4. She was once commander of the White Armor Dragon Knights, her skill so great, even demonic dragons revered her. Evelyn was also known for disregarding status and power, things many consider paramount, instead living by strict principles, rejecting deceit, and demanding absolute honesty. Theo recalls a time when his rigidity led her to stop teaching him directly, making him even more careful about concealing his secret. Theo worries that his greatest secret, the mana reservoir within his dragon heart, might be discovered. It's no ordinary mana reservoir. It can be hidden and manipulated at will by its user, helping Theo conceal his true power. But if Evelyn discovers the truth, the consequences would be dire. One wrong move could spell his doom. In that tense moment, Theo suddenly had an idea, a cold smile spreading across his face as he challenged Evelyn. "Are you willing to take responsibility for your suspicions? If you're wrong, this could be considered an insult to the Ragna family." This question made Evelyn frown, but she still didn't have a definite answer. Realizing he could seize the opportunity to turn the tables, Theo pressed on. "Do you know the penalty for insulting a Ragna family descendant?" Evelyn, fully aware of the severity of the law, replied decisively, "Execution." Theo seized the opportunity, further manipulating Evelyn's mind. "Good, you know the penalty, so why don't you check for yourself?" Despite her doubts, Evelyn was thrown off by Theo's confidence, having never seen him act this way before. She decided to check his body, placing her hand on his abdomen, but after a moment she found no sign of mana. Evely was shocked that he didn't have any mana storage within him. This leaves her hesitant, unsure whether to trust her instincts, but this is all too surreal. He asks her with newfound confidence. So what do you think? Nothing there, right? Evelyn immediately knelt and apologized, begging for execution. I was wrong. I'll pay with my life. Theo was overjoyed, knowing his dragon heart was unlike any other mana reservoir. With complete control over his mana storage, he could easily conceal it. And the existence of the dragon heart was only discovered later, so how could Evelyn have known the truth? But instead of punishing Evelyn, Theo gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said with compassion, "There's no need. You were only doing your job. Few would risk their lives to do that." He then slowly left the room, leaving Evelyn alone with her vague thoughts. Evelyn felt relieved, but couldn't stop wondering who Theo really was. She sensed he was no ordinary person, that there was something special about him. Days later, Theo returned to the training grounds and resumed his training with Master Randon. But this time, Randon's teachings felt increasingly confusing and bizarre, his vague instructions making Theo suspect someone was pulling the strings. During training, he glared at Randon, thinking about the one who killed him in his past life, determined not to let things unfold as before. This old Randon better get his act together and stop talking nonsense. He tells Randon straight, "I don't understand what you're teaching, it's all garbage." Without hesitation, he snapped the sword in front of Randon, mocking his skills as amateurish, infuriating him to the point of trembling. "What did you say?" "This old man is already senile. He mumbles so much I have to ask him to repeat himself. I told him to open his ears and listen carefully. Your skills are nothing but garbage," taunting words meant to provoke the imposter into revealing his hand, giving Asen a lead. He believes that if the instruction doesn't go as planned, he'll contact the mastermind. At Syria Palace, a student frantically calls his friends to watch the drama unfold. "Asen, have you heard Ragna's bastard son is dueling my master next week?" Ayn, a figure of power and coldness, sat silently in the vast room, his grip tight on a glass, his face expressionless, yet the discomfort was evident in every tense line. Even without looking, he could feel the turmoil within, as he heard about the upcoming duel, while the informant continued to speak with a mocking tone. Rumor has it, he's blaming his master for his own incompetence. This match will surely break him. Before he could finish his sentence, Asen suddenly hurled his glass at the informant, striking him square in the face. The glass flew shattering into hundreds of pieces that embedded in his face, causing him to scream in agony. His face was horrifically disfigured. In an instant, Asen killed him without hesitation, his rage seemingly at its peak. He gritted his teeth, his scarred and fearsome face slowly revealed. So what? What do I care if some bastard cripples himself? Standing beside Asen was Remington Nasio, one of the Northern Four Hounds, also known as the Silver Fox. He looked at Asen with surprise, but remained silent, seemingly used to Asen's rage. Suddenly, a man approached from afar, Shoivan, one of the 9 dragons of the Heavenly Dragon clan, reminding Asen in a calm but cold voice to be more careful. He should have been crippled long ago. Complacency will be your downfall. Ayn glanced at Shoivan and replied with a faint smile. I only respect those with talent. You worry too much. Why do you care so much about that bastard? Chon asked, never taking his eyes off Asen. For Jna, the impossible is possible. A single spark in the wind can ignite a flame. Ayn sneered. Good, the old guide will handle this for us. A week later, at Training Ground 4, the site of Theo and Randon's duel, the arena is packed with warriors gathered to witness the confrontation. Even Evely Neville, the once renowned swordswoman, is here, along with a giant of a man like a general, observing the match. Theo stood in the arena, resolute, his sharp gaze fixed on Randon. He cursed inwardly, remembering he'd only intended to humiliate him and get him fired, but things had gone too far. Now things have escalated beyond the point of no return, and the system informs him that his mission is to defeat Randon and claim victory. Awakening within Theo, he resolves to confront Randon and settle the score from his past life. Days earlier, while Randon was training Theo, he stared him down and declared, I told you your skills are nothing but garbage. You're fired. Enraged, Randon shouts, Young Master Theo Ragna, I can't accept this. There's still time left on my contract. Theo Ragna coldly replied, So what? If I say you're fired, you're fired. What's the big deal? Though he wanted to kill Randon immediately, Theo knew he wasn't strong enough yet, so he decided to keep his distance and gather more information. Randon gritted his teeth, thinking, No, if I'm fired like this, my mission will fail. I have to convince him at all costs. Randon cried out, Young Master, please wait, this is against the rules. Just then, Evelyn appeared, saying, Then we'll settle this, the Ragna way. Both turned to her, surprised by Evelyn's cryptic words. Evelyn retorts with a sharp gaze, It's the law of the strong. We'll settle this with a sword duel. No need for courts, just the will of the victor. Randon laughs, pleased. A fine idea. The duel will take place in 1 week. For him, a sword fight is a godsend. But on the other side, Theo starts to sweat upon hearing this. His heart sank as he knew this wouldn't work. He couldn't defeat Jend with his current strength. Evelyn smiled brightly, asking if this plan was better. Better for that old fox maybe, but Theo was in deep trouble. A week later at the arena, the warriors buzzed with anticipation, one voice rising above the crowd. Rumor has it, he can't even swing a sword properly. How can he fight a mid-level swordsman? Another person chimed in saying, if he were just anyone, I wouldn't say anything, but he's Ragnar's cripple. Meanwhile, Randon approached Theo saying challengingly, if you apologize now, he'll pretend nothing happened and let it go. But the 17-year-old retorted, I should be the one saying that. If you don't want to end up a crippled swordsman, you'd better accept reality. Randon gritted his teeth, looking at Theo with eyes that could kill. Feigning honor, he suggests Theo attack first, a master giving his student a chance. Theo replies without hesitation, then I won't refuse. With that, he swung his sword and charged at Randon, and the battle officially began. In the stands, the warriors watched anxiously, one exclaiming, look, he's about to lose. How dare he fight a mid-level swordsman? Randon, full of pride, continued to provoke Theo. What's wrong, young master? Can't you do anything? You're nothing but a novice. Theo felt anger rising within him, but he knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat Randon just yet. The match continues, and everyone awaits the final outcome, as Randon realizes Theo's skills have improved slightly, but they are still insignificant compared to his own. Maybe if you were as strong as the 4 northern hounds. Flashback to days prior, immediately after Evelyn's proposal, Theo sought her out to question her motives for such an outrageous suggestion. But the girl calmly drank her water, saying she was only trying to help him. Evelyn also knew that a powerful force was backing that sly old fox, which is why he was so confident. Theo is shocked that Evelyn knows this. How could she? Everly noticed that Brandon was only teaching Theo useless tricks, so she secretly had him investigated. And as expected, the old man was far from ordinary. Theo remembers that Everly didn't realize this in his past life. Perhaps he attracted her attention this time around because of the mana vein incident, which led her to investigate the old man. According to Everly's investigation, all traces of that old man lead to the Camellia Palace, a name that makes Theo uneasy. This is where the northern hunting dogs reside. Could all of this be because of that ridiculous battle for the throne that ended my life in the previous timeline? But back in reality, the situation is dire. Theo admits to Evelyn that he knows his own limits. Knowing he couldn't beat his father, he encouraged Theo, saying he could do it. Back to the fight with Randon, the old man was still fighting fiercely. He unleashes a series of deadly blows, but this is only the beginning for Theo, who easily blocks Randon's sword, catching him completely off guard. The old geezer is stunned, since he never taught Theo any of this. How is he blocking him so easily? Theo relentlessly counters Randon's attacks. Surprise, you ugly old geezer, because this isn't the Theo Ragna you know. In the stands, everyone is bewildered except Eveline, who remains calm as this was all within her expectations. It turns out a week prior, Evely had offered to train Theo, hoping it would make subduing someone like Randon easier. She'd never liked that old geezer anyway, all talk and no experience. This was something Theo hadn't expected. It turns out the debt Eveline felt was also beneficial. But perhaps things aren't so simple. Theo asks Evely why she's being so kind to him. Is it because of what happened before? Evely doesn't deny it, but she also knows someone else who would be interested in him, a talent collector. The battle rages on each blow, forcing Randon deeper into thought. Theo was supposedly talentless, so how can he wield a sword with such skill? Or was he just pretending to be a fool to lure me in? Amidst the intense battle, Theo suddenly asks Randon a question that freezes him in his tracks. Randon, who is backing you? Struck where it hurts most, Randon furiously swings his sword, shouting as if to clear his name. But the more he tries to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. Theo reveals that he knew all along that Randon was only teaching him how to dance with a fan, not how to fight with a sword, as he promised his mother he really shouldn't be a teacher. Randon stubbornly denies the accusation, but Theo presses him about the Camellia Palace, and the mention of it visibly unsettles him. This was exactly what Theo wanted, and he smirked at the old man. Good. It's good that you're being honest. He speaks as he moves closer. Theo's overwhelming presence now dominates, Randon forcing him to retreat in fear, each word laced with deadly intent. Do you know what it feels like to have your arm severed? Without another word, he swings his sword, severing the old fox's arm. Finally, the tables have turned, and with one swing of Theo's sword, Randon's arm is severed, hanging in the air before falling to the ground, leaving the spectators speechless and sweating. The useless man has opened their eyes, a complete turnaround. Randon finally realizes that one of his 4 limbs has left home forever. Only now does the pain set in. He was too busy posturing to realize he'd lost an arm. Now that he knows, he collapses weeping. Even with his hand severed by his former student, the old man's still running his mouth, muttering that Theo is a nobody. Still clinging to the idea that he has backup. He's old and senile, that's for sure. After taking him down, Theo feels a change within himself, a surge of power he never expected. Theo approached the old man, asking if he remembered what he'd been barking about. Randon was in too much pain to remember. Without hesitation, Theo delivers the final blow, sending him to the afterlife before he can even utter a word. The moment Randon's soul departed, the system announced Theo had brilliantly completed his mission, along with a bonus reward for overcoming his opponent, an offer he couldn't refuse. The spectators in the stands couldn't believe what they were seeing. Theo was now in a different position, and no one would dare bully him. The system displays a notification that his observation reward has been activated, but Theo doesn't yet understand what this observation is. A huge beam of light, Alabatan Vlog, begins to appear around him. This proves that energy is now flowing into his body. As he basks in his achievement, a loud voice suddenly calls out his name, startling him. He nearly bit the dust. Turns out it's Julius, the White Dragon Armor Cavalry Commander. Indeed, a commander's entrance is never ordinary. Theo is startled, wondering how long the demon dragon has been watching. The crowd in the stands is stunned by the devil dragon's presence. No one expected such a notorious figure to appear. Evelyn is utterly dismayed by his arrival. This appearance is about to ruin the entire match. Julius approaches Theo, his face full of murderous intent, his eyes sharp enough to devour him. Just looking at this guy makes you tremble. Theo wonders what the hell is going on. What did he even do? Why does he look at him like he wants to drag him to hell? While Theo was lost in thought, Julius suddenly changed his attitude and burst into laughter that echoed throughout the arena. Ha ha ha, how interesting, what a fun game. At the same time, he slapped Theo hard on the back, almost knocking him to the ground. The sudden pain made him feel like he was about to die. As Julius continued to laugh, his voice teasing but filled with undisguised excitement. I must say I'm surprised. You carry this with you. Has the student surpassed the master? Though it's a bit disrespectful considering you killed him, right? From what I've heard, he deserved it anyway. Theo calmly turned to Julius. But before Julius could finish, Theo waved him off, ignoring his words and continuing his train of thought. Enough about the past, join my White Dragon Armor Cavalry. This sudden offer stunned everyone present, including Theo. Evelyn, who had witnessed everything, was happy for his progress, while the other warriors buzzed with endless chatter. Is it possible that Ragnar the Fool was invited to the White Dragon Armor Knights by Julius? A helmeted warrior asked his comrade. Has anyone ever been chosen for the Dragon Knights without undergoing the awakening ritual? The other man pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It's unheard of, but this is still hard to believe. The warriors were stunned by Julius's decision. Even Julius, known for his discerning eye, wasn't sure of Theo's potential, but he seemed determined to bet on his hidden abilities. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Theo appeared pensive. He pondered for a long moment, then looked at Julius with resolute eyes. Lord Julius, I appreciate your offer, but I must decline. This answer shocked everyone, and even Julius couldn't hide his surprise, staring at Theo, in disbelief, a look of helplessness on his face. Evelyn, who knew Theo's dreams best, was shocked he'd turned down the White Dragon Knights. Why? Theo simply smiled and said, I'm not good enough to join the White Dragon Knights yet. Joining now would limit my path. I need time to grow and prepare for the awakening ceremony. Many regretted his refusal, but Julius simply smiled, patting Theo's shoulder in encouragement. Such admirable humility. Very well, I shall wait until you are ready. Meanwhile, back at Celia Palace, tensions are high, as Amina discusses the assassination of her master with her brother, the celestial dragon Shoi Van. Her brother seemed quite worried. Amin continued, the demon dragon has approached him. We can no longer interfere. If he stands out controlling the Red Blossom, Palace will become even more difficult. That's what Amin worried, but someone eavesdropping outside protested. He can't become as strong as Mother thinks. The plan can still proceed. Alright, if you're both so worried, I'll teach him a lesson to remind him of his place. The scene shifts to the training grounds where Evelyn and Theo are practicing. Evelyn showers Theo with praise, suggesting he'd be perfect for the White Armor Dragon Knights. Theo simply chuckled to himself, thinking that even if he had regrets, this wasn't the right time. He needed to wait for the awakening ceremony to gain ultimate power. He responds to Evelyn, saying, I'm content with your training for the awakening ceremony. As they talked, a strange man appeared, introducing himself as Sibin from the southern checkpoint, who had something to say to Theo. Theo observes that Sibin genuinely admires him and wants to fight him, a trend that began after his duel with Jandon and Julius's attention, with the downtrodden now seeking to challenge and follow him. He tells himself he'll need his own people to become the head of the Ragnar family. The story ends with Theo making a momentous decision, and the system displays a notification about the final quest. Eliminate the Ragnar trash title, progress 28 out of 100. Cian then enters fanboy mode, saying he wants to be just like Theo. He even admits he'd always seen Theo as useless, a disgrace to the Ragnar family, a compliment that still grates on Theo's nerves. Bean continued to recount his journey to becoming Theo's biggest fan, witnessing his diligent training every morning and seeing the fruits of his tireless efforts, expressing just how deeply he admired him. Please grant me an opportunity to speak with you directly. Theo would normally be suspicious of someone like this, but upon closer inspection, this one seems sincere. Apparently, after defeating Vendon, rumors of Julius favoring him have spread far and wide. Many seek to provoke him, but surprisingly some are genuine. To secure his place as head of the family, he needs his own power base, or he could be ousted at any moment. This mission from the system is the final tutorial. Once it's done, he'll have to say goodbye. The system has always been there to help. Just hearing that makes me want to cry a river. Theo and Sibin prepare for their duel, but not before Theo arranges another training session with Everine that night. Of course, she had no reason to refuse him, and as soon as they began, Sibin charged like a hound unleashed, but Theo swiftly evaded his attack. Sibin was impressed. His idol was as fast as a demon. Though called the North Investigation Unit's trash, he was confident in his abilities, yet he had to admire Theo's skill. Meanwhile, Theo couldn't help but praise Sibin. If this was considered weak, he must have been trash in his past life. He wouldn't have lasted 3 moves before, but now this Sibin is no match for him. With a few swings of his sword, Sibin was already exposed, falling like a house of cards after only a few blows. Seeing his face battered and bruised admits defeat, saying, "I lost. Thank you." Theo is humble, praising Sibin's skill in battle, a trait that makes him all the more likable. Suddenly, Theo sees himself in the mirror and realizes something. He wonders if he can use the observation skill on himself. Theo tries to say observe, and surprisingly it works. The system begins analyzing Theo, labeling him Ragna's useless one, revealing 3 unlocked talents, player Ragna and observer, with 4 more locked. His current status is awaiting the awakening ceremony, and while his other stats are unremarkable, his luck stat is a striking -49. What terrible luck. The system announces that it has officially begun unlocking the stat panel. From now on, you'll be able to see your combat prowess through stats. And if you keep this up, you can unlock 4 more skills just by completing quests, and even learn your own stats. Your magic power stat is remarkably high, reaching 190, likely a result of accumulated power from your past life, combined with the dragon heart. But he can't understand why his luck stat is so painfully low. Maybe that's why he's constantly bombarded with random nonsense. Suddenly a crowd of people appeared looking at him, with eyes that seemed ready to take him home as their beloved. Evely had noticed this issue long ago. Even though Randon was weak, he was still a mid-level swordsman, so Theo's victory will bring about many new things. Amongst the envious, there were many who admired Theo, and this crowd seemed to be one of admiration. They surrounded Theo like he was at a fan meeting, buzzing about his display of power, and secretly thinking they'd be dead if old Randon had landed a blow. Among the crowd, a young man was eager to battle Theo and learn from him. His name was Nalan, 19 years old, 2 years older than Theo, yet he still addressed him as master. He seemed harmless enough, nothing to worry about. After observing him, Theo called out Nalan's name, catching him by surprise. Theo knew Nalan's desires, and called him up for a fight, a chance the young man was overjoyed to receive. This is an honor for him, and Theo has essentially scratched Nan's itch. The two engage in combat, their swords flashing with artistry, and Theo receives a notification that his swordsmanship has improved, but in an instant he disarms Nalan with ease. With his weapon gone, Nalan was utterly bewildered, mouth agape. Witnessing Theo defeat Brandon was one thing, but facing him firsthand revealed the true extent of his power. Nalan concedes. The system announces that he has earned Nalan's approval, increasing his luck stat by 1 point. Theo realizes that gaining the approval of others can increase his luck stat, meaning his luck may depend on his reputation. Realizing this, Theo resolves to fight as much as possible to increase his luck, otherwise constantly stepping in misfortune will make life very boring. And so Theo fought everyone there that day, his luck stat increasing proportionally, until no one else dared to challenge him, finally allowing him a moment to pause. Opening his system window, Theo sees that his quest to escape the title of Useless Rabna has only increased by 1%. He wonders if it's because these guys are all his fans and are going easy on him. He gloats to himself, wondering if he needs stronger opponents, or to be tough enough to face a mountain of adversity, when a voice calls out from afar. "Hey, you look like a broken chicken about to die. Are you okay?" Theo insists he doesn't need a break yet. He'll rest when he feels tired because this is just a warm-up for him. Suddenly the man steps forward, offering to fight Theo. As he steps forward, an aura of power emanates from him. Remington Nazio, the Silver Lion, a renowned figure in this place. Theo is a little intimidated by Remington, who is no ordinary man but a member of the Northern Hunting Dogs. These 4 hounds are Hookus Lanky, J. Jackna, Remington Nazio, and Asen Jagna of the Camila Palace. This is the title given to the 4 strongest of the younger generation under the Jha family. This is both good and bad news. Theo uses his observation skills on Remington, and he's a bit taken aback to see Theo as his opponent. The two exchange greetings, preparing for battle. He had long admired Remington's talent, and to fight him was an honor, because one man like him is worth more than all the others combined. Theo isn't even sure if his current strength is enough to defeat one of the Northern Hunting Dogs. But with this fight alone, his mission to shed his useless title gained momentum faster than before. The two men began to fight, but before long a few strikes from Remington shattered Theo's sword. The fanatical onlookers were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. To them, Theo was a radiant sun, not someone who could be so easily defeated. Some say the outcome was obvious from the start, as Remington is the strongest of the 4, even if Theo has grown considerably. So there's no shame in losing. But Cian refused to accept it. No one could replace Theo in his heart. He stubbornly argued, saying Theo's fighting spirit wouldn't allow him to lose like this, leaving those around him speechless. He wouldn't listen to reason. As arguments flared, Remington's voice cut through the tension. "I yield." Everyone was shocked to hear Remington's words. How could a member of the quartet admit defeat after only a few exchanges? It felt unreal. Remington bowed his head, thanking Theo for the match, then looked down at Theo's sword, saying, "This sword is worn down." Not to mention Theo was exhausted from today's fight. Continuing would have meant certain defeat. Theo humbly admits he lost the moment he lost his sword, and on the battlefield he'd be dead. Theo and Remington share a look, then shake hands, promising a proper match next time, and Sibin is incredibly proud of her idol, who has earned the recognition of the strongest of the 4. See, Theo is different. the system displays a notification that the progress of the mission to escape that nickname has reached 35/100. The rate of improvement is off the charts. Evelyn has witnessed Theo's efforts and struggles firsthand. She knows Theo is truly strong, not the good-for-nothing everyone says. Compared to his previous life, Theo has become much stronger. But after crossing swords with Remington, he realized how much he still lacked. Though a bit embarrassing, he learned a great deal from the fight. Not only that his luck stat increased by 10 and his reputation improved greatly, this fight was more gain than loss. Remington then reveals his true purpose to recruit Theo into the Dragon Society, a name that speaks for itself. Though Theo was thrilled, he played it cool, asking if someone like him would even fit in. Theo asks if his group is famous, but Remington waves his hands flustered and explains that Theo is truly talented. He humbly says his group isn't anything special, just for those about to come of age. The two brothers behind him are saddened, wondering why they weren't invited, obviously due to their limited abilities. Theo pondered Remington's invitation, knowing the Long Society was full of those who scorned him, a perfect environment to accelerate his mission and investigate Asen and the Camellia Palace. Why wouldn't he seize such a bargain? He agrees to Remington's offer to join the Dragon Society, and the system quickly updates his progress. His points have also increased by 1 from 35 to 36. Remington is overjoyed that Theo accepted, grabbing his hand as if he were a long-separated girlfriend. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Evelyn watched from behind. She just silently smoked her pipe, lost in thought. Sometime later at the Rose Palace, Theo's mother suddenly burst through the door beaming and called out, "My son!" Theo turned to look at his mother about to speak, preparing to announce the good news to everyone when he saw a line of servants standing behind him. Overjoyed, his mother reveals that Theo has been invited to the Dragon Society, the best news she's ever received from her son. This group attracts a lot of attention, so from now on Theo must change his style and can't look like a kid anymore. Everything must be carefully considered. The madam began measuring Theo for new clothes, clearly proud of her beloved son, and reminded him that everything from his clothes to his manners would be carefully considered. She knows his manners are impeccable, but his attire and demeanor are another matter entirely. Luckily, she can help Theo. "Don't forget your mother was once an actress. I'm happy to help my precious son." Cecilia reminisced about her glorious past, and Theo suddenly sank into a melancholy thought. In his past life, he was known as the illegitimate son of a concubine, a commoner in the Ragna family, and his mother always felt guilty for making Theo bear such a shameful title, even though it wasn't her fault. In the cold, Ragna family, Theo always wondered how much his mother had suffered because of her weak son. Even as he was murdered in his past life, Theo blamed himself for not being strong enough to protect his beloved mother. Cecilia tearfully leaned on her son's shoulder and wept. It's clear that behind her daily smiles she hides something deep inside. "Mother believes in you. You can do it." Her son is finally attending the Serpent's Council, his talents recognized by all. Theo Rona silently vows to crush them, repaying the grudges of his past life, determined to make the most of this second chance. 2 weeks later, the day of the Serpent Dragon Society's party outside the Rose Palace arrived, and Remington prepared a carriage to pick up Ragna, who appeared with a completely different demeanor than before. He looks like he just got a makeover at 30 Sai, all shiny and beautiful. Everyone around him cheers him on. "Young Master Theo, you're like a new person." Remington, seeing this new look, wasn't sure what to say and awkwardly asked if it was really Theo. Theo retorts, "Even you're teasing me, Remington." Remington said nothing more, simply inviting Theo into the car to head to the party. Theo himself felt happy. He was not only taller, but his muscles had also developed after 2 weeks of hard training. Remington had asked to train with Theo 2 weeks prior, and they'd grown quite close. And it wasn't just Remington. Others sought him out for training as well. Evelyn constantly complained that she only wanted to teach the young master briefly, but they encountered many problems. It was as if a young, fresh face was being courted by wealthy women. Remington asked Theo, "I heard this is your first official party." Theo didn't deny it, so Remington immediately reassured him, "Don't worry too much, I'll be there to take care of you, so just enjoy yourself." However, Remington's hesitant words that followed made Theo question everything as he revealed that Aaron wanted to meet him. Though a bit arrogant, he did extend the invitation, so Remington hopes Theo won't be too hard on him. Theo thinks to himself that everything is going according to plan. He doesn't have to worry about finding that brat Ein because he's come to him. Theo said that he was also looking forward to this. Deep down, he knew he was in for a day of insults. After hours on the palanquin, Theo and Remington approached the Celia Palace. Inside, Asen, known as the Mad Dog of the North, sat eagerly awaiting the arrival of Theo Ragna, whom he considered a fool of the bloodline, anticipating him like a new toy. As they arrived at the palace gates, Theo pondered the one who instigated Randon's interference and those who harmed his mother. Theo Ragna ignored Remington, lost in thought Ain had invited him here to stunt his growth. But he didn't come here without a plan. Theo was determined to show him he's not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, Ragna noticed a strange light emanating from the building, feeling like it was the blue glow of a quest so focused that he was oblivious to everything around him until Remington shouted to get his attention. "Young master, look." Ragna looks up to see something falling, followed by a cloud of white smoke engulfing his area. Remington is furious, realizing it's Ain's prank, who casually replies it's just flour, but Theo Ragna thinks that in his past life, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. It wasn't hard to spot the culprits watching from the window, and Remington angrily shouted up at them. Why would you do that? Ain. Theo uses his observation skills to gauge Remington's true reaction. At first he thought Remington was in on it, but seeing his bewildered reaction, he realized he was wrong about him. Asen, on the other hand, remained cold and unapologetic, calling it a basic greeting. But Ragna had already anticipated this, steeling himself for what was to come. He looked up at Ain, who stood gloating above him, and saw nothing surprising in the man's intentions. But he can't stay silent forever. He has to do something. He approaches them, surprising Remington, and unexpectedly thanks Ain, leaving him speechless. Theo smiles, saying that since Ain went to the trouble of welcoming him, he must thank him properly, a statement that wipes the smile off Ain's face, if only for a moment. You've become more interesting since I last saw you. The scene shifts to the start of the party, and as Theo predicted, the others won't leave him alone. They gossiped about how, even though Theo was a direct descendant, inviting a useless bum like him was unbelievable. Remington felt terrible for Theo. He quickly apologized to Theo, explaining that the others weren't usually like that, they were just bitter because the witches had cut their allowances. But Theo didn't care about the words of those jealous fools. In fact, he was grateful to Remington. Ever since entering, Theo has been fixated on the blue-lit room. He knows it's the quest, but can't figure out how to get there without raising suspicion. While the others were lost in thought, Asen approached Theo, his taunting tone begging for a punch. But Theo remained calm, refusing to let anger ruin his plans. Ain, standing on the steps, says he wants to apologize to Theo, approaching him with a sinister tone. He puts his arm around Theo's shoulder and says, "You'll accept my apology, won't you?" Remington, clearly displeased, calls out to Asen like a possessive CEO protecting his woman, but Theo's next words surprise them both. "I thought it was just a greeting, so why apologize?" The immature Ain didn't expect Theo to say that. He then burst into laughter, remarking on how much Theo had changed, while the gossiping continued, filled with taunts about Theo's origins. Their words grew more venomous, questioning why Remington always praised Theo so highly, one even suggesting Remington himself was a bastard. Remington overheard this and suddenly felt a sense of inferiority, unable to say another word, while Theo, hearing those foul words, couldn't sit still any longer. He told Asen that he needed to greet those friends as well, then removed his hand from Asen's shoulder and headed towards the rude crowd. Theo grabbed a bottle and approached the blonde, saying, "I'd like to buy you a drink." Then he smashed a bottle over the blonde's head, sending him reeling, a sight that froze both Asen and Remington. The blonde barely managed to get up before Theo kicked him again, shattering his jaw. "I was just greeting you normally, but you're saying such hurtful things." Everyone around was shocked, especially Remington. Theo is pleased to see his idiot status starting to improve. He grabs the blonde's hand and breaks it with a single blow, immobilizing him instantly. With that, his initial quest showed significant progress, and a group of men descended to surround him. They drew their swords, 4 blades pressed against Theo's neck, declaring the price for harming their young master was death. Theo calmly asks who this idiot is, learning that it's Jan Havani, the 3rd young master of the Havani family, but even with a sword at his throat, Theo shows no fear. On the contrary, his tone grew stronger, expressing contempt for the Havania family, one of the 6 great houses under the Ragna family. "It seems being spoon-fed has made you all high and mighty. He's no longer someone they can treat like Ragna's dog. Such disrespect to his current power and position," he says, threatening the men with swords at his throat. "Kill me, and can you bear the responsibility for those words?" Simple words, but the pressure he exudes fills them with dread. They realize now that this is the Ragna family's son, and he's more than capable of inheriting the throne. They've messed with the wrong person. Theo Rona orders a stranger to deal with the pests around him, and in just a few moves, it's all over. None of them can stand any longer. Turns out Evely, a renowned swordsman from the past, was the one who helped him. Theo Ragna's mission seems to be escalating, judging by the faces of those at the party. Everyone is stunned by Theo's brutality, and after it's done, Theo calls out to Evelyn. Evelyn watches him and asks, "When did you realize I was following you?" Theo Ragna smiles, saying it was obvious. In truth, he felt that with her by his side, he could turn the tables without worry. 2 weeks prior, in a conversation with Julius, Evelyn had said that her new disciple was outstanding, far surpassing even Asen. Julius couldn't believe it, but Evelyn insisted that Ragna's potential was undeniable, and she chose to stay by his side because he was someone she didn't need to worry about. Julius also told her to train him, recruit him into the White Armor Dragon Brigade, and invited Evely as well. Back at the party, Ragna sensed her presence from the carriage thanks to the unique ability of the Dragon Heart. Suddenly he called out to Eveline, noting that most of those present had failed to show proper respect to one of the heirs, a transgression worthy of punishment. The crowd paled at the mention of punishment, finally realizing the gravity of their actions. Already terrified hearing Theo's voice only made things worse. Execution was on the table. By law they could be killed on the spot, but since most hadn't undergone the awakening ritual, the punishment would be the loss of an arm. Evelyn, following orders, immediately attacked, and before the young masters could react, she struck, leaving none of those who had spoken offensively unscathed. Theo's system stats continue to rise, bringing the day he completes his mission ever closer. One of them, before Evelyn could find him, groveled at Theo's feet, begging for his life. but he had no reason to care about such trash. Why would I save you? This is just a formality. Before the man could even react, Evely found him and stabbed him repeatedly, leaving him to scream and tremble at her feet. It seems this was the result he was aiming for all along. His system notifies him that his escape, the useless Rabna quest, is 82/100 complete. Just as he predicted, attending this party would significantly speed up his quest completion. None of those Evely attacked managed to keep an arm. But if they get their arms to a priest in time, they might be reattached. Though their lives as swordsmen are certainly over all because of their loose tongues. Evely and Remington are now both at his side, inquiring about his well-being, and Asen has taken notice. He suddenly laughed, thinking to himself, the man he once saw as a useless member of the Rose Palace now stood in a different position, unbelievable. But the more he thought about it, the more his blood boiled. His ambition grew. He wanted to crush Theo beneath his feet, but that was just a pipe dream. The party was over, there was no need to stay. Theo calls Evely and Remington to leave, and as he passes, Asen he grabs his hand, smiles coldly, and says, "I'm very happy today, Asen." With that, he left, but as soon as he stepped out the door, the system notified him that he had shed the title of useless, reaching 100/1. Theo's words were like a passing breeze, but they inadvertently terrified Asen. It seems he's beginning to sense that Theo has changed not only outwardly but inwardly as well. The system congratulates Theo on successfully completing the trial test in a party with Evely. From here on out, his revenge truly begins. His reward is a potion that grants 5 levels, but it can only be used by those under 30. Cut to Camellia Palace, where Asen has returned to report the situation to his uncle and mother. After hearing her son's story, the lady of Camellia Palace suddenly stops writing. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, but when they looked up, they saw Asen cowering. Say it again. Who would have thought that looking down on others would lead to such a fearful outcome? Both Asen's mother and uncle are stunned by the reality of the situation, while Theo's devoted followers celebrate his triumphant debut with a beer-fueled fan meeting. Everyone was celebrating, but Theo sat pensively in the corner, wondering if that useless Theo had defeated them all. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Lady Amin was unleashing her fury on Aen. Not only did you defend that useless wretch, but you let your own men get their hands chopped off. Aen, terrified of his mother, didn't dare utter a word, simply nodding and listening to her scolding, which grew louder and more intense. Her curses about Lofei echoed throughout the palace like the roar of a great beast. It's no wonder, as she had long reminded her naive son. If he stands out, it will be infinitely more difficult to seize the Rose Palace. But her son wouldn't listen. Aen tried to reassure his mother, telling her to leave everything to him, but he was cut off. Lady Amin kicked him out, regretting her foolish actions as his small act ruined their grand scheme. Her words grew harsher, blaming him for chasing shallow pursuits. Then she left. After her son's departure, the madam sighed, wondering where he got his impulsive nature, when a man's voice echoed from the corner. "He's just like you were when you were young, my lady." Lady Amin simply glanced back and asked the man if he was still joking. He didn't respond, only comforting her by saying things weren't as bad as they seemed, leaving Amin utterly confused. He explains that the Rose Palace is part of the Master's harem, making it difficult to acquire, even though it's outside his interests as an RF gathering place. But fundamentally, it still has the Master's support, and he proposes a plan to Amin. Justification is key. Theo's disruption at the party, it was actually a stroke of luck for them. Theo is becoming the face of the Rose Palace, so they decide to use the Long Society incident as justification to legally suppress him, leaving Lady Amin deep in thought. Her concern about Theo's growing power stemmed from the fear that their influence would draw the family head's attention to the Rose Palace, but her brother's plan was indeed reasonable. By putting them in a difficult position, the Rose Palace will have no choice but to rely on the Choi family, allowing them to take over the Rose Palace without any scandal. She suddenly drops her sour expression, replaced by an overly cute one, batting her eyes and nodding vigorously in agreement with her brother's plan. How long will it take to prepare? Her brother simply smiled, saying everything was prepared, and began to show his bad boy style. He reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and said, "Madam Amin, sleep soundly, and when you wake up tomorrow morning, you're sure. Here's some remarkable news." He gives Lady Amin a gift, embraces her, and says, "Sleep well tonight, my lady. Indeed, the sweetest honey catches the most flies. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets." Lady Amin looked at the old man, her eyes shining brighter than headlights, completely infatuated. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Everything he did was exactly what she wanted, so she was overjoyed, almost saying, "That's why I can't love you. I'm over 70 years old, and I've never met anyone as clueless as you two in real life. I'd punch you a few times." Meanwhile, at the party, Remington suddenly opens up to Theo, expressing his gratitude for Theo's actions today, never expecting such care. Theo listened, not understanding a word Remington was saying, and asked him to repeat himself, probably thinking he was just drunk, and maybe even crushing on him. Remington then slumped onto the table talking about the Long Society party today. He may sense something in Theo, who usually endures insults about himself, but when others mock, Remington Theo is the only one who steps up to him. Remington suddenly feels ashamed of himself for not being able to do anything, glancing at Theo with a blush, thinking that every time he sees Theo he's surprised, and maybe later feelings will develop. Theo was truly amazing in his eyes. enduring insults and criticisms daily, yet never faltering, only growing stronger. The more he thought, the further his mind wandered, even to Theo, daring to stand against the Camellia Palace. He believes Theo is doing all of this for him. Remington's gaze grows increasingly ambiguous, touched that his seemingly clueless friend cares so much. Theo uses his observation skills on Remington and sees all of this. He's in trouble now. Remington is misunderstanding Theo's actions, which were simply out of annoyance, not some grand scheme. Suddenly, Remington slams the table and vows to follow Theo for eternity, never leaving his side as the crowd erupts in cheers. This was exactly what they expected, as the strong tend to side with the strong, and now they have wise leaders to guide them. Theo froze, caught completely off guard as events spiraled out of control. Before Theo could protest to Remington, he blurted out, "Wait, I think you've got the wrong idea." As he was about to say something, a voice echoed in his head telling him to let things play out. Theo realized it was telepathy, and turned to see Evelyn smiling gently back at him. Evelyn reminds Theo that this isn't such a bad misunderstanding, and besides, everyone seems to want to get along with him. Theo is surprised, but quickly shrugs it off. He simply sighed and said, "I'm nothing special. Everything that's happened is thanks to the system's notifications from returning to the past, and receiving Vianney's talent to becoming as strong as he is now." Theo wondered what this was. At first he thought they were just fragments of regret, but upon closer inspection he began to feel differently, as if he had experienced this before, even though he couldn't remember clearly. But anyway, this confusing thing is helping him a lot, so there's no need to worry too much about it. With the Long Society incident resolved, Theo noticed his level had increased, granting him points to enhance his stats. Theo contemplated becoming stronger, a thought that filled him with both fear and excitement, but first he needed to prepare for the Camellia Syndicate's counterattack. After some thought, Theo decides to enlist Remington's help, approaching him and saying, "Remy, can you help me with something?" Remington, of course, is intrigued by the offer. "Of course, Master Theo, but you just called me Remy so affectionately." Theo, however, didn't notice and handed Remington a small piece of paper. "The battle for the throne between me and Asen will intensify soon, so please help me prepare." Remington, slightly surprised, smiled, and agreed to help Theo prepare everything as he wished, but before he could ask anything more, someone burst through the door. These were soldiers in white armor, holding a red-stamped warrant declaring Theo Ragna under arrest for threats and assault. Theo knew this was coming, so he remained calm and reassured everyone, "It's all right, stay calm." Theo steps forward and carefully reads the arrest warrant. Confirming its authenticity, he doesn't keep them waiting, offering his hands to be bound and taken away. Before leaving, Theo signals Remington and Evelyn about their mission, which they both understand implicitly. Remington held the piece of paper he'd been given, knowing it was a secret mission Theo had meticulously prepared. Cut to the Red Blossom Palace, where the butler delivers the urgent news to Lady Cecilia, who anxiously wonders what has happened. Hearing that Theo was accused of inciting rebellion by causing a disturbance at the party, she became even more distraught and collapsed to the ground, constantly reminding herself that Theo would surely overcome it. He always did. The lady was beside herself with worry, able to do nothing but pray for Theo's safe return. As he was escorted to court, Theo gazed out, realizing how long he'd been here. Because he completely destroyed the Scale Dragon Society, it's certain this won't end with simple imprisonment. They'll surely hold a trial. Theo also realized that bringing an heir like him before the council was a test of his capabilities. Entering the courtroom, Theo faced 4 high-ranking members alone, including Demon Dragon, Julius Ragna, Sky Dragon, Svian Sword Dragon, Osa Ragna, and council leader Quoc Ragna. The National Assemblyman demanded Theo explain his crimes, making no attempt to hide his contempt as he called him a bastard. He began to berate him, asking if he could bear the consequences of his actions. But Theo was prepared. He wasn't afraid to stand before them, calmly replying, "You're right, I should have beheaded them, instead of just cutting off their limbs." His words shocked the entire court. Those present couldn't believe that Theo, instead of bowing his head and apologizing, would react in such a way. Theo began to state his reasoning, arguing that those nobles were all citizens of Ragna. Ragna bestowed land and honor upon them, so they should offer loyalty and their lives in return. This is the way of the knight. Yet those people dared to threaten their lord, and Julius was not surprised by Theo's words. Theo remains as unimpressive as ever in his eyes, and he assumes this will end with a normal punishment, but on the other side, Lord Gukong grows angrier and angrier. He yelled, pointing at Theo, saying his words were nothing but sophistry, making him want to punch him. But as he ranted, the sword dragon beside him said that theoretically, what Theo said was right, and she agreed, but they also needed to be more reasonable. After all, no matter how strong Rena is, she must listen to her vassals and knights, or she will collapse sooner or later. Rena Enlightened nodded obediently. "I'll keep it in mind." Theo thought to himself that the woman from before was the first wife of the North's most outstanding swordsman clan leader, Sword Dragon. Luckily, she didn't seem to hate him too much, but her actions were a bit puzzling. Theo asked the council about his punishment, and after a moment, Lord Gukgang decided on a 3-month suspended sentence, which Theo knew meant he was in deep trouble. Theo tells Quoc Gang that the awakening ceremony is in 2 months, and a 3-month suspension is a death sentence. Quoc Gang, angered by Theo's retort, scolds him for talking back. Sword Dragon sitting beside him said he'd considered that and decided Theo would participate in the awakening ceremony next year, along with the 15 people he interacted with yesterday. What a coincidence. So thanks to the demon sword's intervention, the punishment was lessened. Before the trial, the four of them had gathered to discuss things. It seems Theo's punishment was originally much harsher, but Lord Julius objected. Heavenly Dragonvian secretly thought that this wasn't too bad, as Theo had delayed the awakening ceremony, causing a great loss of honor to the Ragna family, and the fact that the person representing the Rose Palace was bearing such shame would surely provide countless legitimate reasons for the Camellia Palace to surpass the Rose Palace. If things had continued as they were, their plan would have been put into action, leaving Theo powerless to intervene. All he could do was accept reality. But to his surprise, Theo decided to appeal. His words stunned everyone in the room, and Shoivan couldn't hide his delight, thinking Theo was truly a fool. To him, Theo's actions would only make their plans easier. Lord Julius asked Theo if he knew what appealing meant. Theo was confident, of course, why speak if he didn't know. He was smart enough to realize this wouldn't be resolved with a mere 3-month suspended sentence. That suspended sentence was just a slap on the wrist, hiding the fact that the demon dragon was pulling the strings. Theo boldly declares in the strong and proud name of Jakuna that appealing the sentence means war. He knew Julius meant well, but Theo never intended to accept such a light reprimand. Instead, he desired a reward. The system notification appeared, signaling the true scenario was about to begin. Through this scenario, he could uncover many secrets hidden within this confined sealed world. The first mission for the new scenario is called the Path of Succession. Cut to the Ceres Merchant's secret northern branch, where a brutal battle is underway. A figure in a black cloak single-handedly decimates the enemy, cutting down countless members of the Merchant Guild. It turns out that person is Evely, and she and Remington are fighting here under Theo Ragna's orders. Remington speaks up, realizing they were hiding there, just as Theo had written. Remington eyed the box, wondering what was inside that led them to destroy the Lightning Merchant Guild, thus collapsing Shoivan's Camellia Palace. Back at the trial, Lord Gutgang accused Theo of being arrogant, turning a matter that could be resolved with 3 suspended sentences into a battle, believing he couldn't possibly stand against the might of 15 families. But Theo remained calm and collected, declaring that this was an obstacle he had to overcome. He even questioned Gutgang, asking if it wasn't normal to appeal a suspended sentence through representative combat in cases of such great power disparity. Julius couldn't help but fall into thought after hearing Theo's words. Usually appeals are settled through combat with a clear winner and loser. But when combat is impossible due to a power imbalance, a representative battle is used where each side sends a champion. If that's the case, Theo will represent the defendant, while Asen will likely represent Prinip, and Julius believes Theo will surely lose. Could Theo be hiding something with this decision? He realizes Theo would be sorely disappointed if he thought Evelyn or he would step up. Theo made his proposal based on representatives and representative battles in a week. Shone listening above realized this was a tactic. He still underestimates people with his ridiculous assumptions. He thinks Theo will have Nightmare Dragon or Eveline represent him, but with their personalities that's definitely not going to happen. He arrogantly thinks he'll send Asen to teach Theo a lesson. Little does he know Asen's attitude towards Theo has changed drastically since the party. He quickly nodded about to speak more about the representatives when a voice cut in, shocking the 4 seated above as well as Theo. "I thought you were just a silent child, but it seems you've changed a lot since I last saw you, son, especially in these power games." The voice, both stern and deep, exuded an unspoken pressure. The one who had just entered was none other than Chief Kyle, Javna, Theo's own father. All 5 present, including Theo, immediately knelt in respectful greeting to the clan leader, a testament to his immense authority. As he bowed before his father, the system suddenly appeared, issuing a mission to seize Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Theo suddenly recalled the blue light emanating from Camellia Palace that day. Surely that room holds some kind of secret, but things were so chaotic that day he forgot about it after returning home. But now is not the time for distractions. He must first deal with the mess before him, for even the slightest mistake could ruin his entire plan. His father's appearance now was a huge question mark for Theo. Kile had just walked in and ordered Theo to stand up. On his way here, he heard about your situation and your desire to appeal. If that's the case, it will be difficult if you participate in the representative match yourself. He sternly asked Theo if he had any plans to choose a representative to take his place, causing Theo to narrow his eyes warily. He knew this was his father testing him. Theo paused, then bowed his head, saying, "From the moment I decided to appeal, I knew I would step forward and do it myself." His father warned that he would lose, but Theo didn't care, replying that he wouldn't know unless he tried. Theo began his speech, saying that even if forced to bow, he would never allow others to trample on him, words that made his father burst into laughter. He covered his face and laughed heartily. "Did you all hear that?" My son said. "Even if forced to bow, he won't easily lower himself." Theo's words seemed to greatly please his father, his attitude satisfying him. Theo humbly thanks his father for the praise, but he already has his own plans. The representative match he proposed was just bait. He never intended to fight from the start, so it's good he can reveal the truth without holding back. Before coming here, Theo asked Remington and Evelyn to help him find evidence of the Camellia Palace's treasonous plot. Once he has it, he can win without a drawn-out fight, and spend that time traveling instead. Suddenly his father offered him a chance as the master of Runa, wanting to test Theo with a single blow. Theo was shocked by this. Kyle tells him to forget the trial. If he can withstand a single blow from him, he will personally clear his name. With that, he turned to leave, but Saivan stopped them, saying, "Chief, that's impossible." Saivan began to worry that their plan would fall apart. A single test strike meant the chief was starting to acknowledge Theo. If Theo survives that blow, he will surely gain the chief's recognition, though he believes Theo won't withstand it. But who knows what fate has in store? What if Theo miraculously survives? He was determined to stop the clan leader from favoring Theo, and began to invoke the law to prevent what would happen next. But before Theo could finish, the clan leader cut him off with a stern voice. Hearing that, he immediately shut his mouth, realizing that another word would get him torn to shreds. Suddenly, the clan leader noticed Julius chuckling to himself. He explained that it had been a long time since Kyle had shown any interest, so he was excited. Turning back to Theo, the clan leader asked, "What do you think, son?" Theo began to contemplate how a single blow from his father could change everything in an unexpected direction, shattering his original plans. But a change like this is always a beginning. Theo's words were heavy with meaning. How can a single blow from father compare to a representative match with vassals and aides? Hearing this, Chief Kyle was a little displeased, asking if Theo was refusing, but unexpectedly, he said no. He only wanted to point out how unfair this change was. But Chief Kyle didn't understand what was unfair about it. Theo argues that since the challenge for appeal has become more difficult, his compensation should also increase, and suggests something like the Camellia Palace, causing Shoivan to pale. Theo's proposal clearly struck a nerve with Shoivan, who couldn't help but curse him under his breath, while Inga Kwakgang thought Theo was crazy to make such an offer to the head of the family. He thought Theo's arrogance would be his downfall, but surprisingly, Chief Kyle agreed without hesitation, shocking everyone. Theo's attitude pleased him greatly. "To succeed, one must be brave. This is truly my son." He asked if anyone objected to this plan, but of course no one would dare oppose his wishes. Chief Kyle turns and strides onto the field, a palpable excitement radiating from him. He himself will test Theo Wagner right now. The two step into the arena before the watchful eyes of the four from the court, each of them tense about what's to come. In the corner, Shoivan is sweating bullets, feeling like he's self-destructing. Who knew the trap he set would be the stepping stone? Theo needed to reach new heights. But calming down, he felt there was nothing to worry about because no matter how strong Theo became, he couldn't withstand the full force of the family head. This is something no one has ever achieved before, and he confidently asserts that Theo will soon be meeting his ancestors. Theo observed Shoivan's contemplation of his assured defeat, a prediction that aligned with his expectations. But little did he know Theo had the reward from his trial. The clan leader suddenly remembers to ask Theo if he drank any elixirs before coming here. But then figures, even if he did, his aura couldn't have changed enough to beat him, so it's not worth worrying about. Theo senses his father is finally getting serious, standing before him like a colossal mountain, asking if he's ready to be taught a lesson. Theo nodded firmly, ready for the challenge. "Yes, sir." Chief Kyle says he'd normally use his earthly general sword, but since Theo can't use mana yet, he'll only use the reset sword today. With their agreement, the battle begins. Though it's only just begun, the aura emanating from the chief is terrifying, a deadly red glow that would make any opponent cower. Theo also sensed this aura but showed no fear. Instead, he was filled with admiration. His father had only shown his fighting spirit, yet it brought immense pressure. The chief was surprised that Theo hadn't changed at all. "I'm surprised you're still standing." Theo just smiled to himself. Of course he was still standing. His strength stat had tripled. The system had rewarded him with an experience-boosting elixir from his previous successful quest, and after using it, he leveled up 5 times, naturally allocating all available points to strength. The chance to fight his father excites him, as if he's left the realm of the ordinary and entered the world of monstrous geniuses. Confident in his current strength, Theo believes he can withstand his father's full-force attack, but his father is already descending from above. Theo focuses, intently determined to meet the blow head-on, his enhanced abilities, allowing him to anticipate his father's attack as Chief Kyle descends. As their swords clashed, the earth around them exploded their battle like a colossal bomb capable of obliterating a city with a single touch. Everyone else thought Theo was done for that. No one could survive such a disaster. But Kile chuckled, saying it had been a long time since someone had made him so proud. Theo successfully blocked Chief Kyle's sword, but his own shattered into pieces upon impact. As the smoke cleared, Theo emerged, shocking everyone except Julius. Perhaps this was all within his expectations. He's always been proud of Theo, so this is well deserved. With unwavering resolve, Theo proves his innocence, and Chief Kyle declares the trial concluded. The system announces that Theo has completed the unexpected mission, enduring Kile Jakna's full power strike. As a reward, he receives an inventory and a blue key. After that fight, Theo had given it his all to the point where he couldn't even stand. He had no memory of what had happened. "Where am I?" I barely got the words out when his mother burst into tears, relieved that he was finally awake. Before Theo could even process what was happening, his mother burst into tears, lamenting how worried she was when she heard her precious son was injured. The matriarch, who cherished him like a delicate flower, nearly fainted at the thought of losing her son. She peppered him with questions, checking for injuries, and even suggesting he dance to test his joints. Seeing his mother like that, Theo felt helpless, but knowing she loved him, he tried to comfort her, saying he was fine. After his little drama, Theo realizes something's off. This room is far too luxurious to be his superhero-themed bedroom. Where is he? Just then Julius appeared, saying that, by order of the master, the previous owner of the Camellia Palace and the Asen group had been expelled. Theo was stunned. So the place he's lying is actually Camellia Palace. Julius simply smiles and confirms that this is indeed Camellia Palace. The system announces that the scenario has been updated, and Theo receives a new quest, the Road to Fame. This time, he must take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. The takeover is complete, but the secret remains. Outside, Lady Amin is stomping mad, having been inexplicably kicked out of her beloved palace. Where's the justice? Overwrought, she couldn't stop stomping her feet, and the servants around her were at a loss for how to calm her down. In the distance, Asen and Choivan watch, unsure of what to do next, as Choivan begins to lose his composure. All he sees now is vengeance, as Choivan orders Asen to kill Theo. Asen had wanted to do it for a long time, but now he felt insecure about his own abilities and a little cowardly. But he assured his uncle that he would cut off Theo's wings during the awakening ceremony. But the villain wanted more. He wanted to cut off Theo's head, not just his wings. Ain glances at his uncle, sensing his unease, and decides to leave him. Silence is golden after all. If the old man got angry and chopped off my right hand, that would be troublesome. Cut to Theo, who has entered Camellia Palace, and begun scouting the palace where the conspirators lived. As he walked, he reflected on how things had diverged from his plans, but thankfully, in a positive direction, or he would have been demanding a refund from the writer. He easily seized the palace without needing his trump card. Seems like he's still blessed by the heavens. What's more, he unlocked another system function, an inventory. Theo reached in expecting to pull out something amazing like an iPhone 16 Pro Max, but the first thing he grabbed was just an apple. Who knew this cabinet came with a food service? You really can find anything these days. But now for the main event. Theo reaches in again, this time pulling out a key. This is a blue key that opens dungeons, but it must match the dungeon you want to open. Theo is certain this woman is connected to the room emitting that blue light. Unable to wait any longer, he approaches the door ready to insert the key and discover what the mother and daughter have been hiding in this unremarkable palace. Theo inserts the key, and as expected, it's connected to the palace's mysterious room. But as soon as he opened the door, he was met with an earthen tunnel leading deep into the earth, looking incredibly savage. The system announced that Theo was the first to discover this dungeon, and the experience points inside would be doubled for each quest. It seems he's hit the jackpot this time. Theo enters determined to clear this room no matter what horrors lie within, and sees this golden opportunity for double experience. But he realizes he can't go in empty-handed. If that's the case, he won't be able to catch the boss, so Theo uses the divine closet the system just gave him to take out armor and a sword, then follows the path to scout ahead. He was then met by a wolf, drooling, as it looked at him with eyes that said, "My darling wife has finally returned. Do you know how hungry I've been?" Theo sized it up, noting its tall, dark, and imposing figure. Calling this thing a monster wasn't far off. Meanwhile, the wolf, still bashful, began to approach Theo, the old wolf initially feigning innocence to get closer. But just as Theo let his guard down, the wolf pounced, aiming for his back. But Theo was ready. He'd been preparing for this since he arrived, merely feigning weakness to test the wolf's resolve. Who knew it would turn on him so quickly? Theo raises his shield, clamping the wolf's jaws shut. Their eyes meet in a moment of intense connection. Quite strong, this damn beast. But the wolf wasn't about to give up on him so easily. After biting the shield, it quickly released and tried another approach. The wolf lunged at Theo again, who stabbed at it with his sword to keep it at bay. But the beast's hide was incredibly tough, and it moved too fast to be injured by superficial attacks. These events reveal that this wolf is no ordinary beast. Perhaps it was personally trained by the Awakened, which explains its cowardice. This wolf must be as strong as a monster from the demon sea beyond the northern wall. If it's this tough, ordinary methods won't work. There had to be another way. Theo charged toward the wolf, attempting white arc and slash down. But the technique failed. Such mastery can't be copied so easily. Theo changes tactics, switching to the concise single strike technique. If the key to solving this is putting everything into one single sword strike, then Theo will hone his swordsmanship and focus on speed. This is what Evelyn taught him. In a flash, the wolf loses sight of Theo and is filled with rage. Enraged, the wolf didn't realize Theo was behind it, ready to send it to hell. The wolf, unable to bear the pain, howled to the heavens. Theo's last strike injured the wolf's eye. Though not fatally, Theo still taunts the beast. Enraged by the previous attack, the wolf lunges at Theo again, jaws wide, eager to devour the fresh meat. But Theo isn't afraid of this fake fox. He raised his sword, telling himself he could do it. Cut to 2 months later at Training Ground 4, where someone reports that the grounds are becoming increasingly crowded. Rumor has it the clan leader taught Theo single combat, drawing challengers eager to test him. Meanwhile, Sibin and his classmates are accosted by a blonde stranger with a deeply offensive name. "Hey, you lackeys over there." He asked about Theo's whereabouts with a very sarcastic tone. The blonde man was Henry Morris, a trainee swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace, who even called Theo a coward, enraging the Brotherhood. But before he could laugh for long, Sebin couldn't hold back, and lunged at him with his sword, shutting him up immediately. Unable to contain his emotions, Sebin blurted out a string of words that made his teammates sweat, reminding him that he shouldn't comment on other people's appearances like that. But those guys deserved it. He then ordered his team to draw their swords and teach those rude punks a lesson. The others were no pushovers either, each wielding a sword, and both sides prepared to fight. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from nowhere. Suddenly, Ja appears, stunning everyone. He's one of the 4 northern hounds. Following Jokna's appearance, another uninvited guest arrives, Hookus Lanky doubling the surprise, and leaving everyone stunned. It seems like an unlucky day, as 2 members of the northern hunting dogs have appeared, leaving Hookus utterly disappointed. His purpose was to challenge Theo Ragna, but upon arrival, there was no one to be found. Only people causing trouble for Theo's comrades. Meanwhile, Theo is still in the cave, diligently training and accumulating experience, as the system continuously announces his successful level-ups and the slaying of 170 demonic creatures. His stats have greatly improved, and after fighting those monsters, Theo takes a sip of a red potion and is instantly revitalized. Turns out this is the newbie's recovery potion, but Theo can't leave just yet. But there's still one more monster in this dungeon, and he's using the lamp to hunt down the final boss. Reaching the 5th floor, Theo's flashlight died, forcing him to discard it. Now the only usable item he has left is his sword and the magical Doza Iman pouch, and the system's initial supplies are almost gone. The sword he now wields was a gift from his mother on his previous life's birthday. A mother he often argued with, especially during the awakening ceremony, leading him to abandon the sword to rust in a corner. Looking back, it's clear this sword is no joke. Memories flood back to that birthday when the clock struck midnight and his mother excitedly came to his door. For many, the servants in their hands were gifts to celebrate Theo's coming of age, but Theo had inadvertently snapped at his mother. He said he didn't want to waste time on this birthday celebration, an act that plunged his mother into utter disappointment. Determined to avoid repeating past mistakes, Theo's every thought propels him closer to the monster's chamber. The system warns Theo that this is the boss's chamber, and inside lurks a powerful demon, Jack's own offspring. He must proceed with caution. As soon as the system vanished, the boss appeared. But this wasn't like any demon Theo had faced before. It was a dragon. As Theo approached, he realized it resembled a Learthek, easing his worries somewhat, but not entirely. The Ragna family is known as descendants of dragons, and the final boss of this strange quest is also a dragon. Theo can't help but wonder if it's just a coincidence. Or is there a deeper meaning behind it all? One thing's for sure, he needs to defeat this thing to complete the mission. Can Theo defeat such a massive beast all on his own? It all depends on him, as Evely and Remington are no longer around to help. Theo decides his first move will be lightning, a technique he's honed against ferocious wolves. It may not rival his father's dragon lightning, but if he maximizes the Dragonheart's power, he can inflict serious damage on the dragon. With that, Theo put all his strength into a direct sword thrust. His efforts paid off. The dragon was finally wounded. A bit of blood trickles from the dragon, causing it to cry out in pain, but it's not the effect Theo was hoping for. He wanted to pierce its brain, but the attack wasn't strong enough. Determined not to give up, Theo was resolved to fight the dragon to the very end, believing he could defeat it in an instant. But with his plan failing, he needed a new approach fast. To distract the dragon, he'll attack with a standard blow before targeting its weakness. The system's notification has turned from green to red. Signaling danger, the fear status effect has reduced movement speed by 10%. Theo now realizes he's being held back, unable to run. Theo could only watch helplessly as the dragon approached, unleashing a fiery blast that sent him flying. Theo crashes to the ground, but he's alright. This boss is different. If he drags this out, things will only get worse. The dragon wouldn't relent, immediately charging at Theo, who met the attack head-on. Theo immediately targeted the monster's weakness for the finishing blow, the dragon's reverse scale. Theo plunges his sword into the dragon's reverse scale, and the dragon, struck at its weak point, roars in agony. Theo knows his attack landed, but it only fuels the dragon's rage. It bared its fangs, glaring at Theo, while outside Huck and Day continued to argue. Huck, enraged, roared at Deja, demanding that Theo Ragna fight him first. Jay Ragna refused to yield to the big guy, calmly plugging one ear and mocking him, telling the loser to step aside. Huck refuses to listen, growing even more agitated. He says that was 3 years ago. His skills have improved every day since then, and 3 years is enough time to close the gap with Jay Ragna. But Jay ignored him coldly, dismissing him as a loser, which sent Hotch into a rage. He proposed a rematch, the winner to face Taeyok, and then attacked Day with his sword. But Day effortlessly blocked the blow, even though his sword was 10 times larger. This sudden battle stunned the onlookers, though they didn't understand what was happening. But seeing 2 members of the Northern Four Dogs fighting, everyone was terrified. Day and Hookus were fighting so fiercely that even an ant could feel their murderous intent when someone suddenly jumped in to block their swords, saying, "If you want to fight, take it somewhere else. This is the young master's territory." These words came from Remington. Remington's arrival only seemed to excite Hookus more. "Oh Remy, perfect timing, I wanted to fight you too." This guy seems desperate for a sparring partner, always looking for a pointless fight, and Remington can't stand the sight of him. As everyone argues, a chilling aura suddenly descends, sending shivers down everyone's spines, even Remington's. Even the ever-watchful Hookus wondered where this killing intent originated. Turning, they saw a figure approaching. Remington knew who it was, but this immense pressure suggested something terrible had happened during Theo's seclusion. Finally, Theo Ragna had arrived. Hookus is ecstatic. The opponent he's longed to face has finally arrived. But luckily, it exhausts itself over time. After all, the dragon's weakness is still their scales. After defeating the dragon, Theo receives his rewards, Lear the Fangs and Claws, and Lesser Drail's Fangs, a material used to increase weapon durability. Theo decides to use the fangs to repair his sword. After all, he got this sword from his mother, and the battle with the dragon had worn it down considerably. But the rewards weren't over yet. The system notified Theo that he had received the skill Lear's Fear, a D+ skill that releases the unique overwhelming killing intent of a Lear. It also instills fear in weaker targets nearby. Theo is overjoyed to receive this skill, as he's heard that only the chosen can use it, and he never thought he'd be so lucky. But then he remembered something: this skill might not work in VNA, where countless powerful beings reside. Theo's mission was now complete. The system announces that the Chimeria Palace dungeon has been cleared. Theo exits the room with a gloomy face, as the system congratulates him on completing the quest and rewards him with the Ancestor Compass, which guides the holder to the Ancestor's location. Theo eyed his new trinket, unsure of its purpose, but knowing he should keep it safe. He opened his locker and carefully stowed the compass away, then staggered toward his room, longing for rest after 2 months of torment at the hands of his devilish wives, leaving him feeling like his body was borrowed, not his own. But he barely took a few steps before a maid called out to him saying, "Master Theo, there's an emergency." As Theo turned his exhausted face, shocked the maid, who asked what had caused such distress. But he didn't answer, only asking what had happened. The maid informs Theo that there's a fight at training ground number 4, and hearing this, Theo loses all desire to sleep. And so Theo arrived at the scene, radiating an overwhelming aura, unleashing Learthek's fear ability. It blanketed the arena. A mere glance and an order for the blondes to vanish, and they collapsed in a foaming heap. This caught Hookus's attention, but with a power level of 191, he simply smirked at the sight of the others falling, and readied his sword for battle. "I knew it. I had a feeling you'd be interesting." Hookus lunged, sword swinging, but Theo easily deflected the blow, sending him reeling into disbelief. His training had been so easily thwarted. Even Theo is surprised he blocked Hookus's attack, as the old Theo would have been severely injured. Blackbear Hookus thwarted is not one to give up so easily. Driven by his competitive spirit, he charges forward once more, a trait born from being seen as the weakest of the four. He never completed his arsenal, and wasn't particularly intelligent, so he always wanted to prove himself. But that was only compared to the quartet. As a member of the Lanke family, he had never been defeated in terms of strength. Theo is confident in this fight. The opponent's blade is nothing compared to his current power. Theo easily dodges the sword strike once again. Not only could he block, but he could counterattack. Theo decided to deliver the final blow, felling Hookus, a giant of a man who lay sprawled on the ground, unable to open his eyes. Seeing Hookus unconscious before him, Theo was utterly shocked. He didn't realize he'd used all his strength to cope. Luckily, his opponent was Hookus, known for his toughness, so he only fainted. The gang members, thrilled by the spectacle, rushed to cheer on Theo, claiming he defeated Black Bear, one of the 4 great dogs, with a single blow. But Theo, feeling overpraised, restrained the crowd, saying Hookus had only fainted, not died. But just as he finished speaking, his sword suddenly cracked and broke in two. Theo stared in disbelief as the blade fell to the ground while his men continued to cheer. This was the sword his mother gave him for his birthday, but contrary to Theo's dark mood, his brothers exclaimed. As expected of young Master Theo, he even destroyed his sword with a single blow. Jagna silently observes the unfolding events, recalling a past encounter between her and Theo, back when they were children. On a snowy winter night, Day wandered the streets barefoot in a summer dress. Her face was red from the cold, but she didn't seem to mind. Theo found Day on the street and immediately wrapped his scarf around her neck to keep her warm. But it still wasn't enough, as she was still freezing, so Theo decided to take her home, smiling as he took her hand and said, "Come to my house. I'll take you home when the snow stops." Thinking this, Day suddenly smiled, her mind racing with thoughts, and then she turned and left. Remington watched her go, puzzled. He wondered if he'd imagined it, but he was sure he saw Jack Naeem smile, something he'd never witnessed before. Sometime later, one afternoon at Camellia Palace, everyone was celebrating Theo's birthday. Everyone congratulated him on being granted the title of Laster Tiger, or the Glorious Tiger. His mother appeared with a huge bowl of abalone, saying that these were caught in very limited quantities from the Adria Sea, and slowly roasted with butter only obtainable from the Quang Mountain farms. She spoke as she stuffed abalone after abalone into her son's mouth, hoping he'd grow up quickly and earn money to repay her. Before he could swallow, she urged him to try the chicken raised only on acorns from the western Leiria Desert. Here, fowl are carefully butchered at the precise moment, then simmered with ginseng, imported from a faraway eastern nation called January. Theo's head spins from his mother's constant feeding. but seeing her smiling face he suddenly remembers her broken body from his past life. He lowered his head, chuckling softly, then cheerfully thanked his mother. After eating his fill so much so that his belly fat was bulging out of his clothes, Theo brought out the broken sword for his mother. Seeing the broken sword, the lady was shocked, but Theo explained it had broken during training, apologizing for damaging the precious gift she'd given him for his birthday. The madam suddenly slams her hand on the table. That wretched old man. Theo was shocked to hear his mother speak like that, as she was usually so gentle and kind. It turned out she was angry because she felt cheated by the seller. The old man had sworn that the sword was made of renowned white steel and ironwood, so it would never break. Hearing the word ironwood, Theo asked his mother if it was the ironwood from the southern fracture forest. His mother remained convinced that she had been deceived by the salesman. Theo had heard of this wood before, knowing it was good, but he didn't realize it was so valuable. He didn't know where his mother had gotten this sword, but she was determined to find the seller and demand answers, returning with the most perfect sword in the world for Theo. Theo was speechless, as he humbly suggested any replacement sword would do, but his mother wouldn't hear of it, insisting that now that everyone was recognizing his true worth, he needed to be even more meticulous. Furthermore, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, so they can't just do things halfway. She won't allow her son to appear with a shabby old sword. With that, she turned and headed for the door, saying they should go right away since they were already talking about it. Theo, surprised, asked where she was going, and she confidently replied that they were going to the best workshop in all of Winterra Basket. Basket Workshop was known as one of Winterra's most prestigious weapon manufacturers. This workshop is famous for its enormous size, comparable to a factory, but that's not what makes it special. But the most noteworthy thing about the Basket Workshop is its owner, a master artisan and blacksmith classified as top tier by the intelligence agency. But in this world, only two artisans are known as the embodiment of capitalism. The demon artisan is actually a woman with platinum white hair and long pointed ears. Despite the grime from forging swords, her aura is captivating, and Theo's mother speaks first. Look who it is. I'm honored to see such a legend in person for the first time. I never thought I'd meet someone like this. But he didn't know how his mother knew such a famous figure. And as he pondered, she delivered a shock of the century. She still smokes. He's instantly petrified, because he's never heard his mother mention any of this before. He always thought his mother was an orphan without a family. But it turns out his grandmother is that high-ranking demon. His grandmother casually refuses to acknowledge her relationship with his mother. What mother? I'm sorry, dear customer, but our mother-daughter relationship ended when you chose to run away. Judging by her tone, this wasn't the first time this scene had played out, but the news was too sudden for Theo to process. If this is true, then he has elven blood in him. No wonder he's so handsome and attracts women wherever he goes. Back to the main issue, his grandmother asks why they've come, and his mother throws the sword that the madam claims is fake at her. I'm here to return a defective product. His grandmother swiftly caught the sword, hardly believing her ears, and questioned the claim, confident in her craftsmanship. She was certain that no sword leaving her workshop could ever be defective. But when the blade was drawn, only the hilt remained, and she began to doubt humanity, while Theo's mother continued to complain about the shop's lack of credibility. Theo was still daydreaming about sparring with an elf while Kia asked who had been using the sword. Theo's mother proudly replied that it was her son, of course. Theo bows, respectfully introducing himself to his grandmother. It's an honor to meet the renowned master of the Basket Workshop. His grandmother didn't react much, only politely, saying she'd heard of him lately, but inwardly praised her daughter for raising such a fine son. Back to the main topic, are you really the one who wields this sword? Theo confirms it, and his mother chimes in to support him. I told you this thing is broken. Kia heard this and fell silent for a moment, then called him and the lady inside to cook, saying that if they talked outside like this, others would see and judge. Along the way, he asked his mother about her relationship with the swordmaster. She happily answered his questions, and he couldn't help but wonder if Kia-sun was her birth mother, but she wasn't. Kia-sun only cared for and raised her for 6 months, but in that short time the elf Kia-sun had taken great care of his mother. The lady spoke of Kia-sun with a sweet tone, saying the elf loved all things, beautiful jewelry, music, theater, even people, perhaps. That's why Kia-sun adopted her. Kia-sa overheard this, and though she felt a warmth in her heart, she remained outwardly indifferent, telling the lady to stop mentioning the meaningless past, which was utterly useless. But the lady knew her foster mother's nature too well. She smiled, knowing those words weren't Kia-sa's true feelings. Feeling exposed by her adopted daughter's words, she became angry and quickened her pace. Since she was already listening, Cecilia continued to press her mother about why she left. It's funny you ask, because if I hadn't left you wouldn't even be here. Before Lady Cecilia could answer, Kia revealed that Cecilia left on her own accord, declaring she would become the VNA tribe leader's wife, a memory that brought sorrow to the elf's face, her daughter's departure leaving her with much sadness. She truly saw Cecilia as her own daughter. Daring to go to such a miserable place, how foolish yet admirable that she lived so long. But Celia's reaction is eye-opening, her face beaming with happiness as she speaks of the chieftain. Who can blame her? The chieftain is handsome, dashing, masculine, and loves his child deeply. Not only did she run off with a man, but she recounts it like a badge of honor. Even the elf Kiasu doesn't hesitate to expose the lady's past. Yet last year she returned demanding that Kiasar forge a sword as a gift for her son. Cecilia exposed before her son felt ashamed. The mother and son, long separated, bickered like children. Watching his mother and the demon artisan, he realizes he's never seen her talk like that before. In his past life, that is. He never truly knew his mother. Looking back, he realizes how ungrateful he was, perhaps because he was too obsessed with the clan and being consumed by it. Moreover, it's clear the demon artisan cares deeply for his mother. But why didn't he notice any of this in his previous life? They arrived at the room. Khan wanted to show him her room, the main office of the workshop, while Cecilia chattered on about how Khan should have given Theo the best sword instead of bringing them here. Kia then pulled Theo into the room, told Cecilia to wait outside and slammed the door shut, leaving Khan visibly tense. Kia asks Theo if he possesses a relic of the primal dragon, but Theo is unsure what she's referring to. Theo asks if Kiasa is referring to the guardian dragon ancestor, who protects the family. He'd only ever heard the legend that the ancestor distributed the primordial dragon's treasure throughout Winterra to the Ragna descendants. Before Theo could answer, Khan angrily drew the broken sword, lamenting, "If you don't have the relic, why is her sword like this?" She poured her heart into this sword. Khan is furious, drawing her broken sword while Kia descends with a chest she's tried in vain to open. Long ago, a primordial dragon broke a fang and forged a monstrous blade, the Moonlight Sword. Kia immediately brought the box down, explaining that she had tried countless times to open it, hoping for a valuable item, but to no avail. Long ago, in the Age of Myths, the primordial dragon broke a fang and forged a sword, the monstrous blade, Moonlight. She then lays down the condition that if Theo can break the seal and successfully retrieve the sword, she will give him the Moonlight Sword, also warning him that he could lose his life in the process. So what do you say, want to give it a try? It was as if Theo's G-spot had been hit. Though he hadn't even begun, he confidently declared that the white Moonlight Sword would be his. The system then displayed his second quest. This time the target was indeed the white Moonlight Sword. The white Moonlight Sword belongs to Black Dragon, leader of the Break Snow Society, and one of the 9 dragons, yet few know its true form. Because most who have heard of or seen this sword have either logged out of Earth or disappeared without a trace. But somehow Theo witnessed the true form of the white Moonlight Sword and Black Dragon let him live. And so, the Black Dragon's Moonlight Sword was here 4 years ago. He'd already crossed paths with its master. So Kiasu has been the sword's keeper all this time. To encounter the sword a second time, this can't be a coincidence. He must retrieve this sword. After observing, Theo realizes this place resembles the Camellia Palace, so this blue key should be effective here. Seeing Theo pull out a key, Kaiser is surprised, thinking that even though he looks a bit childish, he has some interesting things. After taking out the key, Theo immediately tries to insert it into the box to see if anything happens. As soon as he turned it, the box clicked open, unleashing a gust of wind from a built-in billion-watt air conditioner sucking Theo and Kirsch inside. As he opened his eyes, a familiar scene unfolded before him, triggering memories of the day the Ashen and Randon invaded the Rose Palace. While Theo was lost in thought, a strange creature appeared behind him ready to attack. But Theo is no fool anymore. He swiftly grabs the bird's beak, sealing its foul mouth shut, attempting to control minds, exploiting ambition for power to turn them against themselves. What a monster sword! This bird thought it had the upper hand, only to be silenced by a 17-year-old kid. It had never been treated this way before, but it couldn't escape, and could only curse at Theo. Theo calmly told the bird that he had long overcome the despair it had sown, calling it a country bumpkin. Then he taunted the bird for thinking its petty power could sway him, saying, "Sorry, I'm too awake and handsome for that now." Theo remembers the birdmaster being at least 10 meters tall, but now it's barely his size, and he threatens it with a punch. The bird, afraid of being beaten, loses its arrogance and begs for mercy. "Don't do that to my handsome Theo. Let's talk this through." Theo's external condition isn't looking too good right now. Lady Scylla frantically shook him, trying to wake him, but there was no response. After all, Theo was her only child, and if something were to happen to him, Chief Vapna was already old. How would they have another? Unable to bear the shock, Scylla turned away, weeping, and demanded to know why Theo was in this state. She only asked Kia to forge him the world's finest sword, not to involve him in some ritual. Kia could only watch the unconscious, Theo unsure of his fate as she had never heard of or witnessed the strange energy emanating from him. But then she remembered he possessed a sacred artifact, so surely nothing too serious would happen. The air between the two women was thick with tension, and Cecilia, her face hardening, turned to Kia and said, "If Theo is harmed, I will never forgive you." Just as she finished speaking, Theo's hand twitched and strange black objects suddenly swirled around him, creating a vortex from his chest before vanishing. Cecilia called out to Theo, who opened his eyes, relieved to see her son safe and sound. She embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Theo, feeling guilty for always worrying his mother, comforted her, saying she didn't need to panic as he was as strong as an ox. The system then congratulated Theo on successfully hunting the griffin, rewarding him with the rightful ownership of the white Moonlight Sword. Theo pondered something as he looked at the sword in his hand, realizing that this mission was fortunate for him because the griffin was easy to defeat, having just broken free from its seal, rendering both it and its mind control ineffective against him. The system reminded Theo that after absorbing the chi from the white moonlight sword, his magic power had increased significantly, adding 30 points to his total. Theo's magic power has now exceeded 200, a truly unexpected feat, and has even allowed him to begin acquiring holy power. This is the realm of a high-level swordsman. This holy power strengthens the body, and any injury heals in just 1.5 seconds. Unfortunately, he can't use his full magic power yet, and must hold back until the awakening ceremony. Kia praises him and Theo eagerly asks about their original promise. His mother's mood was the complete opposite, looking at Kia Cern, as if she wanted to devour her whole. Khan said Elle couldn't lie, then told him to look at the sword. Theo did so and immediately noticed the sword seemed to be defying him. Theo asks Kia if the sword hasn't recognized him as its master yet, but Kia explains that it's just feeling stifled. Having been trapped for centuries, it simply wants to unleash all its pent-up resentment now that it's finally free. Kia suggests Theo try swinging the sword at the wall with all his might to see what happens. Little did she know, those words would become her greatest regret. She even said that even with the moonlight sword, a mere boy who hadn't even gone through the awakening ceremony couldn't possibly damage the basket smithy. Theo felt a strange tingle after hearing those words and his lips twitched. If Kiyase had spoken so confidently, he wouldn't hold back any longer. He could conceal the dragon's heart at any time, so he'd use this opportunity to test the sword. After politely asking Kiyasa for permission, Theo put all his strength into a strike against the wall. With the first strike, Kiyasa already felt uneasy, not expecting Theo to be this strong. Seeing her grandson raise his sword for another strike, she couldn't sit still any longer, rushing to stop him, but it was too late. Theo's last strike even unleashed lightning, and Kiyasa has only herself to blame. Seeing her precious workshop destroyed by her beloved grandson, Kiyasa's face froze, while Cecilia's eyes lit up as if she'd seen a handsome man. Obviously, with that little force, Basket's life's work was left with a massive hole. But there's no going back to stop Theo from touching the sword. Theo himself realizes the sword is far too dangerous, having absorbed all of his magic power. Before he can celebrate, Kiyasa rushes toward him. He touched Theo's stomach to see if he had unlocked his mana, but he was unbelievably powerful. But like Evely, he found nothing. Kiyasial cried out in exasperation, "Good heavens, you're not proficient in magic at all. Is he really just using the sharpness of his sword?" Kiyasan thought to herself. This child truly is the genius everyone speaks of, and he's her grandson. She suddenly grinned, imagining how jealous the other old women would be that her grandson was a genius. If that's the case, she had to seize this opportunity. Kiyasan immediately placed her hand on his and said, "From now on I will sponsor you. All you need to do is spread your wings and show the world your skills." She thought of the future where the money earned would make him a living billboard for this basket factory. "I thought it was going to be a touching family story between grandmother and grandson." Cecilia, wide-eyed, affectionately called out, "Mom, I see the money shining in your eyes, Mom. Nothing could be colder than this." Kia's son, feeling called out awkwardly, sprays hairspray and falls silent. All good things must come to an end. And after acquiring the White Moon Sword, it was time for Theo and Cecilia to return home. They bowed to Kia. San then boarded the carriage and departed, leaving her with 2 dragon horns and a message to use them to cover the cost of repairing the wall. Holding the heavy horns, Kia-san could already see the money piling up, and suddenly felt a surge of joy as she went inside, reminiscing about raising her beloved daughter, who gave her such a sweet and adorable grandson. Suddenly a voice from behind made Kia-san pause. After all this time, Kia-san warily turned to see who dared startle her, only to find a black bird perched on a branch. "Why are you here?" The bird remained silent, gazing down as if judging the demon artisan. 5 days passed, and it was Theo's awakening ceremony. He was diligently training with Evelyn. After just a few days, Theo's change is so drastic that Evely is astonished, remarking that his swordsmanship has become stronger and faster. Theo happily replied, relieved to have earned her praise. Theo's rapid transformation stunned everyone, especially Evelyn. She can feel his efforts. Theo has grown so strong that he can now push Evely back. And if Theo awakens his magic today, a monster will surely appear. The final training session before Theo and Evely's awakening ceremony has come to an end. Eveline encourages Theo to aim for first place, and wishes him good luck. Theo smiled and thanked Evelyn, promising to mention her name in his valedictorian speech if he topped the class. Evelyn watched him go, getting a strange vibe, while the others, hearing their names might be mentioned, rushed over, hoping for a shout-out. Their names too. This shallow ideology has really spread far and wide. It's too dangerous. Theo decides to head to the capital for the awakening ceremony, otherwise he'll be waiting until his next life. He quickly arrived at the awakening ceremony, confidently announcing his name to the guards at the closed gate, who dared not stop him. Inside, a large crowd had already gathered, as the awakening ceremony was the most important annual event for the Jack Na family. Everyone who participates hopes for the best possible outcome, and as swordsmen of Jack Na, it's the first place they're recognized and respected. Here the entire clan watches the participants, including the clan leader Kile Ragna, and most notably the former leader from 2 generations ago, Huda Ragna, who doesn't look a day over 150. She must be using magic to stay so young. I'd believe you if you said she was my mother's age, but either way, it's good that she's here. A drumbeat echoes, drawing everyone's attention as the Dragon Gate swordsman Vihanaja steps forward as the examiner. He announces that it's time for the test. Each participant must take a sword from the floor and mark the top of the steel wall on the platform over there, a task that visibly daunts them all. Vihana explains that the wall is forged from a snow-white steel alloy, impervious to ordinary iron swords, but channeling mana into an attack will change everything. Each person will receive a soma, which will grant them 10 years worth of mana. This elixir will unlock their mana pathways. They must swallow the soma, open their mana channels, and only then can they strike the snow-white steel wall. The depth of the cut will determine the outcome. From now on, I'll call out names, and those people will receive a soma and step onto the platform. This game sounds interesting. Theo is the first to step up. Theo exuded confidence with every step, determined to surpass Asen's first-place ranking from his previous life. Theo takes the soma from the soldier, then heads to the sword to lift it and advance towards the steel wall. The system displays today's mission to become the #1 ranker in the awakening ceremony. Above, the former chieftain speaks with Chieftain Kile Ragna. "Is that the boy? Kyle, the boy you mentioned." Chief Kyle politely suggests that Theo has caught the former chief's eye. She retorts that Kile mentioned Theo had caught his eye, otherwise how would she know? A rather foolish question. She looked down at Theo as he approached the wall and said, "Let's see what this descendant is really capable of." Standing before the steel wall, Theo felt a moment of apprehension, but it quickly vanished. The proctor ordered him to swallow the soma, and he obediently complied. Theo remembers swallowing soma in his past life, and failing to control the mana, severely damaging his core. But no one steps in the same river twice. Once a fool, but never again. From the moment Theo swallowed the soma, waves of energy emanated from him, and everyone around him felt the pressure. Even the examiner was shocked by the powerful mana surge. He even scoffed that Theo couldn't control it. This soma has its own unique poison. When someone swallows a soma, they must carefully control it to allow mana to flow into their core. Talented mana users have more mana, but if they aren't careful, they could become crippled. He thought Theo couldn't control the mana, because to most Theo was just a useless bastard who couldn't amount to anything. But Theo opened his eyes when he remained unscathed. Theo remained unharmed, defying the old examiner's expectations, and surprising both him and himself. With this newfound power, he now possesses both a dragon heart and mana, veins, the perfect combo for valedictorian. It seems he'll have to prepare a speech for later, but Theo suddenly finds the game boring, as this time victory came too easily. He really is something else, crying when he can't do it, but now, ignoring the trivial matters, Theo needs to focus all of this immense mana and unleash it to create a legend. Theo is now like a superstar, every move drawing attention. As he swings, an image of a giant dragon with sharp teeth appears behind him. His aura chills the three observers, leaving them drenched in sweat. Theo's strike slams into the steel wall, sending tremors through it. Ian watches in disbelief as his rival achieves such resounding success. Theo's strike leaves a massive deep fissure across the steel wall, and the referee Vihan is so stunned he drops his jaw. Theo Ragna is officially recognized as having passed the trial, and he confidently turns and walks away. The crowd was stunned by Theo's ability, buzzing with disbelief that anyone but the clan's young master could achieve such a feat. This was beyond incredible. After this display, Theo's luck suddenly jumped from -6 to 0, catching his attention. At the same time, the announcement that his curse of bad luck had ended appeared, and from now on, his reputation would begin to spread throughout the world. Upon receiving this notification, Theo rejoices like a child, finally having achieved his goal. Now he can start on equal footing. For others, this was Theo's lifelong dream in his previous life, and many are intrigued by his performance. Osa Ragna Blunus eyes him, wanting to take him as a disciple, while Julius can't laugh anymore, seeing so many people interested, because he had his eye on the boy since he was nothing. But most notably, Huda Jana finds Theo very interesting, while the black and sword dragons were unexpected. What makes him happiest today is catching Huda's eye, which is why he showed his full potential. What Theo seeks is Garuda's heart, and Huda possesses it, acquiring that would pave an easier path forward. Following Theo, Saiban was called up, and fortunately his results were positive. Saiban cried tears of joy and raised his fist in triumph. "I did it." Thankfully, Saiban succeeded. I was worried I wouldn't even be able to approach it. Following Saiban were Jackna, Hookus, Lonky, and Remington, all members of the Northern Hunting Dogs. They all had impressive achievements, but none left as deep a mark as Theo. The last to step onto the awakening platform was Asen. His upcoming performance is highly anticipated, with many betting he can't surpass Theo's recent feat. These words reached his ears, and he gnashed his teeth in anger, his competitive spirit burning even brighter. Ain strode powerfully onto the ritual platform, swallowing the soma as before. As soon as Asen swallowed the soma, he was engulfed in flames, catching the judges off guard. His magic power rivaled Theo's, leaving the judges speechless. Those who came today have brought him many surprises. Asen's slash has power and depth no less than Theo's, and their results are almost identical. In this case, accuracy will determine the winner. The judge strikes the gong once more, announcing the end of the first round of the awakening ritual. Those who pass this round will prepare for the second round, which will take place in 4 days. Now the moment everyone's been waiting for the ranking announcement with such close results. So who will be the top scorer in the first round? The examiner announces that the top performer in the awakening ceremony is none other than Theo Ragna, the most handsome guy in this story. Theo is surprised to hear his name, but it's the result of all his hard work and effort. He scored a perfect 10 inches technique, magic, and control. His speed is unmatched with no wasted movements. The crowd is shocked that Asen lost this round. The proctor continues, even the depth of his slash is the same as Lord Thiel's. This revelation sent even more shockwaves through the crowd. Thoko Kyo Ragna was known as one of the 5 closest to inheriting the throne. The second-place finisher Asen Jagna also scored a perfect 10 out of 10, but his sword strike was shorter than Theo's, placing him second, a result that filled Asen's eyes with a disturbing light. All he felt was hatred, wishing Theo would disappear from his sight. The rankings continued to be announced with Sieben in last place at 87th, a small consolation perhaps, but he was happy to be on the same team as his idol, Theo Ragna. The second initiation ritual will be held in 3 days at Dong Mountain, and the 87 candidates must prepare thoroughly for this next stage. Otherwise, they'd have to wait until next year to fight the youngsters. No one gets a rematch within the year. Theo humbly thanked everyone but added that this wasn't the end. Their goal was to pass the second opening ceremony together. Then Theo put his arm around Remington and declared to everyone that he and Remington would definitely continue to take first place. Remington congratulates Theo on his victory but is saddened by his own distant ranking. Theo, never arrogant, assures Remington that his win was simply luck. And what does that matter between friends? Theo's words pulled Remington back into the light once more. Now that's what friends are for. The haze in Remington's mind began to clear. The two promised to show everyone what true camaraderie looked like in the second round, while Theo ventured alone to the snow-covered eastern mountain that very night. Theo knew that achieving first place in this initiation ritual was impossible for him in his past life. But this is only the beginning. Killing a pawn like Randon is enough for now, but Asen and the other heavenly dragons are his true targets in this game. Reborn in this life, he would make them pay tenfold by any means necessary. Theo's expression was unusually serious, his aura radiating a terrifying presence. He's also here to check the compass, which the system rewarded him last time, pointing towards the eastern mountain range. Theo decides to go and see what the organization is. Suddenly he senses someone behind him and instantly uses blink to disappear, leaving the other person dumbfounded. Before he could process what was happening, Theo Ragna's sword was at his throat. "Who are you?" The hooded figure frantically explains that he's not suspicious, but rather Gesbi Yotan of the Sword Guild unit sent here by his captain, who watched the opening ceremony. Upon hearing this, Theo breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be reconnaissance, something he had anticipated from the start. Little did he know they'd be so quick. He smugly tells Theo that he had the chance to join the Sword Ju entrance exam. He sounds confident about his team's reputation, but before he can get carried away, someone arrives to mock him, saying the Gu sword team is full of fools, just as he thought. Feeling unfairly targeted, he protests, wondering what he did to deserve such treatment, as another girl steps forward, earnestly inviting Theo to join their sword squad. The person who invited them was Anne Sasori, the vice captain of the Black Iron Cavalry. But before she could even approach, a crowd of people jumped down and cut her off. Anyone who dared step forward would be met with her chilling gaze. A flurry of people introduced themselves, each from a different guild. Some guilds are even offering him a captain position within the next 3 years. Talk about being in the right place at the right time. One swing of his sword and everyone wants to work with him. It's a shame no beauties have come to court him. They bicker like children fighting over candy, and all Theo can think about is finding a corner to hide in and pray before things get even more complicated. While the others squabbled, a more mature woman appeared, her every step exuding confidence. That woman is Osa Ragna Brunis, the Sword King's daughter from the Plum Blossom Palace. But is it really necessary to lower yourself this much to recruit talent? Like the others, she's here with the goal of recruiting Theo. On another training ground, an unfortunate man is beheaded by Asen. Not just one, but dozens have suffered naked chicken feasts, all because of Asen's rage. He's like a rabid beast, senselessly slaughtering people. With a terrible personality like that, it's no wonder he's never favored. Sen is like he's on drugs, seeing everyone as Theo, fueling his hatred, and yesterday's second-place finish pushed him over the edge, told him to just take half, but no, he had to do the whole thing, and now he's completely lost it. No one on the training ground could escape his deadly scythe, and now corpses littered the ground, after Asen's pointless exercise. As he stood gazing at the pile of bodies at his feet, he heard footsteps approaching and swung his sword without hesitation. No matter who it is, Asen has completely lost his mind, but his sword is nothing compared to his uncle's. He easily blocks the blade with 2 fingers, then sternly says to Asen, "Do you think misplaced anger will change anything?" He then turned and left, telling Asen to follow him, because in times like these, one must keep a cool head, not act foolishly. At the second ritual, I'll show you how to turn it into Theo Ragna's grave. On the snowy mountain, the appearance of the Plum Blossom Palace's lady has put a lot of pressure on the other factions. The Plum Blossom Palace's lady herself has arrived. Our side is far too weak. With a wave of her hand, Lady Osa conjures violet light, astonishing everyone around her. They speculate that Osa is using a space isolation spell. And just like that, Theo and Osa are alone in another dimension. This is one of the defining traits of the Plum Blossom Palace heiress, creating a space completely isolated from the outside world. Theo had only heard rumors of this, but today he witnessed it firsthand. It felt like being torn apart by thousands of adoring fans. Osa spoke up. I'm sure he's furious, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theo hadn't understood what Oa meant by gift when Oa pulled out a sword, claiming it was powerful with the breath of a dragon capable of burning everything to ashes. Then Oa drew the sword, its blade so sharp it could slice meat into paper-thin pieces. But she was unlike the unknown man, infusing her sword with countless variations. Moreover, the dragon she wants to change contains all possible variations. She then shows off a few moves to impress Theo, which are artistic, albeit a bit flashy, but it's an artistic style so it's acceptable. Theo watched the display, mouth agape and drool dripping. It was the first time he'd seen such masterful swordsmanship. Usually he only saw stiff robotic movements. Osa explains that all those moves were just a single breath, calling it the first form Vu Hoa Thien. Theo gulped, realizing that 120 steps were completed in a single breath. And so the swordplay unfolded, confirming the rumors that even dragons would cower before Osa's swordsmanship. Theo began to imagine his future victories, thinking that if he combined what he had just seen into his own swordsmanship and unleashed it all at once, his father, Chief Kyle, would be nothing more than a name. Seeing her grandson drooling with desire, Osa knew the fish was hooked and it was time to sweeten the deal. If he wanted to see more, he could seek her out anytime after the ceremony. With that, she vanished instantly. Even her departure was fascinating. As she departed, flowers bloomed where she once stood in the illusionary Canada. Theo, captivated, knew he couldn't miss out on such a grand gift. But then again, wouldn't it be too much to become a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace's young lady, and a member of the White Dragon Armor Cavalry? Oh well, Theo doesn't have a shy bone in his body anyway. 3 days later, the second round finally begins in the vast winter mountains, stretching from their stronghold to the Demon Sea. The Varna's mission is to protect humanity from that cursed land, the Demon Sea. For over 1,000 years, monsters have infested the lands outside the great city, a role everyone must one day undertake. That's why this place was chosen as the second location for the ceremony, and today's supervisor is Jackie Jackna. He added that because there were still cadets missing, they couldn't enter the Demon Sea, and the test site would be limited to the city. He warned them not to cross the line into the Demon Sea. The test was simple. For the next 15 days, they had to catch monsters from the winter mountains and collect the bells around their necks. These bells come in 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The higher the color on the spectrum, the more valuable the bell. The stronger the monster, especially those with purple bells that they believe the kids can't defeat, the more points they'll earn. They can use any weapon as long as they bring back the bells by the end of the test. After hearing the explanation, Jianjun realizes there are no rules, meaning they can steal each other's bells or prey. This proctor is openly encouraging them to sabotage each other, but in the end, only the survivors are worthy of Ragna. In addition, the organizers will place totems in various locations to prevent monsters from invading, and the necessities are buried in safe zones so participants are advised to use them wisely. The official test begins, and everyone disperses. CBIN thinks to himself that, since the test lasts 15 days, he should prioritize getting supplies first, then support Theo, truly the world's most loyal servant. If they don't fall in love after this, it'll be a waste of a beautiful love. He excitedly jumps into this game like it's his forte. Elsewhere, Uncle N is also present. There was a plot between him and Asen to eliminate Theo, but I predict that plan will fail miserably. As Theo searches for supplies, Remington appears behind him, calls his name, and asks him a very strange question. You said we were friends, right? He then confessed his feelings, saying that, after 3 days of careful consideration, he realized he saw Theo as both a rival and a friend, which made him a little greedier than before. Remington expressed his desire to surpass Theo in this fight, and after listening intently, Theo simply smiled and said he understood Remington's feelings, and he had considered them carefully, words that lifted a weight from Remington's heart. He thought he was alone in his feelings, but Theo didn't seem bothered by his words at all. Indeed, beautiful inside and out, Remington's spirits were lifted. He excitedly declared that this was why he couldn't lose coming all this way just to say these words. Theo smiled and wished Remington good luck, after which Remington immediately disappeared. After Remington left, Theo felt the game had become much more interesting thanks to Remington targeting him, but there's no time to think about that now. Emotions aside, the mission is to find the dragon's nest that the compass has led him to. Beneath the mountain, a familiar blue light signals the start of a new quest, as Theo, compass in hand, searches for the true light within his heart. He knew from the start what he sought was nearby, but he didn't expect it to be buried in the snow. Now to get his treasure, he'd have to dig through this thick snowdrift. He kicks himself, wishing he'd brought a shovel, as using his beloved White Moon sword for digging looks ridiculous. But hindsight is always 20/20. Well, I guess it's time to pull out my trusty sword and get some exercise. With one mighty swing, Theo carved a path through the snow, declaring, "Don't hide." It turns out there was a group of young punks hiding here, and they emerged as soon as Theo discovered them. One of them found this interesting and grinned. "When did you realize we were here? These punks must think they're kings of hide and seek, believing no one can find them once they're hidden." the leader still acts high and mighty. But the two following behind were already shaking in their boots, the infamous booze trio of Mount Bukhai Cao and Lun. These thugs often pose as victims during missions and kill civilians, a side effect of the Ragna family's expansion. They'll never forget the Book Mountain Village massacre, even in death. Back then, you and Husin resolved this case, so you know how terrible it was. According to official records, in addition to the 761 fatalities, 220 people went missing without a trace. And worst of all, the identities of the victims couldn't be determined because the demons had crushed their heads beyond recognition. Ever since he gained his full power, Theo had planned to deal with these beasts when his terrible anger subsided. But it seems fate has intervened as those young punks are now watching him. Theo asked if Asen was the one who paid them to take him out, but they scoffed, saying, "We're not about to be manipulated by some kid like Asen." Realizing his guess was wrong, Theo asks who it was, but of course these guys aren't dumb enough to reveal the name of the one who paid them. Unexpectedly, Theo whispers, Elder, leaving the three dumbfounded, wondering how he guessed. Truly, a reincarnated person knows everything. But the leader didn't care. He was arrogant, confident he couldn't lose to a 17-year-old boasting about his power and reassuring his comrades. "Don't worry, he's as good as dead." With a sinister grin, he pointed his sword at Theo, saying he found the most pleasure in destroying handsome goody two-shoes faces like Theo's. But in contrast to his mood, Theo showed no reaction and instead slowly began to draw his beloved White Moon sword. It remains to be seen who will devour whom. As he spoke, Theo unleashed an aura of terrifying pressure, and behind him, the image of an enraged dragon glared at the three young thugs ready to devour them. With a single strike, Theo obliterates everything in a cloud of dust, his eyes now razor sharp. He declares he won't become like them, destroying the faces of innocent people, so he'll behead them. After that attack, none of them are immortal enough to keep fighting. Theo continues dispatching his opponents with incredible speed, leading him to believe they were too inexperienced to pose a real challenge. After 3 days of studying the Plum Blossom Palace's celestial dance technique, gifted by the young lady, he finally managed to perform it 3 times in a row. Furthermore, he could change and apply it in many ways like curves and circles, though he couldn't perform it 120 times in a row like its originator. The immediate problem is figuring out how to get underground after dealing with these bodies. That's the Theo Ragna way. Lost in thought, Theo's attention is drawn to a blue light behind him, leading him to a hidden staircase near the cliff face. This must be the legendary hidden staircase. A system notification appears, revealing a hidden quest: find the hidden staircase and explore the Azure Cave. Without hesitation, Theo leaps into the unknown, baffling a nearby bird, while in the war room the 4 pillars report the current standings to the Council of Elders. Asen holds the top spot with 41 demons summoned, leading a team of 21, followed by Jagna in second place. Lord Julius, curious, interrupted the report to inquire about Theo, only to be shocked to learn that Theo's score was 0 and he had no allies. The Plum Blossom Palace maiden eavesdrops on the conversation, while the Elder and Chamchui say that Theo's success in the first round doesn't guarantee the same in the second. Hearing the reports, the Elder can't hide, his joy bursting into laughter when Theo's status as a royal child is mentioned. He was still thinking about whether the thugs he hired to deal with Theo had done their job, unaware that those 3 punks had already met their watery end. The Elder and Asen's shameless uncle exchange dangerous glances. They seem to have found common ground, and Theo's situation is a source of great joy for them. After taking over the Camellia Palace, Asen's uncle took the opportunity to investigate the Rose Palace, but found nothing. The only clue to the Rose Palace lies with Theo, so he must contact Asen and urge him to move faster. Sensing the tension, she whispers to Julius, "The Elder and Secretary are plotting something. We need to establish a safety net." But Julius refused immediately, believing in Theo's abilities, strength, and strategic mind. The recent results must have been due to some kind of trouble, so even if he interfered with the test, it would be pointless. With that, Julius was furious. "Besides, I can't overlook the fact that you met Theo without telling me." Oa could only sit there enduring Julius's anger and reluctantly said that Theo's feelings were the most important thing, which shows how much Theo is favored by the great elders. Meanwhile, Theo ventured into the green cave, filled with human bones, assessing the tricky mind attack traps. A normal person would likely perish just from the staring skeletons. But Theo is more than capable of overcoming them, especially after passing the White Moon sword test. These piles are nothing to him. Theo begins to use expanded senses to see what's there. This is one of the special abilities allowing the user to alter their physical abilities and use mana to enhance their senses. Venturing deeper, Theo finally arrives at his destination, the nest of the Nonon. Seeing the golden light emanating from the cave entrance, Theo's eyes lit up like the headlights of a Lamborghini. Legend has it that 3 years from now, this is where Husein caught the Non and found the legendary item. But Theo is one step ahead. Standing before the grand entrance, he apologizes to Husein in the future, but with such tempting bait before him, he has no choice but to take it first. Theo's arrival has awakened the beast within, and a chilling Amen echoes through the chamber. He was stunned, frozen in disbelief, before a mountain of gold and jewels. He spoke softly, "This isn't a baby dragon's nest." Like a tiny ant before a mountain of treasure, Theo wondered if this was a dragon's nest. A massive dragon stood atop the gold. Theo sweats as he looks at it, realizing he's in trouble. Fighting a dragon would mean forgetting Amon's relic. I'd die here. He never expected it to be here. Not at all. Theo wondered if Hoxian Fo had believed false information, or if he'd simply arrived 3 years too early. As he turned, he thought, either way, I never expected this. I have to retreat for now. Sensing his departure, the ancient dragon silently watches him leave. Too bad, but I'll have to come back here before Hoxian does. He senses something dangerous behind him. Theo glanced back to see the dragon standing before him, known as the ancient dragon. It looks him over, then speaks. It's been a long time since someone chose to appear. It introduced itself as Roadbroke, and Theo was shocked when it spoke, saying, I am the guardian dragon that you, the Jiangna clan, call the master of the Winter Mountain. Is this Rootbroke? He immediately kneels. Greetings, my ancestor. It was surprised that Theo called it his ancestor. So you're saying the guardian dragon is partners with Theo's ancestor Sig, and also Friedrift's mother? He simply grunts in response. It seems that Friedrift has been spreading nonsense, claiming that he and Sig were partners. However, it was merely a sign of respect for the contractor who exchanged souls with him. He and that person don't have those kinds of feelings for each other. Humans can't mate with dragons in the first place. Right, Theo spoke up after hearing that. So does that mean the dragon blood in my family's lineage is just propaganda? It doesn't confirm it, but it's not wrong either. The ancient dragon states that through the contract between it and Sigis dragon, blood is both its syrup and his. But it cuts him off before he can speak. Enough with the greetings. Soon I shall fulfill my duty as a guardian dragon to the Chosen One. Changing its tone, it said seriously. From now on, I, Rootbroke, will uphold the agreement I made and allow the Chosen One to pass my test, answering 3 questions. Theo chuckled wryly, so there's no fighting in this situation. Thank goodness, my goal is to become the head of the Jiangna family. To do that, I need to know more. Delving deeper into the Jiangna clan, I must seize this opportunity to gather as much information as possible. In another battle, Asen fights a white fox, quickly wounding and defeating it. A blue bell appears after the white fox falls. He picks it up, murmuring, this is my 57th. He handed the bell to the person next to him and asked, what is Jiangna plotting? There's still no news about his hideout. This man Orion is allied with Asan. When has he ever feared facing monsters? No, he secretly thought defeating a monster of that caliber would be a piece of cake. Az is definitely talented. I have to stick with him at all costs. He was immediately grabbed by the neck but still managed to whisper, even if he gets stronger, he lived like a fool before. You've never been strong, so you wouldn't understand. Have you ever seen me afraid of anything? If you have power, you fear nothing. Aeon's anger grew as he yelled, what are you plotting? Nearly unconscious, Orion mumbled, I'm not sorry. Just then someone arrived with a message. Excuse me, Mr. Asen. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency has sent a message. Execute the plan immediately. After hearing the announcement, Aeon dropped Orion. I understand. Tell him not to bother me. His face radiates murderous intent because he is the one who wants Theo eliminated most of all. Attack on sight. Theo pondered how to deal with Ancient Dragon taking the initiative to ask his first question. The Ancient Dragon yawned, finally asking, I'm tired of waiting for you. What do you want to know? Theo asks softly, why are you here? It guesses that you're planning to ask basic questions to uncover hidden knowledge about your background. Good question, it said slowly. The reason she's here. Theo patiently awaits the Ancient Dragon's answer. She says it's because a monster exists on the horizon, the Nameless Sovereign. He says he's been here for a millennium to protect the world, and that Winter Mountain is just an outpost. What it said matched Theo's feelings exactly. He noticed something in the Ancient Dragon's eyes. What Theo sensed in the Ancient Dragon's eyes was fear. Fear of the Nameless Monarch, an entity that terrified even a dragon who had reigned for a millennium. He clenched his fist, hesitant. He wanted to ask, but there were more important things to learn first. Theo then asked his second question, what were the Ancient Dragon's relics? There are 3 relics in total, but it doesn't know much about them. It seems you're quite lucky. Theo hesitantly asks again, 3 in total. He wondered one was the Camellia Palace dungeon, the other, the White Moonlit Sword, but what was the last one, the Ancient Dragon? Said that the Ancient Dragon Bernia's relic was the Ancient Dragon's soul split into 31 pieces. These 31 fragments were bestowed upon humans to protect you all from the Nameless Monarch. The relics of the Ancient Dragon take many forms. They can be items, experiences, or even anomalies. Theo is stunned by this revelation. The final relic he possesses is this very unreal phenomenon. Theo's regression spanned 20 years of his life, and he realizes that he himself is the relic. If the Ancient Dragon's PNIA is the cause, then everything makes sense. But Theo senses something is amiss. A dragon always appeared to protect the Ancient Dragon's relic, but that didn't happen during my regression. It was as if Theo couldn't believe the thought that had just sparked in his mind. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. One last question, Theo asked. Why did the relic choose you? Why would the relic choose an incompetent like Theo to fight against the Nameless Monarch? It said it would answer Theo's question with a question. The Ancient Dragon speaks. What makes you think you're the only one the relic chose? Theo is taken aback by the question, realizing he's not the only one chosen. This revelation left him speechless, only able to think can hack long they know about the relics and want to collect them. If the relic chose them too, then they must be seeing the same messages and have regressed like me. He's taken a step closer to the truth of the world, yet things have become more complicated, not clearer. An unknown sovereign who frightens even the ancient dragon, and the existence of more than one regressor besides himself. While Theo was lost in thought, the ancient dragon spoke. I have now answered all 3 of your questions. The mission is complete, so I shall grant you your reward. The mention of a reward snapped him out of his thoughts. Oh right, I came here for Amon's relic. But now Theo has changed his mind. He has to get something more important, something no item can compare to. A notification appears congratulating him on completing the hidden quest and offering the ancient dragon's treasure as a reward. The ancient dragon added that within this nest, treasures from all over the world could be found. Gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons, anything he chose would be more valuable than he imagined. Choose whatever you desire, and I shall grant it to you. It smiled, hearing him speak its true purpose. What is it that you desire? Theo spoke his wish. He stated clearly, what I want is root broke. It never expected that what he wanted was itself. Gulong bursts into laughter. It seems my popularity never fades. That's quite a joke. He watched him and said, tell me now, what is it you truly desire? You remain steadfast in your choice, as I said before. Gulong is utterly astonished by his seriousness. Isn't that enough for you? His gaze was incredibly serious as he replied, which likely enraged it. The ancient dragon roars arrogant. You think you can take all my treasure and knowledge with wordplay? Standing against the roar, he stubbornly endures the dragon's assault, already wounded by its fury. He immediately retaliated, using the fear of the Lear Drake to suppress the ancient dragon's roar. It scoffed, how foolish. You think you can fight me with Lear Drake's fear? Even severely wounded, he still roars. The guardian dragon declared that I could take any treasure from his nest, except for Rotbroke himself. This was a gamble with his life on the line, but the reward is well worth it. Rotbrock, the guardian dragon, founded the Jiangna family with the ancestor Sig, and there's no more credible proof than becoming its key figure. He gritted his teeth against the pain, determined not to repeat the past. He couldn't miss this chance. Theo cried out again, please give me rock. You promised me before your holy sword. His face was pale, but his resolve was unwavering. Stand with me. It recognized Theo's resolve, seeing a familiar figure in his eyes, Sigurd. Its demeanor softened slightly, and it agreed. All right, I accept. Theo is surprised by the ancient dragon's quick agreement, who then retracts her dragon roar and immediately transforms back into human form. Her true form is that of a woman, and with a smile she says, you've piqued my interest. I'll give you a chance. She stood tall, looking down at Theo, her beauty otherworldly, her golden eyes mysterious. Theo is shocked by her current form as she smugly asks, captivated by, my beauty are you? I understand, but I'm over 2,000 years old. Theo begins, great guardian dragon, your chest. She then looked down at the gaping hole in her chest. Ah, this. Her voice was calm yet held an unspeakable weight. My heart was taken 50 years ago, and I've been waiting for death ever since. I have at most 3 years left. Therefore she can't even leave the nest, meaning she can't directly help you. She extends her hand calmly asking, so I'll ask again, do you still want me as your reward? Theo listened to her story unfazed. He offered a warm, gentle smile. Unyielding, I give the same answer, I choose you. Roadbroke is my reward. The system then announced that he had acquired Jiangna's guardian dragon Roadbroke as a reward. She was helpless, but not angry, how foolish. But perhaps that's the mark of the Chosen One. And so 2 titles appear, Guardian Dragon's Chosen One and Descendant of the Progenitor. He told her he would grow stronger and gather more primordial dragon relics as the system announced the formation of a link with Roadbroke. Having gained a wealth of experience, Theo insists he will find something to replace her missing heart, a gaping hole in her chest that is truly heartbreaking. Theo believes the relics of the primordial dragons may hold something with a similar function, and he levels up once again. He added, at the very least I have to be worthy of the title of the Dragon Guardian's Special One. Hearing this, she smiled contentedly. Take care of me, my new Special One. She explained that she couldn't leave this place and would hibernate here until he found a solution, and returned. After saying that she picked up a book, telling him what he needed to do to form a true soul link with her, the ancient dragon gave him the book and told him to read it there and awaken his mind's eye. You have 1 month. There's simple food around the nest, so take your time reading. This is an additional reward, a grimoire. Amon. As Theo held the book, his face changed. The Book of Amun, also known as Amun, is a tome containing magical principles related to the resonating sound from the beginning of time, a sacred sound encompassing all the strange truths of the universe. While obtaining the Amun grimoire is good, Theo asks what he means by 1 month, the time to begin the awakening of the mind's door. Do you have more questions? According to her, the second stage of the awakening ritual is about to begin. The test only lasts 15 days, leaving you with less than half a month. He suggested returning after the test, which displeased her, earning him a sidelong glance. Gulong casually sits on a bed thinking it's not bad. But she says she won't allow it, leaving him helpless. She coldly says, it wouldn't be fun to just let you go. Open your mind door before the second phase ends. Until then, I won't let you go anywhere. Theo is shocked to hear this. With the end of Phase 2, looming and enemies closing in time, is running out only 13 days, or 31 hours remain. 3 days before the start of Phase 2 at the Central Intelligence Agency, S speaks up, revealing that the reason Sotsum was able to create a safe zone against demons was because he possessed a demon summoning stone. By amplifying the demonic energy sealed within the stone, other demons were kept away, but upon shattering it, he crushed the stone in his palm. The stone shattered, and the demonic energy he spoke of immediately spread. After crushing it, S claimed he could summon demons at will. Not only did he say it, but he demonstrated it, summoning monsters in less than a second. They were incredibly ferocious, growling menacingly. E calmly continued, "The goal of Phase 2 is to eliminate demons and collect points, so the only way forward is to hunt down the demon lord." Asan then told me what he wanted to use the stone to lure that bastard. That's right, but it's not enough for his purposes. E says he can't just lure and kill him. If that happened, he'd lose track of the Rose Palace's sacred artifact, Asan suggested. Then what about torturing and killing him? His face hardened. "You know better than I do." S bluntly stated that the skill gap between Asan and Theo wasn't significant, knowing he'd have a hard time restraining himself and torturing Theo. He continued suggesting that Theo was emotional and would turn his followers against him. "Those deserters from Training Area 4, you could easily take them hostage and demand clues about the relic." Upon hearing this, Asen clenched his fist. "I see, so that was their plan all along." But Asen thought again. Instead of hunting demons, they wouldn't appear until the final stages anyway. With 12 hours left until the end of Phase 2, Asen was now ranked first with 860 points. He felt it was a waste of time, and Asen even had to ensure that one of the supervisors was his uncle's man. A man muttered, "Maybe the 3 brats from the hunting party got to it." He's Phillips, a trainee swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace, currently ranked 77th with 446 points. Felix casually remarked, "Otherwise it would have shown up by now." Asen didn't reply, only glancing at him with a frown. For a promising talent from the Plum Blossom Palace, that's a pretty trashy thought. "I see why Lady Plum Blossom is interested in following you," Philip said angrily. "What is this?" He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself he helped him catch Theo, and yet he mocks him. Asan's dismissive attitude was nothing new, but it still infuriated Felix. Damn it, Asen doesn't care about him. "Theo, if you don't show yourself and he runs out of patience, I'll gladly drag you out." Now, both the Scale Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, led by Felix, are here to support him. With a savage look, Anne says, "We'll eliminate every deserter from Training Area 4 until he shows himself." Without a word, they vanished as Aeon commanded, unaware that Daya had witnessed everything and now held 3rd place with 561 points. They're slaying a low mid-tier monster, an ice lizard, and celebrate its defeat. "We did it. We defeated the Golden Bell Demon. See, I told you we could do it." The 3 who defeated the Golden Bell Demon are Sin 31 points, EOD ranked 53rd, and Banat ranked 62nd with 36 points. I have to brag to the young master about this later. Sibin holds the Golden Bell in his hand, but there are only 12 hours left until the end of Phase 2. "Where's our young master? We've collected so much equipment for him." EOD laughs, saying their lord has a broad perspective. "I bet he's doing something more important than earning points on a test." Cian even guessed that ranking doesn't matter, since just surviving is the only requirement to pass the second phase. He was so eager. "It seems the young master will be at the top of the class again. He promised to mention my name. He promised me the same." Just as smiles begin to bloom, Sibin is ambushed from behind, a sword piercing through him. Arian appears, saying, "You dare mock me?" Eod screams in despair, as Ben shouts as well. "The Dragon Scale Society. What is this? What do you think you're doing? You are merely sacrifices to summon your noble young master. We really want to meet that damn Theo, so don't be angry." Meanwhile, Theo is in Roadbroke's cave, where she exclaims something unexpected, that he opened his mind's door in less than half a month. Theo's success in opening his mind's eye means he's grasped a piece of Amon's magic, and the system is creating a new skill. A smirk plays on his lips, glad the information he overheard in his past life was true. The most important factors when learning Amon's magic book are the quantity and quality of mana. Since he has both a mana circuit and a dragon heart, it's only natural that he learns twice as fast as normal people. He responds to the ancient dragon, saying this is far too easy, while the system notifies him that his current stats are too low and has applied a low-level skill. At this moment, the system announces the synchronization of a class hatchling with the ability to freely control and read the thoughts of objects through the Chalk Akness. Rotbroke speaks with satisfaction. "Now that's what I call one of my own. So you've learned the basics. The rest can only be mastered through cultivation. At a higher level, you might even hear her voice." And with that, he would be able to borrow Roadbrock's power, a revelation that shocked him. The power resembling her own added, "Of course, to do that you have to prioritize my rest. Don't forget, I have 3 years to live well. Don't worry, I can do it." It was then that a genuine smile finally graced her face, and she began to cast a spell. She declares it's due to the primeval Wishmaid, and she eagerly anticipates their next reunion with our people for the first time in thousands of years. The Thello escaped outside his feet, crunching in the snow. As he walked, he muttered that despite making a pact with Rot Broke, the awakening ritual hadn't progressed. He only has 12 hours. It's like he's deliberately playing on hard mode. There's no way he can take first place in 12 hours by hunting demons the normal way. As Theo walked through the snow deep in thought, he realized there was only one way. A desperate measure to steal from others. Asen was number 1 in his past life. Will things change this time? In other words, all he has to do is defeat Asen and first place is his. Lost in thought, Theo doesn't realize he's being followed, until his stalker emerges from the shadows. The figure spoke softly, "I finally found you." Theo was stunned, recognizing the figure emerging from the shadows as Day. Her body was covered in wounds. Theo asked, "What happened? Were you attacked by monsters?" He asked, his heart aching as he looked at her wounded body. "How did you get so injured?" Theo then notices a deep sword wound on her body, indicating she was attacked by humans. Theo asked what happened, but she said to talk later and head west first. As she finished speaking, her body gave out, and Theo caught her as she went limp. He inadvertently grasped the sword's hilt, and Theo used flower petal synchronization to read the sword's inner thoughts. Reading the sword's memories, he was even more surprised, for Day's memories held a deafening scream. She hid behind a large tree, listening to the sounds behind her. "What about Theo?" Among them, someone said there was no news of Theo, while another stammered, "We've come this far, he'll show up soon, right?" Aeon's men had tied up a group of people. "I left their tracks at training ground 4+ monsters to lead him here." One of the men, presumably the leader, asks if they should kill them, startling the man next to him. "Huh. What? What did I do wrong?" "No, he meant these guys." "Why bring 9 people? He said 2 or 3 hostages would be enough." As he said this, he held his sword out. "These fools. Killing a few of them would be fine." Just then, Day stepped out from behind the tree. "Stop." Asan glances at her indifferently. "What's this?" "Day Ragan." She coldly stares at him. "You've crossed the line." Asen frowned. "This is none of your concern. I don't want to make things more complicated. Stop interfering and get lost." Day insists they are Theo's companions. Jay demanded their release, and his attitude shifted in response. "I see, so you're siding with that idiot too." No more holding back, she initiates the attack on Asen. A fierce battle erupts between them amidst the blizzard, but Jay is no match for Asen. She was quickly wounded by his sword. Suddenly the system announced an unbalanced state, preventing it from reading some of her thoughts. Theo, unable to contain his rage, asks, "What is this? Why did Asen capture my 4 comrades?" "Why would you?" Day began, but Theo cut her off. "Tell me what exactly happened," Day said through gritted teeth. "As soon as we started, Aeon risked everything to capture you, but when he couldn't find Theo, he took your friends hostage to lure him out. This caught him completely off guard, and though John claimed she wasn't there to discuss it, Theo's subconscious couldn't process anything else. Even in this life, you won't leave me in peace, but I'm no longer someone you can trample on." Theo roared in anger. "Where are they?" "Asan, where are you waiting for me?" In the cold night, a voice cries out as Theo appears. A messenger arrives, telling Asan that Theo has suddenly appeared at the northern cliff's edge. "Is that so?" The messenger urgently reported, "It's true. He's talking to Day Jiangna and he'll be here soon." Hearing this, he was ecstatic. "So you've finally arrived. Day Jiangna, I'll show you that a bastard like you can't overcome me." Then another voice chimed in, "Don't forget Master Ain." He was told not to confront him directly, but to extract information about the ruins using hostages, adding that they would take care of Jiangna. They also reminded us to use the summoning orb to blind any nearby overseers when we dealt with him. Understood. Asan heeded their instructions, calmly replying, "Don't worry." Day, covered in wounds, tries to stop him. "No, you can't go to Ain." She added that even the intelligence agency supervisors were on Asen's side, so Theo wouldn't be able to handle this. She went on saying this wasn't a test, but a massacre, a trap set to destroy him. Theo doesn't dismiss Day's advice. There's no time to waste. He thanks her for her help, knowing he can't go alone. He must find other supervisors and convince them to come with him. But at this rate, those people might already be in trouble. "You're still determined I have to go now. Tell me where they are." G doesn't hesitate to scold him. "Are you stupid? If you go, you'll die. What's the point of anything if you die? Even if someone has to sacrifice themselves, it has to be you." But Theo remained resolute, unwilling to lose anyone else. He just couldn't. He recalls their goal of experiencing the second bloom together, but Jay believes that sacrifice is inevitable for Jiangna. But images of happier times with his friends flashed through his mind, and in his anger he called her a nuisance. His words immediately struck a chord with Day. He grabbed her shoulders, asking if she could just stand by and watch. Remembering the past, why did the Rose Palace burn and why did their subordinates die? It was all because of a foolish Jiangna, and Theo was considered the weakest of the powerful Jiangna family. He recalls the scorn of the past, now retorting that he's tired of always being miserable, gripping her as if to impart a fierce conviction. His words surprise Day, who unconsciously thinks, "I can't repeat the mistakes of the past." He asks her again as seriously as broke wood, "Tell me, where is Asen?" Someone trudges through the snow dragging a pile of items, including Zero. He casually picks up something from the ground. These are the very items Saiban collected. Even the golden bell they received after defeating the ice lizard god Viziro remains distinctly among the items. He can tell something bad has happened here. He wasn't alone. He had teammates backing him up, didn't he? Among his companions was a man named Hun Kun, ranked 5th with 499 points. The other is Eric, ranked B with 521 points, and the one speaking is Remington, currently right behind Aeon. Sorry, but I hope you two can lend me a hand. The giant snow monster raises its ultimate weapon to attack. As it crashed down, Theo narrowly dodged the impact, leaping forward without hesitation, knowing time was running out. With a shout, Theo struck a powerful blow, felling the beast. Get out of the way. The snowmen fall without resistance, and he rushes forward. Theo suspects that Sibin and the other hostages are likely still alive based on the information he's gathered. S must be the one who instructed Asen, and the proof is that the supervisor is with Asen. He quickly runs towards the mass of white furry barriers. Theo wastes no time swinging his sword. Having guessed their intentions, this setup was meant to eliminate him quietly. He unleashes a top-tier technique, felling dozens of snowmen with a single strike, the 3 dragon claws. The more Theo thought, the more it made sense. The supervisor sent to kill him was definitely connected to Asen's unusual behavior. And with that, he just had to overcome the last stubborn snow beast. The massive explosion that followed signaled the end of an impeding battle. Even so, he had to hurry, as Asen was an unpredictable variable. He leaped high, twirling the greatsword in his hand thanks to its unpredictability. Theo points his sword at it, his eyes cold and merciless. The snowman stares blankly, its body frozen. Theo pierces its head, declaring to Asen that he will be caught. Day walks silently in the white snow, whispering, "That's right, Theo has been like that since he was a child." Memories of his childhood flood back as he took her hand, urging her to go home. Day clutches her wounded arm, her eyes fixed forward. This time she walks through the white snow, each step painful, blood staining her path. But Day doesn't stop, for she harbors a wish. "I'll help you." Cian bit down on the rag in his mouth, growling as if cursing. Enraged, he mercilessly stomped on the boy's face, grinding Sibin into the snow like a discarded rag. "Enough noise. I said I'd kill you if you didn't shut your mouths." Just then, someone called out, "Young Master A, don't forget the director of the Central Intelligence Agency said not to make any unusual changes." Asen grits his teeth and relents. Fine. He sheathed his sword for Yan Chuan and climbed onto Cian as if to avenge what had happened earlier, his sharp eyes looking up as if waiting for something. Asan gazes into the distant forest, a sense of unease settling within him, as 4 high-ranking prosecutors are sent to eliminate the fiend. Even until the end, he couldn't believe he could win against him. He clenched his fist, trembling, cursing that fool under his breath. At that moment, the one Asan had been waiting for finally appeared, and all eyes turned to him as if he were a beacon of hope. Understanding their silent cues, he stood quietly in the blizzard. The moment his voice echoed, Theo arrived. "You've finally shown your face." He takes small steps closer to the battlefield Asan has prepared. Theo glanced at Jiang Na, his eyes filled with pain and humiliation, as innocent people were bound, gagged, and brutally beaten in the snow. They seemed to be begging Theo for help, and he nodded as if to promise, "I'll save you from here." Asen's henchmen stood by, cold and cruel, reveling in their power, as Theo turned his gaze as icy as ever. Aeon struck a pose, looking like a boss waiting for news, and said, "You've kept me waiting." Theo's eyes, once filled with rage, now brimmed with pity and irony. He saw his close comrade collapsed on the ground, helpless, and Theo couldn't help but clench the hilt of his trembling sword, while the shameless Aeson stood up and grabbed his own sword. Suddenly, someone called out, but he only nodded in response. "Young Master Aeon." He took a long, cold breath, regained his composure, and loosened his grip on his sword, saying, "You must understand the situation by now, right? Let's make this quick. If you want to save your friend, you must." He was interrupted before he could finish. "Are you scared?" A humiliated in front of everyone was clearly angry and resolute, while Theo simply smiled with confidence and contempt. "You're afraid you'll lose to me." His anger was reaching a boiling point. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He spread his arms, his words poised to devour him. "If you weren't afraid, you wouldn't be doing any of this. All these eyes trembling before me, even this hostage situation. Isn't it all because you're afraid of losing to me? The strongest of the Northern Four is just an empty title, isn't it?" Aeson, overwhelmed, loses control of his emotions. This bastard points his sword at Aeson, daring him to try and strike him down. That is, if he has even a grain of pride left in that rotten body. Aeson, fueled by rage, makes a deal. "If you win, I'll give you anything, even my life. But if I win, you'll release them." He tensed his limbs, trembling with excitement. A sword fight. Is one of Jiang Na's fools really asking me for a sword fight? Doesn't he realize his ego is flying too high? His face contorts with every movement. "You think I'd be afraid of you?" His men quickly tried to intervene. "Young Master Asian, his words are hollow. You mustn't listen to him. Don't fall for his trap. Stick to the plan." At this point, Asian was beyond reason. "Shut your mouths, are you saying you don't trust me?" With that, Asian drew his sword and stepped forward. "Alright, let's attack according to Jiang Ya." The successful provocation brings a smile to his face, while the others whisper, wondering what to do, as things become more complicated. "It's fine, it's just a little more work. If Aeon goes too far, we'll proceed as planned." Before the fight, Aeon declares it a sword duel for the Jiang Na family's pride. No one interferes until it's over, and no one touches the hostage. With that, Theo blurred across the snow, leaving only traces as his body seemed to vanish. As watched him intently, his expression hardening. The two dashed past each other, and the duel began. Asan was taken aback by Theo's formidable speed. He returned the contemptuous look, saying, "Thanks, let's finish this quickly." Just the cheap tricks of a mother's child. Theo turns to the sword, hurtling through the frigid air. Once again, the two massive swords clashed, creating huge sparks of electricity, but Asan effortlessly parried while mocking him. How cheap coming from the concubine's son. Two generals with overwhelming power seem to blow away the surrounding snow. As Asan swings his sword for the first move, "I'll teach you." The true power of the Jiangga clan, the myriad dragon art. The massive dragon from that sword made Theo falter, but he quickly regained his composure, pouring spirit energy into his blade, and unleashing a powerful frigid slash at the dragon. His technique capable of cleaving the massive dragon in two is called Three Dragons Ascend. He stares in stunned disbelief as the dragon vanishes, while Theo wears a friendly smile, radiating confidence. He raised his sword to strike, asking if his opponent was even qualified to teach him. Orient's face twisted in disbelief at the sight of the slash. "I suspected it since the first awakening ceremony, but is that guy really that strong? This is troublesome. He can overwhelm even Asan. Should I betray them and switch sides?" Asan was far too confident anyway, a thought that plagued Orion as he struggled with what to do. He remembered his informants, but then thought of the Central Intelligence Agency's supervisors who would deal with him. It was best to calmly handle things for now. Snapping out of it, he waves his hand, ordering Joryon Society scatter. "We could get caught up in this. Leave it to Asan and let's split up." In the heat of battle, memories flood back a voice, coaxing him with honeyed words. "Claim Jiangna's power for me, for your mother, so the Van clan can take everything." He adds, "The Jiangna name is just a facade." His words ignite a spark in Aeon's eyes. "You belong to the Choivan, do you understand?" Back in the fight, Aeon, despite his anger, concedes, "You're not bad." With that, he stomped forward decisively, and the two plunged headfirst into an endless battle accompanied by his desperate screams. The two Jiangna clash their blades, meeting with fierce determination, as Aeon strains to overpower him. Meanwhile, Theo is struggling to hold his own, but he still manages a faint smile. But thankfully, he acted just as I predicted. Meanwhile, at a closed-door meeting, Theo Jiangna has appeared, now facing Aeon Jiangna. Julius, overjoyed, clenches his fist and exclaims, "He's finally shown himself. I knew he was okay." Surprise is written all over Gut Gang's face. But weren't those guys supposed to have taken care of him? This side breathes a sigh of relief as well. He's still alive, what a relief. "I don't know what you did, but from now on things must go according to plan." Just as he was relieved, he receives some news. When Aeon finds a clue about the relic, he'll report it to the prosecutor, to have him executed. Some breaking news according to Jiangna and a Jiangna. Those words hit him like a punch to the face, as he fought, his eyes widening with worry and unease. What did he say? Back to the fierce battle, someone uses an illusionary sword technique. The clown's footwork. Aeon swiftly parries Theo's relentless attacks. He showed no signs of fatigue, and Aeon even had time to assess his opponent. He was strong. His attacks are fast, and the glint of his sword flashes in Aeon's eyes. But Theo's image is vividly present within him, and that's not all. Asan seems to be slowing down his movements. His hands moved, but still too slow. He hurled his blade with incredible speed, yet I could see every movement. In that instant, Theo realized something felt familiar. Throwing a sword, memories of his past life flood back, as the sword hurtles toward him just as it did before. Sion lies on the ground, injured but still worried about him. The others watched the battle intently, as Theo recalled a similarly fierce fight from his past life. Asan utters one final farewell. "Remember this. A sword strike forward reveals the opponent's next position. His sword draws blood, but only a little. Small drops of blood belonging to who knows who fall on the white snow." It was Theo. Not only did he block it, but he realized something. "So it's you." In his past life, when Theo lost, Asan mocked him, saying, "You talk too much." Though the sword pierced his heart, Theo struggled to stay conscious as the stranger lowered his cloak's mask. He was Asan, and Theo would end him here. Theo's eyes widened with excitement and anger, recognizing the name from that day. Theo relives his past life memories as he dies. It was his destiny. He died not knowing who burned down the Rose Palace, lacking the power to find out, but now luck is on his side. However, by revealing himself and through Evely's investigation, Theo discovered Rendon's close connection to the Rose Palace incident. The most logical conclusion is that his killer was a scroll follower, and among them only one frequently used throwing swords. Theo is certain that Asan Jiangnan was the one from that day's battle, because no one but him would use that technique so often due to the high risk of losing their weapon. "I couldn't be sure until I saw it for myself, but now that I have, I can confirm it. Just thinking about it makes my hands even bloodier." The sword begins to show signs of cracking as he whispers, "Then and now. Why are you so afraid of failing to kill me and my comrades?" Asan was startled to see his sharp sword so badly damaged. As the hilt fell, mirroring Asan's emotions, he broke his own sword with his bare hands, and Theo swiftly snatched it up. Theo stares at Asan with cold eyes, thinking, "Things are different from my past life." Asan returns the gaze with unwavering resolve. Theo uses his old trick, launching his sword as thoughts of his comrades flood his mind. Asen stands frozen for 3 seconds, analyzing the action before him. He swiftly dodges the blow with a sneer, convinced that he will survive this battle. Just what are you aiming for? Suddenly, something appears terrifying. Asen, his eyes widening. The murderous aura radiating from him overwhelms the battle in its own way. A clumsy imitation, Asen grips his sword, trying to sense the intense vibration. From Theo's shadow, Asen senses an uncontrollable power more than mere bloodlust. What is this magic? In his first awakening ritual, before he could react, Theo lunged forward, sending snow flying. In a flash, he was right in front of him. Asen's eyes spun as the tables turned in a dramatic reversal. The explosion from the snow shot high above the trees. Asen has thrown back his resistance, proving futile against Theo's relentless and overwhelming power. In a split second, he aims the sword straight at him, but Asen narrowly avoids it thanks to his quick reflexes. Theo retorts with displeasure. How long are you going to keep underestimating me? Incensed, Aeon lunges to attack this wretch. He grabbed Theo's outstretched arm, pulling him headfirst into his own sword. Theo realized the sword was about to pierce his eyes, and with all his might he lunged forward, kicking off the snow for momentum. They're both thrown backward, narrowly escaping thanks to their quick thinking, and dig their feet into the snow to regain their balance. Having regained their balance, they resume their fighting stances, ready for round 2. Before Asen can react, Theo leaps high into the air. He closes in again, just like before, intent on defeating him. With a whoosh, Asen's sword spins dozens of times in the air. Theo grits his teeth, calling out his name in resentment as he slips, ready to attack and send him to meet his maker. Retreating with his sword, Theo asks, "Do you know what it feels like to have a sword buried deep inside you?" Asen grits his teeth, eyes wide with fury, as his gleaming blade hurtles forward, catching his opponent by surprise. Remington, observing the bloodstains in the snow, deduces that this wasn't a monster attack, but rather someone being taken away. The only one capable of this is Asen, leading Hookus to wonder. Asen, but he's already number 1, why would he want more bells? Hearing this, he glances at Hookus and speaks. It seems he captured Theo's subordinate to lure him out. It seems he plans to eliminate him during the second awakening ritual. Hookus roars in anger. What, he was supposed to fight fair? How could he do this? So this guy's a coward after all, Erica retorts, annoyed. So what? This is Jiangna's awakening ritual. Such a situation is normal. Remington silently stared at her, saying nothing. He bluntly states that's why he dislikes Jiangna. Even if this is a power struggle, it's unacceptable. She stared intently at Remington, his words laced with danger. Are you serious? He smirks, a challenge in his eyes. I have to save his subordinates. He would do the same for me. Your help would be greatly appreciated if you came along. You have to go. You'll come with us, right? Hearing this, she flatly refuses, saying she has no interest. I followed you two because I thought I might find Jiang but he's not here, and I despise the weak. I don't like having to rescue them. He questioned her without reservation as he watched her leave. Are you trash? Sister Erica retorted angrily. What are you talking about? Remington smiled at her. Erica, I know why you want to follow me. Remington spoke frankly. I assure you, if you help me this time, it will be a great help in achieving your goals. Power surges across the snowy ground as the three hurry to their rendezvous point. Remington's eyes burned with determination. Just hold on a little longer, everyone. Suddenly a sword blocks their path, halting them in their tracks. Remington stares at the group before him, the Long Hoi. Orin smirks, challenging him. Long time no see, Remington. I can't believe you ditched us for these morons. Now you're running with these low-life thugs. Huck glared at them with hatred. Orion nonchalantly admits that Remington called them dumb, muscle-bound brutes. I never said that. Remington ominously threatened him. Orient, step aside. I don't want to fight an old friend. To this he bluntly replied, I refuse. Remington stared hesitantly at Orion. He draws his sword, declaring that if Orion won't move, he'll have to eliminate him. With that, they charged headfirst into battle, as Cian desperately tried to cut the rope. Using the broken sword, he desperately tries to cut the rope, putting all his strength into it. Meanwhile, Theo fought relentlessly, forcing Asen to quickly evade his attacks. The broken sword soared past him, embedding itself in front of Cian, who realized this was the opportunity Theo had created to sever the rope. The blade cuts deeper into the rope as the battle rages on in the snow-covered landscape. The wind and snow howl all around. The clash of swords rings out as Theo and Aeon continue their fierce confrontation. Theo gritted his teeth, realizing Liam Troyvan, the high-ranking inspector overseeing the competition, had finally arrived and was charging into the fray. Forgive me, young Master Aeon. I'll accept punishment after the awakening ritual. Theo quickly retaliated against his sudden attack, ordering his subordinates to escort the young master. His subordinate responded, There. With that, he charged toward a soldier, advising Asen Young, Master Asen, you fought enough. Let us handle the rest. We've recovered the sword you dropped. Asen resentfully tightened his grip on his blade. He stared silently at the scene before him while Liam gripped his sword ready to strike. He swiftly dodged the attack, and once again the two clashed. Theo swiftly retaliates with a strike, sending Liam flying backward. That strike took him completely by surprise, but Theo pressed his attack with gritted teeth. Liam darkly realizes that Theo won't be deterred by Aeon or the high-ranking supervisors he brought today. But they are not on the same level. This is the only chance to kill him without supervision, though it's a waste to kill such talent. But it's all for the sake of the chain of letters. Farewell. Utterly caught off guard by the sword Liam intended to strike with, he stared in bewildered shock as blood splattered before his eyes. Liam is suddenly attacked from behind by another force spitting out blood in defeat. He hesitated, asking Aeson, "Why would you?" Aeson stared back with a deadly gaze. "I told you not to interfere." Theo can't believe his eyes as he witnesses Aeson stabbing Liam. Liam was stunned, unable to comprehend Aeson's betrayal, as Aeson brutally withdrew his sword, leaving him to collapse. Those in the shadows begin to question him. "Young Master Aeson, what are you doing?" He gazed grimly at the departed Liam, thinking, "You intervened because you thought I would lose. This is an insult to the heir." Theo seethes. That madman, he'd even silence his own people. A somber voice cut through his thoughts. "I have to admit, according to Jiang Ya, you may be strong, but he remembers saying that the weak are useless, yet Aeon was born with talent. I must trample and stand above the others. Only then can I claim the throne of Jianghu." Aeon laughs maniacally, drawing his own conclusion. "But you're definitely weaker than me, the only logical conclusion. I will be the strongest and sit upon the throne, so I can't possibly lose to someone like you here. Anyone who stands in my way will die." Theo frowned as Aeon powerfully swung his sword down. His eyes burning with hatred, he suddenly froze, stunned by the sight before him as Theo charged forward with incredible power. Aeon's eyes widened as Theo's blade came down, a great force rushing to shield him. The soldiers below rushed to Liam's side. "Are you all right, Commander Liam?" The man grits his teeth, scolding, "Damn it, I knew you were reckless, but this is too far." Liam angrily shouts, "What are you all doing? Don't worry about me, help Master Aeon. Go after Jiang Na and kill him." The Black Knights disregard his orders, questioning his stubbornness. Why not? Liam frantically orders them to kill him immediately. "If Master Aeon dies, we're all doomed." Aeon roars in anger and continues his charge. He quickly unleashed a powerful attack as Aeson gritted his teeth in disbelief. This is absurd, impossible. He recalled Yi's warning. When it comes to Jiang Nan, you must always anticipate the impossible. Even a dying flame can suddenly blaze. Aeon grits his teeth, unable to accept the truth. No way. He recalled asking Su if they had to worry about that bastard. He was just a piece of useless trash. I'll play with him a bit and show him his place. Don't you know the skill gap between you and me isn't that big? Asan, unwilling to accept this, roared and charged forward with his sword. No. Someone like you will be crushed easily. I will become the Northern King and take Jiang Na's throne. I am Jiang Na. Theo roared like an uncontrollable beast. Throne or no throne, your ambition has cost the lives of many of my people. If you won't abandon your ambition, then I'll have to crush it even if I have to use force. Theo gripped his sword, charging forward with newfound resolve. A power akin to a roaring dragon, boundless and fierce. Theo roars as he unleashes his attack. Dragon's three claws. Aeon is caught off guard by Theo's sudden assault. Theo's power threatened to shatter everything, and he vowed to become strong enough to cut them all down. Liam froze, witnessing the scene unfold before him. The light was so blinding that even those fighting alongside Remington turned to look. He and the others watched in silence as Aeon screamed in terror at the attack. Beneath the bright moonlight, they faced each other, and suddenly Asen's blood splattered everywhere. Theo's power illuminates the area, blurring the air around him after the strike. Asen's body remained standing, though blood flowed everywhere. Then suddenly he was overcome with pain and collapsed. Then his body quickly collapsed, and Asen's severed head appeared at that very moment. It landed squarely on the snowy ground, the blood staining the snow crimson, making the scene all the more horrifying. Theo slowly approached Asen's corpse, gazing proudly at his defeated form, silent and without a word. Liam, still stunned, finally snaps to attention and rushes forward, crying, "Young Master Asen." Blood dripped from Theo's blade, each drop falling onto Asen's face as the instructors stared in stunned silence. Liam, now sweating, shouts the order, "Kill him! Kill that bastard now!" The group immediately charged forward, and Theo, with a grim look, muttered to himself that he was in trouble. As Theo resigned himself to his fate, staring at the charging instructors, he knew everything from here on out was a gamble. Even at my best, I couldn't stand against 4 high-ranking prosecutors, and in my exhausted state, things are even more hopeless. My stamina is at its limit, and my mana is nearly depleted after that attack. Theo stared at the men before him, the sharp points of their swords. Wasn't it almost time for him to appear? Remington's group quickly rushed to his side. They rushed in front of Theo, blocking the instructor's attack. Startled, Theo exclaimed, "You guys, how did you?" Remington turned back with a smile. "Isn't it natural for us to save a comrade in danger?" The young master couldn't believe his ears. Erica stares intently at Theo, impressed. He's even more impressive in person. Hu also excitedly chimes in, "Damn it. This is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. I think I'm starting to like you." The 17-year-old Subindra, a loyal talent, chimed in as he fought. "We sincerely want to support you, Master. We can't just run away after causing trouble." Swords clashed again and again. Remington fought on, declaring that interference from supervisors was strictly forbidden. You know that directly interfering with a candidate is a serious offense, right? Liam gritted his teeth in anger. The instructors behind him wondered, Sir Liam, what should we do? Things have gotten out of hand. Should we eliminate them all? Please give us your orders. Liam glanced forward, calculating his next move. We're done for. We couldn't find any information about the Rose Palace relics, nor could we eliminate them. Even Lord Aeson is dead. We're in a very dangerous situation now, and there's no way to make up for this failure. Liam has no time for this. He falls into contemplation. So the best course of action in this situation is for him to quickly order everyone's execution. The instructors behind him are shocked. What Liam begins to explain it to them. A mana outburst and an unusual monster wave wiped out all the candidates on the spot. It's the best way. Faking an accident will erase any traces connected to Chonin. 20 level 5 monsters should be enough to cover it up. Understood. The remaining instructors stared at him, startled. They stared at Liam and immediately obeyed, saying, Yes sir, all for the sake of Chonin. With that, Liam released the orbs in his hand, instantly striking and killing one person. Self gloomily cries out. Liam curses in frustration. Damn it, another color. White Armor Dragon Knight, Selfiska Ragnar, berates Liam, asking what he's doing. The White Armor Dragon Cavalry Supervisor, Aaron Burrs, watched with concern, as did the Plum Blossom Palace Supervisor, Natasha Kopel, and the Water Carriage Palace Supervisor, Sally Gagner. Liam couldn't believe they'd arrived so quickly, and he swiftly collapsed. The remaining 3 instructors were terrified, and Liam S. urgently warned them. The 3 remaining men stood still, knowing that surrendering was the only way to survive. But if you want to end up like Liam, feel free to resist. They were immediately surrounded by supervisors. Theo groaned, looking at the supervisors, barely managing a cry before collapsing. A supervisor rushes to his side to help him up. Theo muttered a thank you to the heavens, relieved she arrived just in time. Theo glanced at the people behind him, the instructors who were being escorted away, as Remington rushed over in a panic. Theo, that was reckless. Why would you go that far, young master? Theo, that was far too dangerous. Erica quickly interjects. Why didn't you call me? Hooks also laughs, heartily shouting, Hey, don't forget I helped you know. The others are moved to tears. Theo, you can't die until we fight again. He went this far to save us. Hearing their words, Theo smiled faintly as he rested on Day's shoulder, sighing, Even if we die, we won't regret it. Day stared blankly at Theo's reaction as he continued to speak. The power I seek. Day smiles at him. Theo spoke with unwavering resolve. Oh, and bring the bell here so I can take first place. She smiled at his expression. As the night grew still in a castle far away, E asked in disbelief, What did you just say? A soldier reports to a round table of high-ranking officials, E's glare causing him to sweat profusely. Estate's gang was just as stunned, and Oa glanced at the soldier as well. Julius's eyes widened in surprise, while E's expression grew even darker. This is bad. At this moment, the second round of the awakening ceremony was coming to a close in the frigid, snow-covered forest. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, their breath clouding in the frigid air as footsteps approached, and a figure of great presence stood on the platform, their silhouette fluttering in the wind. He slowly began to speak. You've all done very well. And with that, I officially announce the end of the second trial of the awakening ceremony, the end of the second rite of passage. Below, the crowd questions each other with doubtful expressions. That person is one of the 9 dragons, so why are they here? He's never one to show his face. Pharrell, holding the confirmation paper, announced that out of the 87 candidates, 45 survived, which wasn't too bad. Indeed, all the geniuses have gathered this time, especially the top scorer with an unbelievable score. After hearing Pharrell's cryptic words, someone's face suddenly changed with a hint of disbelief. Pharrell continued, all candidates who pass the second coming-of-age ceremony will be promoted from trainee to beginner swordsman. That alone is something to be proud of. Now you are officially permitted to act as formal knights of Jiangnan. All of you here have passed. Now I will announce the scores for the second round. In first place, Seo Jiangna with 1,121 points. Immediately the surrounding area buzzed with chatter. It was Theo Jiangna again with over 1,000 points. How is that possible? He didn't have any points near the end. Hey, haven't you heard about him and Aeson? Those rumors kept swirling around him, leaving Theo speechless. The score announcements continued with Pharrell's voice echoing through the hall. Second place, Remington Nio, 926 points. Third place, Erica Lanky with 843 points. Fourth place, Rangna with 789 points. Fifth place, hers. And so the announcements continued from the top down in the freezing air. Pharrell had now reached near the end of the list, announcing 45th place, Alim with 28 points. That concludes the list. Thank you all for your hard work. However, the awakening ritual isn't over yet. Before us lies one final test, so all those who have qualified for the third round, please raise your hands. Once again, they buzzed with discussion. Will he make it? Remington, with a proud smirk, confidently raises his hand. Erica, her face cold, also raises her hand confidently. Then decisively amidst the snow-covered landscape. Theo's large hand slowly rises with determination, his body scarred, but his eyes shining with a valiant fighting spirit. Theo speculates that the hidden piece of the second coming-of-age ceremony, the attribute-based breathing technique, or elemental breath for short, Requires candidates to collect enough bells and learn them through the texts engraved on them. Gathering them is hard enough, but understanding them is even harder. Only those who learn it can assign an attribute to their mana, qualifying them for the third awakening ritual. I failed at this in my past life. But suddenly Theo's eyes emit a mystical blue light as if activating some mechanism. A system notification announces synchronization, allowing him to read the memories of objects. Amidst a dark space filled with intense lightning, Theo recalls the core of the text forming an image in his mind, or the fierce battles fought within the beast's cavernous maw, his sharp eyes and hair flowing in the wind. He expects me to understand everything at once. Amidst the falling snow, his voice booms with laughter. 1 success would be cause for celebration, but 4, impressive. At the same time, Yang Tao's sharp eyes surveyed his surroundings with determination. Thinking to himself, Jay and Remington didn't learn this technique in the previous life, so this must be the butterfly effect I created. Farron raised his arm and pointed it at everyone, announcing, then one by one, show me what you've gained. Starting with Jiang Na, a smile graces his lips. Observing his surroundings, he realizes Asen is gone and many things will begin anew. But I don't need to be afraid. The future will surely be brighter than before. With energy swirling around his feet, Theo announced, what I've achieved is a radiant aura surrounding you all, along with ferocious lightning strikes being initiated. Standing tall amidst the surging energy, his figure exuded unwavering resolve, as his cold voice echoed, lightning system display, absorb, unleash control, expand sword energy. He figured he'd absorb the lightning mana, and then unleash it. And moments later, a powerful energy exploded around him, cracking the rocks, as the system went into overdrive. This scene unfolds before their very eyes, leaving the crowd below in stunned disbelief. He not only absorbed it, but he manifested it. Indeed, Theo is different. Standing in the dazzling golden energy, his arrogance is palpable as he contemplates. Normally, this is where it would end, but Remington smiles, proudly witnessing Theo's display. At the same time, a miraculous light appeared in Theo's chest, shining with supernatural energy, as his sharp eyes and sinister smile turned toward the energy source. The system displays a notification about the level of control, while Day stares in astonishment, shocked by Theo's abilities. Erica raises an eyebrow, impressed. I like this guy. Huck also gapes in shock. That's so cool. Pharrell burst into laughter. Color me surprised. I didn't think you'd reach that level of control, truly living up to the hype. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock at the astonishing scene unfolding before him. And at that moment, Theo's left heart blazed to life, initiating its mechanism. The surge of energy erupting around him shattered the ground, as if Theo were a god bringing warm light to humanity with a noble mission. Fierce lightning flashes as Theo's eyes gleam with murderous intent, the breath of the lightning element swirling around him as he draws his blade with a swift motion. The fusion of lightning and light gives rise to the thunder, dragon roaring ferociously. Pharrell remained seriously observing his every move as the system displayed at an expanded level. Their eyes widened, mouths agape as they screamed in astonishment, a massive maw and sharp fangs closing in on him. The crowd screamed in terror. Why would he attack the supervisor? Pharrell speaks softly. This kid is interesting. He's already reached the expansion stage. He held out his palm to receive the clear jade-like droplets, the breath of the water element. He glanced at him sharply, saying, I'll give you the right to be a judge. As soon as Pharrell finished speaking, he saw a satisfied smile spread across his lips. The other candidates could only gape in astonishment as he praised, Well done, Theo Jiangna. You'll receive an additional 1000 points. He replied, Thank you, as expected of the Supreme Dragon. He was always generous to the bold candidates. First place Theo Jiangna, 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third place, Erica Lanky, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Jiangna, 789 points. After the new rankings were announced, Hook Yu was shocked, exclaiming about the overwhelming 2,000 points. Everyone around was just as impressed, on par with what the sponsor offered. He said, Now let's see what the three of you can do. Remington Nio gains 500 points, reaching the controlled energy level, while Rayangna gains 300, reaching the outburst level. Erica Lanker also gets 300 points, reaching the manifestation level, and Farrell laughs as he holds the score list. Birds of a feather flock together indeed. Usually exceeding 1,000 points is enough to be the top student. So here we have 4 valedictorians. First place goes to Jiang Na with 2,121 points. Second place Remington Nia 1,426 points. Third place Erica Lanky 1,143 points. Fourth place Ray Janga 1,797 points. You've all worked so hard. Those not participating in the final round, please leave and prepare for the naming ceremony in a week. Amidst the white sky and falling snow, only the 4 renowned valedictorians and Farello remained. With eyes half closed, he spoke slowly as a mountain exploded with crimson energy. They returned to their ready stances, faces filled with alarm as he spoke with sharp eyes and veiled words. Let's begin the third round, shall we? He frowned, running forward with a growing sense of unease. What? Why is Roadbroke's energy here? The third ritual, an audience with the head of the family. Anything could happen. It's a test that relies entirely on the head of the family, and this meeting will decide who gets nominated to the main family estate. With each of the 5 main candidates having served in the main family's mansion being recommended to go, there is recognition of one's potential as a successor. His sharp eyes betray a torrent of thoughts. So the one waiting for us is the head of the family. But why do I sense Roadbroke's energy? Could it be that the one who obtained Roadbroke's heart is... The scene shifts to a fiery sky as the battle is about to begin, and Pharrell's voice announces, "Now let's overcome the dragon's might and greet the head of the family." Immediately, the 4 of them took a fighting stance, crouching down to activate the mechanism. Erica frowned, sweat pouring down her cheeks as she panted. "How are we supposed to get to the top like this?" One of them says, "I'll give up using pure strength to get through it." She wondered, "So what are we supposed to do?" he asked. "You need to match the wavelength first, Mana." His words sent shivers down Erica's spine. Sweat dripped down her cheeks. "A wave?" Remington, breathless, asked curiously. "You mean we have to create an opposing wave to interfere with and eliminate the pressure?" Theo tilted his head and spoke. "Indeed, you're always so wise." "Remy," he replied, "easier said than done." His eyes flashed with determination as he explained sternly, "It's how they filter people out. Those who can't properly control their magical powers have no right to meet the head of the family," he replied. "You speak the truth." Erica's eyes widened in surprise. "Wave cancellation interference. Are you two speaking in ancient tongues?" Remington bowed slightly, eyes closed in thought, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He turned his gaze towards him, saying, "Magical power is a wave with inherent vibrational properties. The head of the family's aura also consists of waves. To overcome it, we need to create a wave of magical power to negate it." She tilted her head and shouted at Remington, "So you're saying I just need to create a magical power that opposes this pressure?" He replied, essentially. Erica angrily shouts, "Why couldn't you just explain it simply, instead of sticking to the rules like a fool?" Erica shouts that he's right, but wonders if he's really only 17 with such rigid principles. He speaks like an old man. At that moment, the radiant energy pulsed with brilliant red light. They stared in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before them. His imposing figure radiating power amidst the luminous energy. He spoke in a deep voice, stating that becoming the next head of the family was only natural, a statement that shocked Remington. Pharrell's eyes were pensive, Erica remained stoic, and Theo with a flick of his coat dashed off, saying, "Well, I'm off." Remington was taken aback. "Hey Theo," Erica calls out as Theo tilts his head, his narrow eyes opening slowly. "Don't just stand there, everyone. Points are awarded based on the order you arrive." Farrell's casual announcement was like a bombshell, leaving them stunned before they immediately took off in a mad dash. Pharrell laughed heartily. "Well, I never thought I'd be receiving gifts at my age." Beneath a clear sky and gentle breeze, laughter echoes through the halls of the Camellia Palace. "Where is my precious youngest daughter? My beloved good luck charm?" 2 maids stood silently by whispering to each other, "Oh dear, the troublemaker is here again." Ever since the young master became a rising star, the palace has become more lively. Cecilia is now seriously discussing outfits with a partner. Suddenly the door bursts open and Kia's voice rings out. "So here you are." "My dear Cecilia," Cecilia said. "Mother, please mind your manners on palace grounds." Kia rushed over, arms wide. "Manners? Why bother with such formalities when I'm about to become filthy rich?" Cecilia sighed at a loss for words. Wasn't Mother already rich? She leaned close to Cecilia's rosy cheeks and whispered, "But not filthy rich yet. But soon we will. Theo has become a star, and orders are flooding our workshop. It's finally becoming widely known." Cecilia listened to Kia Sa's words about her son Theo, a proud smile gracing her lips, but a sudden worry crept into her heart. "I always believed Theo would succeed, but watching him I can't help but worry. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and attention? All I can do is stand by and wait. I can't shake this frustration. This is all I can do for him. If only I could help him in a more practical way." Meanwhile, Cecilia admires the outfit she painstakingly made, while Kia is lost in anticipation. The days of simply forging weapons are over. Now we'll create and trade accessories. "Increase revenue tenfold," Cecilia remarks. Mother Kia answers. Cecilia wondered, has there ever been a time? Did Mother make a replacement arm? Cut to the same time. Kay laughs, saying, "The next head of the family, huh? I like your boldness." Following the bird's report, Kaio breaks into a smile. "I know what you're worried about, but even parents have no right to stand in the way of their children's dreams. Not to mention youthful ambition is an unstoppable force. We were all the same in our prime. This place is proof of that, the sword graveyard." The crow laughs, seemingly pleased, and Go smiles, telling it that he told it not to worry. "What I want is the prosperity of Jiangnan, and I will eliminate anything that stands in the way." As if nothing has happened yet, there's still plenty of time to observe. The crow remains silent, offering no response. He's pondering something. Suddenly Kai speaks coldly, "Even if he is my son." Meanwhile, in another realm, intense streaks of energy create a tense atmosphere, guided by a sharp-eyed power, frantically engaging in the third awakening ceremony. His cold voice was full of implications, even for a reincarnated being. Ko happily greets him, "You finally arrived, my son." His gaze hardened a stark contrast to his weary face and injuries, as the boy looked at the proud Kai-O with a troubled heart. It took me 4 hours to climb a mountain that should have taken one. The pressure is immense. He holds out his hand. Do you know what these are? He replied, this is the sword graveyard. I heard these are the swords of those personally defeated by the head of the family. Ko was not pleased. That's right, that's what it means to be the head of the family, a position where I must face countless threats and challenges alone. A position that no one can take from you, a position ruled by the strong. You must stand above all through your own power. Do you believe you have the right to take such a position? Without fear he affirms yes. He stops him, saying not to answer so easily. He slaughtered thousands to stand where he is. Can you still answer the same after feeling their hatred? He stood firm, silently listening to every word. Memories of rage surface, and the Sea Clan vows to curse him for eternity, questioning how he could commit such atrocities. I will tear you to pieces. Theo speaks his resolve unchanged. Ko tightly grips his sword, wondering why. Theo sinks into his thoughts. To avenge his past life, to become the head of the family, and to end this terrible battle for the throne, he is willing to overcome any challenge to fulfill his mission. But he knows that's not the answer his father is looking for. He bravely draws his sword, declaring he will answer with its blade, eliciting a pleased smile from his father. Kai-Ho rises, saying he'll now treat Theo not as a son but as a challenger, to see what he's learned from her teachings. Theo is shocked. Did he just say her? Just as he suspected, his father was the one who took it. He gripped his weapon, ready for battle. Suddenly, Theo's eyes glazed over in shock. With a single strike, his head fell, and he wondered if this was the end. Theo's body parts slowly separated. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Theo watched Kai's actions, judging the mental sword technique, and teased the approaching crow. Are you worried our little protagonist is going to die? It responded in the language of birds. Indeed, only those with unwavering will and determination can escape the mind sword. It's a cruel trial for the young ones in the awakening ritual, but if his resolve is only half-hearted, he's better off dying here as an empty shell. I have no need for a fake regression who will only bring harm to the family. The currents of his mind agree. You're right, thank you. Theo is determined. He can't let this be the end. He made a promise to himself even if he breaks. Tears fall as he remembers, and Theo Phi's body succumbs to the negative emotions. But Theo tenaciously held onto his weapon, battling the mind sword, his hands gripping the blades with resolve and desire. He was determined, but he would never surrender his small figure, shining brightly in the dark space. His blade shines like the sun's corona. Then suddenly a massive explosion obscures everything. Crystals shatter and fall through the dark space, as Theo awakens from his nightmare, disoriented by his reality and surroundings. Theo stands there watching his esteemed father Ko smile proudly. You passed. Sweat still trickled down his face. A week later, it was the day of the family headquarters nomination ceremony. A Hukot fan says, there are too many people here, I'm getting anxious. Erica scoffs, how can you be so timid at your age? He retorted, I'm not shy, you're just bold. There are too many heroes here, commanders of every unit, the previous head of the Belong clan and the current head. She scoffs, you're such a child. Relax, no one's interested in someone who can't even master elemental breathing. Huck asks furiously, what did you say? His angry fist trembled. Huck sighs, can't you tell me? What did you receive from the head of the family during the third ritual? Erica calmly replies, that's a secret. He's annoyed, thinking that if it were him, he would calmly share it. She wonders what he's talking about, and Huck just smirks. You know a Lancer's life is to become Jiangna's sword. We must bet our lives on Jiangna. In that case, she wants someone cool and strong, someone with power, personality, and ambition, someone loyal to him, assertive, and that is Theo. I want to bet my life on him, so he's my Theo. Erica is displeased, but Theo agrees to this. Huck's eyes sparkled. Did he have to? I'm planning to join his unit. I don't know why, but the head of the family said he wouldn't be taken back to the estate. He's excited, so I might follow him. Suddenly drums echoed, filling the space. Vihana calls for attention as the nomination ceremony begins, and the top overall student, Theo Jiangna, is asked to step forward. The crowd roars with excitement, raising their hands in support as Theo approaches the podium reserved for the champion. Theo smiles, satisfied with his efforts, as Eveline watches him from afar along with the crowd. Where will Theo go? I'd be thrilled if he joined our White Dragon Knights, but that's just wishful thinking. He stood there silently awaiting the next announcement, as the man continued, congratulations on achieving the top overall student position. Before Jiang Ya could finish speaking, someone interrupted him, leaving him staring blankly at the imposing figure. The one who appeared was Choi Wan, director of the Central Intelligence Agency, causing a stir. What's going on? Is he planning to avenge Ace Impossible? Kai watches from the crowd, his eyes judgmental, while Julius and Osa tense at the sudden appearance. Vihana warned Director Trung Wong, I don't know what you're planning, but please, sit down. He ignored her, calling out a name, Nga Tooth from the Central Intelligence Agency. Judging by his expression, the Heavenly Dragon is likely still reeling from Aeson's death, but even he wouldn't dare cause a scene at the ceremony. He was stunned by the veiled implications to be ranked. First was special, even though he was last among Jiangna's people. The black egg shattered, revealing crimson eyes that seemed to drown everything around them, the beginning of his ascent to the top as whispers spread among the crowd. Even if he got stronger, who would have thought he'd be sending people to meet the Grim Reaper? They say he would have taken down the supervisor if no one had stopped him. Is his skill that good? Yeah, they say he overwhelmed Asen. Theo's underdog story shook the trainee swordsman, inspiring admiration. No longer looked down upon, he was now met with envy. No longer the Jiangna family fool, the system acknowledged his triumph in the awakening ritual. Congratulations, you've completed Scenario 3, winner of the awakening ritual. You have received an E-core as a reward which has been stored in your inventory. Following his gaze to the system screen, he blankly thinks, there must be a quest. What is a core? Since it's for a long quest, it must be something good. Choivan announces, we are from the Central Intelligence Agency. He glared at Choivan, his eyes filled with animosity, but Choivan simply smiled brightly, offering Theo Jiangna the position of deputy director. Theo silently stared at him as if contemplating something, then frowned, slightly fixing his gaze on Choivan. Immediately, the system displays his information focusing on Choivan. S-rank Choivan, age 46, male known as Thien, long-skilled in scheming and strategy, a hidden blade, ambitious and aiming to use Theo as a hound to decipher the secrets of the ancient dragon's creation. After cross-referencing the system's intel, it's clear he's after the ancient dragon's creation. He must know I possess it, but things won't go his way from now on. Heavenly Dragon, I will personally destroy your Choivan family. Cut to a large room where Julius is shouting. What are you doing, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency? I'm simply recruiting talent according to the nomination ceremonies. Procedure, is there a problem? Choivan asked. Julius angrily retorted, do you think everyone here is stupid? Who doesn't know you're trying to avenge your nephew's death? But you're wrong. As an individual, I may be angry, but as the director, I only wish to recruit exceptional talent. Vihana looked up at the announcement. Stop. Enough, I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the process has begun. Now, according to Jiangna, have you made your decision yet? He said loudly. Actually, I haven't decided yet. That's why I want to hear from you all first. What do you have to offer me? Theo glances at them, eyes full of intent, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Against the vast sky, his imposing figure dominates the battlefield, radiating an aura of power that inspires fear. Suddenly, a slender woman's hand gently rises, as Oa speaks with a serious expression. I, Oa Jiangna Blueness, propose to take Jiangna as my disciple, and promise him the position of young master of the Plum Blossom Palace. The surrounding candidates are shocked. The Plum Blossom Palace Lord has no children, so they're adopting him as the heir to the Sword Dragon. Remington smirks as 2 of the 9 dragons have now made their move. Truly impressive. Hook follows with sparkling eyes. Erica Peak joins the fray, silencing any objections from other captains and leaders. Just then a voice echoed from above, I wish to participate in this contest as well. And a blinding golden light descended, throwing the surroundings into chaos. As he landed, a fierce wind whipped his hair, and his raw power cracked the ground around him. Seeing the familiar half-hidden face, the crowd murmured, it's Black Dragon. Even he dares to participate. Robert speaks in a deep voice. Theo Jiangna, I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremonies. Theo wondered to himself when he heard the man's voice. Kai was right, you have many attractive qualities. Join the Black Snow. I promise you a position. No Snow is the highest rank of secret intelligence in the Black Snow organization, where one can reveal their identity and receive honor. When Theo was in Black Snow, only 8 people achieved this position. In his past life, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach it. But now it's so easy. At that moment, Fur with a calm demeanor cleared his throat and spoke softly. According to Jiangna, the 3rd awakening ceremony was indeed impressive. Don't forget that our Thang Long Hall is open to you as well, a statement that sends shockwaves through the audience. What even one of the 9 dragons Thang Long 4 has stepped forward. There's still one more, our captain. Julius, with his mysterious half-mask, speaks up. Our White Dragon unit recommends Jiangna. No special privileges. His words divided them. Why so insistent, typical captain? Julius spoke, believing true honor lies in proving oneself. I truly wish to recruit you, but I won't offer any special treatment that would be unfair to the other members. What I can offer you is full support and the pride of being a Dragon Knight. Theo remained unfazed by Julius's veiled words, nodding and smiling slightly as he spoke. Understood my choice. H's full soft lips curled into a smile, seemingly pleased with Theo. Just then, Huda's voice cut through the air. You're a regressor, aren't you? Hearing those words from Hio, Theo's eyes widened in shock. And just then a surge of energy erupted, throwing the knight's battlefield into chaos, leaving Theo stunned. On the spectator stand, an empty chair awaits, catching the fierce wind. Soon Huda appears, a provocative smile on her face. Theo is shocked, the former head of the Huda family. Sweat pours down his face as he says, I don't know what you're talking about. H smiles gently, thinking I wonder how he lived in the previous cycle, but his acting is top-notch. Theo is still bewildered. Cycle, what does that mean? Could there really be multiple regressions? Vihana announces. According to Jiangya, is there a problem? You don't look well. Are you stuttering, Theo? Could I have some time to gather my thoughts? Vietna asked. Of course, it's an important decision, but don't take too long. Ha smiles, revealing, no need to hide it. I'm also a regressor, but my allotted cycles are over. And how many regression users are there? The opponent is the former head of the family, so it's best to answer honestly and ask questions. He asked her, does one cycle mean you can regress multiple times? H replied, how do you not know anything? Didn't Kai tell you? Well, Kai loathes regressors. It's surprising Kao let you live. The follower's face suddenly twisting. What? Could it be that the harsh trials I've endured were his doing? She tilted her head, a sinister smile playing on her lips. It seems you have many questions but little time. If you want to know the secrets of this world and our family, come find me later. Now Theo blends into the clear blue sky, lost in thought. During the third awakening ritual, the head of the family gave Theo no answers. All he gave me was the mind sword. The head of the family hates those who regress, and I felt Lord Brock's energy from him back then. And Lord Brock's stolen heart. Did the head of the family really take Lord Brock's heart? Because Lord Brock was an ancient dragon who accepted a regressor. Normally, humans can't defeat ancient dragons. He recalled Kaio's hidden powerful aura filled with secrets. But it was possible for the head of the family, the demigod. There was no other way to uncover the secrets of the regression family. Suddenly, Vihana's voice cut through his thoughts. So Jiang Na, have you decided where you'll go? I have no choice but to go find Huda. Amidst the vast battlefield, Theo's voice resounds. Yes, I've decided. Remington declares loudly under the clear blue sky, I choose the Rising Dragon Hall. Remington became a disciple of the Azure Dragon, perhaps due to their shared water affinity. In his past life, Remington returned to the Nasio family building power and rising against Jiang Na. Amidst the fierce eruption of energy, Remington stood tall with sharp eyes. This time, he didn't leave Jiangga a change I surely made. We'll be apart for a while. This handshake signifies our courteous friendship. He said, let's do our best where we are and meet again when we're stronger. Remington replied, of course, master. I look forward to the day we meet again. Yang smiles as if it were a promise between them. Remington watches him go, his eyes deep in thought, but Ray is expected to return to the Dada Forden Palace, where the Ribbon Dragon Mother resides, as there is no place more suitable for her. Xian and the demons in Training Hall 4 wanted to follow, but they couldn't because they didn't have enough points. It's a shame he had to part ways with his comrades. But the nomination ceremony ends here. Everyone has worked hard, so return to your units. Everyone will do their best in their own place. Suddenly a voice echoes greeting them. I didn't expect we'd be in the same unit. Hook's loud laughter earned him a disgusted look from Erica. The hulking follower watched them thinking, well, at least I have new friends, and greeted them saying, it's nice to meet you both. Hey Erica, I really appreciate your help back in the second round. You two have helped me so much. Erica's cheeks flushed, but she still teased him. Don't you forget it. Strong people are strong. Even Hot Pepper shouted loudly, damn it, I like you too. The strong, the strong. Their sudden outburst left Theo speechless. But these guys suddenly like me. Self tilted his head back to remind him. The captain is coming, everyone, pay attention. He nods and smiles. Theo's choice remains the same, the most prestigious unit in Jiangna, and the perfect place to begin his journey to become a family head, the White Dragon Squad. Julius arrives, exuding elegance and power, welcoming him to the White Dragon Squad. He looked up at him, a worried expression on his face, wondering what he would do after finding Hio. As Hookus stepped forward, the group was finally complete, and a sinister smile crept across Old Man's face. Then perhaps we should listen to the hopes of the new recruits. Hookus confidently and excitedly takes the lead. I want to become a cool knight, another shouts full of bravado. I want my name to be known, Erica declared. I want to be the best leader. Another recruit raised his voice. I want to be recognized by the captain. That statement caused everyone to look at him with calculating eyes, speechless at the rookie's ambition. Even Theo, with his powerful aura, frowned in surprise, his lips slightly parted as if he too was about to state his ambition. With that courage, Theo voiced his hope. I will become the White Dragon Captain in the next 5 years, to prepare for the Great War. After he spoke, Cell's face changed. What a bold declaration. Saying that right in front of the captain, Julius bursts into laughter. Good you dreamers, you've come to the right place. Theo Tung's robes flutter in the wind like the start of a war about to begin. Julius spoke sternly, reminding them that no matter their reasons for joining the White Dragon Squad, they must remember this. Every drop of blood and sweat will forge the history of Jiangnan. Today's hardship will be tomorrow's honor, so never let our shields break or our swords bend. Your comrades will protect your backs, so protect theirs as well. For at the end of the road, sweat and blood are honor. Welcome to the White Dragon Squad. Unexpectedly, Julius's battle companions appear, stunning the onlookers. The captain's dragon companion. He gently strokes its head slowly, introducing it. This is my partner Igula, the dragon, representing the Dragon Knights. At that moment, dragon hatchlings descended from the vast sky, landing heavily, as if to display their strength to the team. Now ride the dragons of your predecessors. The initiation has begun. It's time to find your partners. Everyone assemble in formation. His eyes remained fixed on Julius, and the dragon companions wondering if he too would soon have his own dragon. Meanwhile, Evelyn had already mounted her dragon companion. Let's go, young master. Heavens, his eyes widened in shock. So you chose the White Dragon, Evely says softly. He asks Evely why. So she's back with the White Dragon Squad. She smiles, revealing her charming beauty mark. Yes, that's right. Suddenly his eyes froze as if he had seen something shocking. Amidst the cool breeze, Theo hesitantly speaks, but Evely answers with a smile that hides a hint of melancholy. The arm she placed on her dragon companion was a prosthetic, encased in iron armor. Memories of the past surfaced as Cecilia brought Kian to meet Eveline, raising a hand to her chest with a smile. I've come to express my gratitude. Evely, training the students, turned in surprise, dropping her cigarette. Celia Palace's Madame Kisson says, if you're talking about young Master Theo, then there's no problem. Even without my help, I believe he can still realize his potential. That may be true, but knowing someone genuinely recognizes and supports you, and realizing that person is incredibly reliable, will surely become a solid foundation for the child. I've heard you're that person for Theo. No, I'm just a washed-up inspector who left this place. But before he could finish, she cut him off, asking him not to underestimate himself, saying that sometimes the guiding light doesn't realize how brightly it shines, and that he is that light. Cecilia's words struck Evely's heart. I will help you so that light can shine everywhere. Back in the present, she rides on the dragon's back, her left arm replaced with a beautiful, intricate mechanical one. Thank you, young master. I heard you took a special interest in this. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the White Dragon Squad. I should have taken care of this sooner. It seems she's taking all the credit. He recalls the beautiful, gentle image of his beloved mother. That's my mother, all right. Thank you, mother. Evely's strong voice pulls him back to reality. I, Evely, pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. The young master is protected by his sword, and sitting behind him, he can't help but smile with satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, the two flew to a majestic canyon before a magnificent landscape, and Evelyn sincerely said, I am grateful to you, and from the bottom of my heart I ask for your guidance. After a while, the group finally arrived at the White Dragon's lair, a place filled with mountains of bizarre shapes, with sharp-pointed rocks, jutting out like sea snail thorns. Evelyn proudly introduced their destination, the White Dragon's lair, home to the Weenvins. As he knew, the White Dragon team worked alongside the Weenvins, so the initiation ceremony would be held here. He voiced the question that had been on his mind the entire journey. If I can't find a partner, does that mean I can't join? That's right. It rarely happens, but there are cases like that. Hearing that, he immediately pictured the two lanky struggling against a wiv. Will the rookies be okay? I don't think this is within their capabilities. Let's just let them handle it. She gestures towards the canyon, suggesting he survey the surroundings first. Normally, he would immediately recognize his Ween partner, but suddenly, a large sharp claw appeared and slammed down on the ground. Before him stood an enormous Weenvin, an Ottomon taking majestic strides, a fearsome predator, 15 meters tall with dark brown scales. In the sky, another species appears smaller than the venom dragon, the Avialine, a venomous dragon capable of spewing purple mist with a serpentine body and a deadly poisonous stinger on its tail. After a while, Theo encounters a Wiv with strangely shaped wings, the Sigia sword dragon, a gentle herbivorous dragon that hides underground, ambushing from below when danger is near. Finally, he and Evely are pursued by a pack of fire-breathing velociraptor dragons, small but incredibly fast pack hunters with high intelligence. They can also breathe fire. Having escaped the pack, she begins to explain. The one that the White Dragon Squad manages are mainly these 4 types. So what do you think? Do you feel a connection to any of them? Theo gazes thoughtfully into the distance. What do you sense? A sharp glint flashes in your eyes. I did notice one, but I don't see it here. The image of a massive black dragon appears in Theo's mind. In its mouth was a large slain dragon surrounded by corpses of its kind. 6 years after the Great War, a W-10 invaded the White Dragon's lair, slaughtering hundreds of Weavens carefully nurtured by the White Dragon clan. In his memory, the dragon with massive wings soared over villages, while below countless soldiers struggled against the Black Dragon demon image. That day, 8 villages were burned to the ground, and dozens of inspectors were killed. Jiang Na classified the Black Dragon Spectre as a Class 2 disaster and ordered its extermination. It was finally captured after the Black Dragon King and Sword Dragon intervened. Black Dragon Shade was its moniker, named for its ability to hide in the shadows. His eyes searched intently, as if seeking something. It would be wonderful to have a companion with such great potential. Suddenly, something appears in his eyes, the traits of a dragon he'd seen in the past. On a distant cliff, the forms of 4 dragons begin to materialize. He's found them. They're heading straight for the dragon he's been searching for. Elsewhere, on a large cliff, a dragon stood with someone. It was Julius, smiling as he watched the new recruits from afar. Suddenly, a person in a fur cloak approaches him. You seem happy. Julius grins widely. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't? I unwittingly took a dragon under my wing, the cloaked figure approached. Good, I was just about to bring that up. So Oa, the sword dragon captain of the White Dragon Squad, you plan to make him the core of the unit in the future, right? Ning chuckled and stared at her intently before Julius finally broke the silence. Just as I thought, you're very careful with your words. Madame Lian replied, words are the root of all trouble after all. Looking down at him with a knowing gaze, it seems she's aiming for a bigger picture, and Julius narrows his eyes. I didn't say anything. She approached. Don't worry, I'm here to make that boy an offer. Remaining silent, he responded bluntly. What are you plotting? Julius was filled with questions. Theo had already chosen White Dragon. He couldn't go to the Plum Blossom Palace. What offer is she about to make? Oa gazes into the distance, her long hair obscuring half her face, adding to her mystique. Let him come with me. While he was still stunned, Oa smiled brightly. What do you think? Back in Theo's perspective, 4 large dragons surround a white dragon, constantly growling. Provocatively, he controlled his dragon knight, rushing towards Eveline, and said indignantly, They've started again. Open your eyes and try to see clearly, and tell me, do you know about that, Weenvin? It's been isolated for a long time, she replied helplessly. I tried to do something, but it was no use. It wasn't originally a Weenvin. Perhaps it was rejected by the others. He exclaims, Huh. It's not a Wiv. That's right, it was born from a female Wiv and a male Burr. His eyes widened as if he'd realized something. Wasn't Bear a first-class monster living at the bottom of the sea? How could this be? Eveline turned her head, for that was the mystery. This should be impossible. Lang Yen thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He recalled the terrifying monster with long hair and 4 sharp horns, a level 1 monster with power rivaling natural disasters like storms or heavy rain. Even one breaking through humanity's defenses could cause immense damage. The image of a screaming bluffer flashes through his mind. Buffers are a powerful ghostly species that lurk in the shadows of the forest. He smiles, but cold sweat pours down his face. So, the black dragon's shadow abilities must have been inherited from its father. A bluffer returns to the scene of the white dragon trying to face his 4 opponents. Everyone explains that its birth caused a major problem within the White Dragon clan. Initially, they decided to observe it after letting it stay in the lair. But the other white dragons wouldn't accept the child, and isolating it wasn't a good option, so we were very worried. Theo felt a pang of sympathy for the dragon who was roaring to defend itself. It was being ostracized, simply for being different. What is the child's name? It's in an ancient language. That name means darkness. Theo smiles brightly, all the more reason to choose the child. Darkness, a fitting name. She turns back, startled to see him preparing to jump. Young master, what are you doing? Theo declares that his companion will be that child. With that, he jumped straight down, shocking Eveline. What? What do you mean? Theo dove down at breakneck speed, shouting, I'm going first. She pulled back on the reins, calling out to him in desperation as he dove straight down. He smiled, thinking he would give them a different life this time. Theo fell closer to the 5 dragons on the cliff, just like he had in this life. As he fell, it was as if a lightning bolt struck the cliff with an earth-shattering explosion. Theo leaped from his mount. Here I go. Eveline cried out in shock. Master, you jumped from such a height without fear. Theo opened a gate, readying his weapons, and unleashed a barrage of swords towards the ground. Theo's eyes burned like stars in the night as the system synchronized, allowing him to use psychokinesis to move his targets. The sword hurtles through the clouds toward its target as Theo's feet land gracefully upon it. He steps on each sword, moving through the air with ease, as she watches and laments. Oh my god, when did he learn telekinesis, and to use it like this? Eveline is astonished by his unbelievable growth, as dragons perch on the high cliffs, and a white umbra bares its fangs and roars. Theo continues to plummet from above, painful memories of the past, flooding his mind, memories of scorn and accusations of stupidity. Could this really be the same weak, illegitimate child? The thought stings Theo's heart, his eyes narrow, and the blade descends with terrifying speed as he lands amidst a circle of swords. His eyes ablaze, his body crackling with lightning, Theo gathers his power, unleashing a storm of swords. Finally, a lightning strike erupts on the cliff, face swords plunging deep through the barren rock as the dragons leap away to evade. He landed firmly, glanced around, and his follower immediately mocked, scared already and running away. Bullies are just cowards. Theo looks at Ambra with pity and concern. Are you all right? Ambra growled, cautiously backing away. It then flees, flying high into the air as he calls out from below, asking it to wait. Sighing, Eveline descended, saying he's stressed, so approaching him won't be easy. You should wait a bit and try again later. No, now is precisely when he needs us most. Why do you assume he's still near the nest after being captured? He's lonely, and the emotional wounds sting more than the physical ones. He's hurt, so he couldn't have gone far. Help me catch up to him. Above the barren, jagged cliffs, Ambra huddled in a dark corner. Alone and hurting, it whimpered in pain, then suddenly opened its eyes, sensing movement. Facing them were 2 people approaching. She explained that many knights had tried to tame him, but none had succeeded. He's wary of others, and his current state only exacerbates that. Could you bring me some food as requested? Meanwhile, I'll try to understand him. After all, this is my entrance exam. The 2 embodying opposite extremes stared intently at each other as it roared ferociously like a warning bell. Theo stood unafraid, his intense gaze unwavering as Ambra continued its intimidation with sonic booms. He stood calmly watching it, without so much as a blink as Ambra continued to roar, making it clear that it was ferocious and didn't like others approaching. After a while, Theo pours a healing solution onto Ambra, its restorative properties quickly mending the severe wounds. The precious potion seeps into each scale, as Theo gently asks if the pain has subsided. Lick looks at him with glistening, gentle eyes. Theo places his hand on its skin, sensing it's perhaps due to the dragon's heart, but I can feel his emotions, his rage toward the pack that drove me away, a conflicting sadness and attachment, a desire to remain a part of them, and the agonizing pain of loneliness. His feelings toward me were conflicted as well. He was suspicious of me, someone who appeared out of nowhere yet offered him warmth, but at the same time he wished I wouldn't leave. He saw the longing in Ambra's eyes and felt sympathy. Theo reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't betray you." He opened a portal, took something out, and said with a smile, "And Theo also brought a gem, I know you like these things." In his hand he holds a sparkling rhombus-shaped gem. His eyes are startled, but his heart is filled with warmth and happiness. Knowing how to tease, Theo leans in close, asking, "Do you want it?" Ambra closed her eyes, trying to resist the overwhelming desire, but she couldn't, and opened them wide. Then she excitedly put on the necklace with the stone. He says, "If you follow me, there will be more," as he opens his eyes, a look of manipulation in them. So Ambra growls with excitement, making sounds of agreement. He bribes her. "I heard you don't like necklaces or horse reins, but I can make you one studded with jewels like this," extremely dazzling and beautiful, thinking to himself that he must steal a few things from her. Elsewhere, Snooning flinches, and someone notices and asks if they're all right. She seems out of it. "I hope she's okay." She replies that she doesn't know why, but she feels like she's about to lose a ton of money. On the other side, it suddenly spreads its wings, surprising Theo, and roars as the system announces that you have been recognized as its master. He smiles sweetly, his system having learned a new skill, C-grade, dragon taming proficiency, 1%. Moments later, Evelyn arrives on her dragon. Arriving at their destination, she gently set foot on the ground, carrying 2 freshly hunted boars. She gasped, witnessing the bizarre scene unfold before her. Evelyn exclaimed, "How did you do that? He's never opened up to anyone before." Hearing her voice, he opens his eyes and replies, "You're back. It's nice to see him enjoying his food. Thanks for the meat, Evelyn." She was curious. "How did you do that?" Theo explains that he was simply healing the dragon's wounded heart, and the present sealed the deal. Evelyn glanced at his face, puzzled, then burst out laughing. "You want me to eat that? It's okay, I've already eaten, so eat as much as you like." She chuckled thoughtfully, just like the young master, not only good at charming people, but even dragons. A moment later, Ivirli snapped out of her thoughts. She congratulated her young master. He had accepted him as his companion. A dragon offering its neck and back is a sign of trust. Suddenly, Ivirli panics. "Wait, what are you suddenly doing?" Theo blankly sits down. "He told me to get on." She yells, even though he accepted her as a companion, he hasn't been trained to fly. Riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is dangerous. Its wings are the quickest path to death. He proudly reassured her, "It's all right, I have my own way." Theo then activated his flying skill, taming making up for the lack of skill. Evelyn stared in disbelief at the sky, watching Theo and the dragon soaring together in perfect harmony. He rode with ease. "Okay, I get it now. You want to show me something, right?" Theo's face was as warm as the morning sun, and the happiness of having a new friend filled his expression. He sensed something was wrong. Something wasn't right. How could a pure dragon like him become such a terrifying demonic monster known as the Dark Dragon? Ambra leads Theo to a beautiful and dreamy waterfall, but tiny traces of darkness lurk here amidst a vast, snowy landscape. Dragons still soar through the central district as Theo slowly approaches and speaks. "I thought I knew everything about the winter mountains when I was Black Snow, but I never expected a crystal cave next to the waterfall." "You really do have a thing for shiny objects, don't you?" Ambra chirped in agreement. Suddenly he stares in astonishment at the flowers before him. "Huh. Looking at this, I know exactly why you became a black dragon phantom. You've been eating this all along, haven't you? To find a demonic shadow brimming with dark power here." The information about the flower he holds appears. The evil spirit flower, a plant that only grows deep within the demon sea. It absorbs pure demonic energy bathed in moonlight, making it a priceless elixir for monsters and demons. Don't let it disappear. Dragons and demons are polar opposites. How could you absorb this? It's far too dangerous. We have to burn it all. The black dragon quickly cried out. He reassured it, "Don't worry, I won't touch this crystal." Suddenly he was startled by the sight before him, a corpse hanging by ropes almost completely decomposed. The corpse's face was frozen in a smile. Theo wondered, a human? No, it's a corpse dead for at least 10 years. He analyzes, but the body is intact. The cold is one thing, but this means the person's magic must have been immense when they were alive. Theo can't believe that someone so powerful could be imprisoned and left to die in such misery. How strange. I'll investigate when I return. First, about the evil spirit flower. Suddenly the corpse cries out, and Theo suspiciously watches it, quickly blocking its attack. Theo is shocked and cries out while Umbra roars with rage and the corpse grits its teeth in resentment. It continued to scream, muttering to itself, "Too dangerous." He quickly reached out to block it, but it bit down on his hand. The corpse's hiss still echoed. "Rob, I won't forgive you." Theo realizes he wasn't mistaken. It's the name of the family head and the black dragon. Who is this person? An arrow suddenly pierces toward them. Theo suddenly recognized him, a white-armored dragon knight. Evelyn quickly attacked the corpse. She asked in a panic as Theo collapsed, "Master, are you all right? Answer me." Lying on the ground, he smiled and replied, "Evelyn, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Suddenly, he groaned through clenched teeth, the pain unbearable. The poison in the corpse was full of demonic power. "I'm losing strength." Without the antidote, Evely quickly helps him up. "I'll take you back to headquarters immediately. It'll be painful, but please bear with it." Ambra suddenly attacks her, and Evelyn retaliates. I'm not gonna hurt him. I'm trying to protect him." Evelyn angrily shouts, "Stop it, Ambra, or I don't care if you're the young master's pet," as she huffs, trying to stop her. Evelyn, wait just a moment. "Ambra, you have a way," Ambra quickly agreed. He smiled in agreement. "Very well, I trust you." Evelyn tries to stop him, warning that if he doesn't return immediately, the demonic poison from the corpse will kill him. Theo explains that the demonic poison has less than a 30% survival rate regardless of treatment, as he recalls Umbra evolving into a second-class demon dragon by consuming evil spirit flowers. It must have seen the corpse before, and as a result it learned how to absorb demonic energy and the corpse's poison. Theo remains firm, so please just trust Evelyn, the panicked young master. Umbra quickly plucks a flower, then shatters a crystal. He placed the shards before Evelyn, who stared at them in bewilderment. "You want me to mix this up and feed it to him?" She remained silent for a moment. She stared at the shards, then at the suffering boy, and closed her eyes in resignation. She decides to gather the pieces. Very well. Evelyn uses her power to piece him back together quickly, pouring the mixture into his mouth. He remained silent and unresponsive, as Evelyn and Umbra watched him intently, his complexion gradually improving. His power is returning. Evelyn can't believe her eyes. He's really recovering, and his power seems to be growing stronger. That power shines brighter and brighter. Evelyn's eyes widened in astonishment. He's actually recovering. I've never heard of this before. What is happening, Master? A system notification rings out, initiating body purification and absorbing the traits of the Black Dragon Demon Shadow. In Julius's command office, Julius turns to someone behind him, confused. Has Black Snow approved this report? The soldier quickly corrects him. Sir, after verifying the facts, they say this information is 89% accurate. Hearing this, he angrily slams his fist on the table, breaking it in two. Damn it, I can't believe it. I knew bad news was coming our way. And yet this was completely unexpected. The 5th Division captain of the White Dragon Knights and the 15 men with him have all died on the battlefield. It's an ancient secret art that transforms the body to accumulate mana more easily, but it requires multiple powerful mana users and several painful days to perform. Even so, it's only been proven effective on children under 5, making Theo's purification a result of countless coincidences aligning perfectly. The extreme yin corpse poison entered Theo's body, enhancing his mana, while the extreme yang monster will gradually accumulate, strengthening his muscles. Mana condensed from decades of consuming phantom poison, aided by one who mastered its neutralization, all in a bizarre equilibrium. Instead of being destroyed or expelled, Theo's body absorbed the very essence of the toxin's power. Theo's eyes snap open, and Evelyn rushes to his side, asking, "Are you all right?" as he mumbles and sits up. "Evelyn, I'm sorry for worrying you." Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief. The system displays Theo Jongna, age 17, male title, Fox Speed, the greatest genius in a millennium. Talent, Jongna player observation. Inventory, Guardian Dragon cleansing, rebirth, Azure Dragon access denied. Status, feeling dazed from an unexpected encounter. Acquired magic poison that created the first illusion dragon. If not controlled, he could become the second. Theo reads on, frowning in thought, considering the phantom dragon's power, and continues with the notifications. Level 16 stats, Strength 112, Agility 62, Constitution 38, Magic 238, Intelligence 36, Luck 21. Skills, Dragon Pressure synchronize with Baby Dragon, Dragon Taming, Flying Dragon Fist access denied. Theo calculates that a total of 85 stat points have been added. This is insane. The crystals in this cave are all crystallized pure energy. Their power has diluted the toxicity of the shadow poison, even acting as a cure. I'm glad I trusted Umbra. Jiangna's already perfect physique now possesses purification, regeneration, and illusion dragon properties. From now on, his growth rate will be unimaginable. Theo suddenly speaks, but more importantly, who is this old man? Suddenly, Evelyn rushes forward, prompting Theo to ask, "What's wrong, Evelyn?" Her mouth gaped in astonishment. Was that writing on the wall? He questioned. A journal, Evelyn confirmed, but to carve such intricate writing into the cave walls, they must have been masters defeated by Kay and Robert. Inscriptions appear on the cliff face left by a master defeated by Kay and Robert, now forced into hiding to plot their revenge. But my body now echoes the screams of the dead coup, Robert. He marvels even more as he continues to read the inscriptions on the wall. My body is decaying at an alarming rate. Is it because Robert damaged my demonic core? The dark energy I absorbed to survive is now killing me. My consciousness fades and demonic energy takes hold. Damn it, I haven't even begun my revenge. How could this be? I'm losing consciousness fast. It's time to decide, and I must admit I have no hope left. I will relinquish everything and be reforged into my beloved sword, the Jade Serpent Sword, to seal myself away. I hope someone finds this place. I hope they fulfill my wish. I hope they fulfill the wish. praying that my successor will overcome them. I leave my legacy here. Both were astonished, looking up at the cliff face. Wait, next, this is illusion sword technique and thunderstorm wind god. Eveline looks up confused. So this man is the legend who freely manipulated the winds, the tragic hero who fought for the position of family head against the current Golden Crow 40 years ago. Wind King Hector Jiangna. I heard he was dead, but he's been here all along. Evelyn freezes, then quickly kneels as Theo stares in confusion. What are you doing? Evelyn respectfully replied. Though defeated and exiled by the family head, the Wind King is still a legitimate heir of the Jiangna bloodline. For a Jiangna subordinate to harm a rightful heir is a capital offense punishable by immediate execution. So Theo calmly dismisses her, telling her to stop talking nonsense. The man she killed was no longer a Jiangna, but a madman it was to save his life. Was there another choice, she asked, sweating as she looked at him. But remember the rules, he said, turning away. Everything that happened here remains a secret forever. If it still troubles you, take the secrets of the Wind King. Evelyn, keep them. Evelyn asked him, confused. The Wind King's secrets rival even the 9 dragons techniques, so why would he give them to me? He looked at her steadily. Become the Wind King's heir, grow stronger, and inherit his legacy. Then the Wind King can finally rest in peace. Now that she's his successor, no one can call it a sin anymore. Didn't you say you'd become my sword, Eveline? Evelyn smiles as she watches kneeling respectfully. Evely Nerov, High Swordsman of Jiangna, I pledge my allegiance to you as your subordinate. I humbly beseech you, great and noble lord, to accept this oath of fealty. He gripped his sword and spoke, I, Theo of Jiangna, as he quickly drew his blade. With a clear declaration, I accept Evely Nerov's oath, etching it into my heart and soul. And on the long road ahead, I vow to make you my first sword. He looked at Evely with satisfaction, and she smiled contentedly. Ambra is also delighted by the scene before her, as the snowy land returns to its former peace. Back at White Dragon headquarters, the soldiers continue their training, as Huck smiles and looks up. Theo hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps I truly am the most talented in the White Dragon armor army. As Theo slowly landed, he stared blankly at the boy's appearance, exclaiming in surprise. Zhang He, what in the world did you bring with you? Murmurs spread through the crowd. What, don't tell me. So that's it. How could he make that ferocious beast his companion? So this is why he's a once-in-10,000-year genius. Is even this a talent? What the hell? Eveline quickly approached. Senior Swordmaster Evelyn Narovo and trainee Zhang Na have completed the aptitude test and returned. But where's the captain? Michael slowly replied. He received an urgent letter and returned to his office. An urgent letter, she asked, bewildered. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind appears, like a great tornado, scattering everything. Julius and his mount appear. He declared, I know you've just completed the initiation, but I'm sorry, everyone will be deployed to Banki Fortress. Theo muttered. A real combat deployment. So it's finally here. The Ceres Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Banki Fortress. A plot to steal the Banpang Dragonslayer sword and incite rebellion, orchestrated by those wretched nobles. Julius quickly gave the order everyone present would be sent to Fort Banki. A wave of murmurs rippled through the ranks, as a bewildered soldier asked Commander, what's going on? What mission is so important that we have to deploy even raw recruits who haven't completed basic training? Julius tightened his reins. Squad 5's captain on Is and his 14 subordinates had gone missing. Reflecting on it, even Julius, the eldest knight of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, wasn't easily defeated, according to his advice. Could this be part of the butterfly effect I caused? Julius recounted and analyzed the report from Black Snow, stating there was an 89% chance they were dead, and even if alive, they were unfit for duty. The current forces would form a temporary 5th platoon and carry out their mission. Evely Narova will be the temporary 5th platoon captain, and with the mission commencing in 3 days, basic training must be completed by then. I don't believe they're dead, but we must avenge them. With that, he immediately left. Theo immediately fell into thought, recalling the Black Skull Bandits' kidnapping of the Ceres Trading Company, an event that resulted in no losses thanks to the White Armor Dragon Knights. But that wasn't the case. The true objective of this event lay elsewhere, to steal and transport the Slayer Sword Banmung. Ekoi Wen used the Banmung he stole during the coup, but things have changed from his previous life. If this is all my fault, I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it. A system notification appears. Hidden quest: collect the Dragon Slayer Sword Banmung. 3 days later, a guard on the tower shivers, unable to get used to the cold. Why does the moon look so strange? Dragons soared through the night, and he realized with horror that it was the White Dragon Brigade. Hands quickly scaled the walls, and the guard shouted, sound the alarm, it's the cavalry, but the soldiers below were quickly overwhelmed. Everyone commands loudly, ordering everyone to drop the bombs. The bombs are quickly released, blanketing the city. The commander urgently ordered, take cover inside the city. Don't die in vain. The group quickly landed and launched a massive attack. Blood splatters everywhere, as Every orders them all killed. Let them see the price of laying a hand on the White Armor Dragon Knights. Rain fell in sheets, and the entire city was engulfed in a white blaze. A white-haired figure wielding a sword runs through the night. Damn it, they said they'd take care of the cavalry. You almost bought the farm there, Min. Whatever, once I deliver this, I'm done, time to relax and enjoy myself. Suddenly, a mysterious figure swiftly killed him, coldly turning away as he fell. He silently picked up the sword as his master spoke. "The goods?" He presented them respectfully. "Yes, sir." The master quickly confirmed, "Good, this is the right item. We've achieved our goal. Prepare for the next phase of the plan." The remaining soldiers quickly respond, "Understood." The master's gaze turns to the citadel. Now only the extermination of the vermin remains. Back at the fortress, a soldier is quickly subdued, and Hook informs them that the capture is complete. It was too easy. Theo confirmed it, saying it was too easy. His eyes darken as he struggles to believe that the 5th Company was wiped out. Not to mention the synchronization system is now reading the target's memories. Theo secretly assesses this guy as well. He knew they stole Ban Mung, but he'd never seen it firsthand. The small fries are one thing, but even the commanders. "Did I miss something?" Aaron curiously watches on. "What's wrong? Is something the matter, Theo?" He stammered in response. "No, I'm just thinking." Michael chuckled, slinging an arm around his shoulder. "Even a lightning tiger is still a rookie, huh? You could just admit you're nervous about your first mission." Aaron quickly chimed in. "The hostages have been rescued. Let's regroup with the others." Michael sighed in annoyance. All right, I'm on it. I want to get home quickly. I'm covered in gunpowder." Suddenly wide-eyed, he abruptly jumped up and ran off, leaving a bewildered Michael to speak. "What's wrong with him?" Aaron wondered to herself. "He probably just hates your smell," he said, looking at her judgmentally. Meanwhile, Theo attacks in one direction with his sword, the blow scattering earth and stone. Theo stares ahead, knowing it all along, as Aaron looks at him puzzled. "What are you doing, Theo?" She couldn't believe her eyes, blurting out, "Explosives. Those sons of bitches are trying to take us all with them." Theo urgently warned everyone that there was no time to waste. They had to get out now, and Aaron immediately agreed. "Okay," Michael agreed. Lan and her sisters began the evacuation, but a massive bomb headed straight for them. Everyone stared in shock as Theo screamed in terror, and a huge explosion quickly followed. The mysterious figure in the distance continued to reload, then gestured again, triggering another explosion that engulfed the area in flames. Though Kyo coldly ordered a complete annihilation, leaving no ant alive. For on that day in a castle, a woman sat by the window. Amim frantically muttered, "Are you hurting my sweet mommy? Will bring you the head of that filthy maggot." On the tower, the fierce battle raged on, and Evelyn fought with unrelenting fury. She ordered the group to not let a single one escape. The soldiers responded. "Understood." She grimly surveyed the enemy forces. Could Team 5, led by Chenner, really have been defeated by these guys? No, that's impossible. Something was definitely wrong. Captain Evelyn gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, as a bomb hurtled toward her, causing her to exclaim, "This is insane." Every quickly dodged, realizing it was an artillery barrage. "Defend everyone." She spots an enemy running to avoid the bombs. Bombs rained down, causing every to frown as they grew more powerful. Noises erupted from the only nearby door, as the team rushed toward Evelyn. Captain Evelyn spoke quickly, "You all made it just in time. This is a large-scale bombardment. We have to get out of here now." Theo quickly responds, "Understood. Let's head to the outer wall in the opposite direction of the artillery bombardment." The system announces the opening of the mine's door, unlocking the brain's secure protocol function, as Theo quickly scans the display, increasing the speed of thought and eliminating doubts. Theo's eyes suddenly lit up as a series of images flashed before him, and he began to analyze the screen. Evelyn patted Theo's shoulder. "Why are you standing there? Theo, we have to escape, so snap out of it. We need to get out of this fortress immediately." "What are you doing?" Theo Kyungkwan disagrees. "No, we have to go inside." She couldn't believe it. As stones rained down, the others protesting. "You want us to go back where we almost got blown to bits? The lives of 21 of us are in your hands. Damn it. Shouldn't we just run out of here?" Theo yelled, explaining that running out now would only lead them into another barrage or ambush. That's exactly what they're planning. The screen displays as she uses synchronization to read the subject's remaining thoughts. Theo suddenly froze as the stones continued to rain down. He realized they must think we couldn't survive inside the fortress. He scanned the area with the system calculating, realizing that with this ability they had a chance to survive. The system announced that with the mind's eye open, synchronization was spreading rapidly. Theo thinks to himself, the left side is equipped with scalpels, the right is under artillery fire. We'll take the stairs down. Everyone quickly rushed down the surrounding earth, and rocks sealing the entrance only to find their path blocked by a wall. This is a dead end, and everyone begins to question Theo. "Hey, you told us to follow you and trust you. You have a plan, right? We can't turn back now, it's collapsing." All artillery has extended its firing range, and everyone watches in horror as debris falls around them. Everyone braced themselves, eyes darting around, watching for any movement. Theo glared at the rocks blocking their exit, the entire tower engulfed in flames. The mysterious figure outside spoke, "Always keep this in mind. This is revenge for young Master Asen, so be careful." Though Kyo gripped his sword grimly, "I don't care if they're crushed, bring me their heads." Theo muttered amidst the rubble, "I thought I was a goner." With debris everywhere, the group scrambled to escape, piling on top of each other. Hukot breathes a sigh of relief, just as he predicted. "Theo, you really did have a plan, destroying the floor in the final moments before the cannon fire." A group of soldiers point their spears at them. What's going on? Who are you? How did you get here? Theo eyed them warily. Black skulls. Why are they here? We investigated this place before and found nothing. Wait, he suddenly notices a group of people imprisoned. Theo sees his chained-up 5th Squad, Captain Chiner even. The prison door is quickly opened as Hookus and Erica restrain the soldiers. Evelyn spoke respectfully. I'm glad you're alive, Chen, but this is truly astonishing. Little did they know the mastermind was the Jiangna Intelligence Agency, and the iron chains were quickly removed. Is questioned her suspiciously, saying that everyone seemed unsurprised, to which Evelyn replied sadly, I already suspected it. A place as chaotic as this is bound to have moles, but I never expected them to stab their own comrades in the back. Arin declared disgusted by the blatant betrayal. Michael chimed in, yes, we must have our revenge. Yoon quickly reminded them, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. We shouldn't act impulsively right now. They were fully prepared to capture us from the start of this war. With our current strength, we can't gain the upper hand against them. We must inform the Black Snow outside about this. Theo suddenly interjects, saying, that's impossible. Black Snow isn't coming to help. That means they must have wiped out the Black Snow forces in the ambush outside. That's why we entered the fortress without daring to rush out. But we still have a chance to win. They buried all their comrades in that initial barrage. That means they're trying for a quick victory, and they won't be able to hold out for long, which means they'll be back to check our bodies down here. The moment they let their guard down certain of their victory. If we ambush them from these ruins, we might just win. Is stared intently, silently assessing him. He opened his mind's eye at that age. He muttered, I must be getting old if I'm thinking of giving up my life in a place like this. It seems we have some outstanding new blood on this campaign. He tapped his staff on the ground. He quickly agreed, you're right. The White Dragon Knights won't stand for this. We'll proceed as planned. The White Dragon cavalry gathers, preparing for war, as though Kyo and his men enter the tower, kicking aside loose stones. A soldier gasped below, help me. Please, just this once, save me. Though Kyo asked a subordinate anything, the man immediately reported, no, nothing yet. We've searched the west and are now searching the east. He sank into thought. The ambush team had no special report either. But how? How could we not find any bodies from the White Dragon Squad? He hastily questions them. Wait, stop. Has anyone seen the White Dragon Squad? Suddenly a tremor shook the soldiers around them. A sword burst from the ground, surprising. Tho, who quickly blocks Evelyn's attack. The cold clash of weapons echoes as they engage in direct combat. Theo quickly retreated from her attack, overwhelmed by Evelyn's assault. She decisively continued her assault on Theo, landing gracefully on the ground. He cried out in terror, realizing it was an ambush by the White Dragon Squad. Prepare for battle. Every grips her sword facing him. I had hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau, but according to Jiangna's laws, traitors are to be executed on the spot. Tho faced her again and again, grinding his teeth in disbelief. How could they have survived those explosions? What is going on? Evelyn fights relentlessly, showing Tho no mercy. Her attack sends him flying backward, her grip tightening on her sword. An alarming realization dawned on Tokyo, as he was knocked back once more, quickly retreating to defend himself. Evelyn declared, the Intelligence Bureau's resistance is futile. From the moment the ambush succeeded, you had no chance. But if you surrender, we will spare your lives. Though Kyo, his face grim, gave orders to those behind him. Everyone used the secret art. The Xenos were bewildered. What is that secret art? Theo stared in disbelief as a massive explosion erupted. The Thao Kyo gritted their teeth and unleashed their power, and Theo realized it was a reverse explosion, a forbidden technique that consumed all life force. Another explosion erupted, and Theo plunged his sword into the ground using his power to resist. He glared at them with hatred, as Thao Kyo attacked him with a cloning technique, and a man quickly stepped in front of Theo, getting stabbed full of swords. The man cried out, Shinping, run. Theo stared in shock at the scene, grinding his teeth in resentment, and screamed, you bastard, how dare you! Dragon Claw third form, his eyes widen, the system announces the Thunder Gate has opened, and the soldiers are quickly defeated as he unleashes another attack. Though KO was attacked so fiercely that he panicked. Dust and rocks flew into the air, obscuring everything, and the whole area was devastated. Though Kyo couldn't believe his eyes, how could he so easily neutralize the reverse flow explosion? I can't let him live. He's attacking again. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them as Mai watched on in disbelief. According to Theo, when did he become capable of that? Aaron agreed. You're right, we have to try harder. Theo gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. I used the Thunder Gate to enhance my strength with brute force, but it seems it's still too much for me. The Kyo attacks from behind, and Theo grits his teeth. I'll drag you down to hell with me no matter what. Theo observes, noticing the distortion of his magic core. No way, he's about to self-destruct. Suddenly a force appeared before him, confusing Theo, as Evelyn unleashed her power, sending Kyo flying backward. Wind and Thunder Divine Art. A fierce storm erupts. Wind and Thunder Divine Art. She follows up with a flurry of windstorm attacks. Theo gapes in astonishment. The mana eruption has stopped. Evelyn swiftly finishes off Kyo, who is quickly defeated. Exhausted, Theo collapses to the ground when a voice speaks beside him. You've worked hard, haven't you? Theo is praised by the group, proving he lives up to his reputation. Don't even dream of taking Sir Theo's title as the best swordsman. It's mine. Thanks to you we survived. Thank you so much. Theo blankly stares at their expressions, and then smiles back at them. Mai quickly pulled him up, asking Theo with curiosity. The captain survived, but when did you learn that skill? He brushed it off nonchalantly. If you knew, you'd be in trouble. The group rushes to celebrate with Theo. Is affectionately watched, the group celebrate, muttering to himself as he gazed into the distance. The long night has passed, and a brilliant dawn breaks once more, as the sword planted in the ground dances in the wind. At Honghua Palace, the sky shifts to a sunset of orange and violet. Inside a stifling room, a tear-streaked face, smeared with makeup, eyes filled with resentment. With loathing, E stared at her hand, clinging to his arm. Curse you, you wretch, how dare you act like this? E throws her off and she collapses to the floor in pain as Tara cries out, Master, where did you get the nerve to steal my seal? He asked coldly, placing his hand on the confirmation order. Kill Jiang Na and the White Dragon Knights, is that what you said? Do you have any idea what you've done? How dare you interfere with Choi Ban's grand plan? She clutched her head, screaming madly with sharp, wide, and terrifying eyes as tears streamed down her face. She raised her head and screamed, I just want the head of the bastard who did this to Asen. Is that too much to ask? That enemy, I'll crush everything related to him, burn it all to soothe my anger, to let Asen's soul rest in peace. Only then will I feel a little better. His palm clenched as he slowly spoke, his voice probing, As have you forgotten your role for the sake of a mere child? Hearing those words, she gaped, her eyes wide with shock, as Asen's face twisted with cruel words reminding her, You have lost the Dragon Slayer sword, the key to our entire plan. From this moment on, you are no longer Ben's daughter. She was stunned with pain, whispering in her heart, That look, father. That bitterness permeated her very being, leaving her eyes hollow as she hung her head, unable to face the truth. Immediately afterward, he strode confidently out the door, ordering, She's useless now. Lock her away where no one can see her. Eliminate all those connected to her so no word gets out. Tara responded respectfully, Yes, master. He exits with a dark look hinting at sinister intentions. Beyond that door, desperate pleas echoed, Please reconsider just this once. If you spare me, I'll do anything. Spare me. Ignoring their desperate cries, he calmly strode through the pool of blood spreading from the corpses. The rebellion I meticulously planned has crumbled to dust. All because of that bastard. With Jiang Na as my witness, I swear I'll personally send you to hell. Cut to a spacious bedroom where he sits comfortably on the bed, intently watching the system screen. Suddenly, the massive sword appears in Theo's hand, along with a system notification, Dragon Slayer, Sword Unknown, Grade Mysterious Greatsword 82. Its requirements and effects are unknown, and it's currently sealed. Its secrets must be unlocked to be used. He examined the sword in his hand, a hint of doubt in his voice. The Dragon Slayer sword. Just then, as he gripped it tightly, a mysterious light emanated from the blade. He felt the pain it inflicted, and quickly dropped the sword onto the floor, the sound echoing through the room. Following the sword with his gaze, he held up his aching hand, lost in thought. As expected, it wasn't the Dragon Slayer for nothing. His palm burned red from the brief contact with the sword, and he spoke slowly. It clearly suppressed Jiang Na completely. Just as I thought, I won't be able to use it unless I unlock its secret. A legacy from ancient myth, like a phantom. It's not easily wielded by ordinary hands, but if someone deciphers its secrets, it will bestow legendary powers, a mythical treasure. In his past life, Choi Ben must have unlocked the Ban Meng's secret. Remembering what he did back then, a place comes to mind until its secret is unlocked. It's just a useless lump of iron. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside the room, and he turned back suspiciously. He opened the door and exclaimed Everine as she stood with her hand on her chest, bowing, apologizing for the intrusion. Young master, do you have a moment? The commander wishes to see you. The scene shifts to Julius and Thomas's conversation as Julius says, It's good, you're back alive, but you want to be discharged. Thomas sadly lowers his head and speaks slowly. It's embarrassing to say, but I lost my legs, and Rosinante, my wind dragon, in the last battle. Besides, this old body won't last long on the battlefield anyway. I plan to spend the rest of my days in my hometown, remembering the comrades who have fallen. Hearing his explanation, Julius burst out laughing. Who could stop the old man's stubbornness? Let him do as he pleases. Thomas responds, Thank you, sir. Commander, I know this isn't a worthy choice. I have something to say about the rookie following Jiang Na. Speak, he said. At his age, the Thunder Gate has opened. Julius is astonished by this event. The Thunder Gate is the boundary between ordinary and extraordinary. He slammed his teacup down, spilling water like his agitated emotions. He spoke, I was shocked when I first heard it. It's clear he wasn't a born genius who possessed it from the start, but rather he forced open a tightly shut door. That feeling is unmistakable. That door was forced open violently. In any case, his vessel expanded suddenly, and compared to what he possessed, it was absurdly vast. Then with a look of shock, Julius interjected, We must fill that expanded vessel. He closed his eyes wearily and spoke calmly. That's all a senior can tell a junior. From now on, you'll have to learn and grow on your own. The scene shifts to a fierce gunsmoke-filled battle between Theo and Julius, whose sharp eyes gleam with murderous intent. Though separated by a great distance on the battlefield, the tension between them is palpable. Julius slowly began, "Theo, I heard you played a key role in this mission." Theo bowed slightly, replying, "Not really, it was all thanks to my teammates." He smirked. "Don't be so modest. How far has your path of martial arts progressed?" He reluctantly answered that fighting was much easier now than before. He raised his hand, cutting him off, and slowly said, "No, I'm not just asking about your fighting technique. I'm asking about the world of the sword you're trying to manifest." His eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment's thought he replied softly, "If you're referring to that, I'm not sure either. I've only been practicing with the sole desire to imitate the Lord's swordsmanship." Julius gripped the sword behind him, his voice hinting at a reminder. "That's how everyone starts." Immediately, his sharp eyes and decisive draw of his sword filled the air with tension, leaving Theo speechless. Immediately the area radiated a blazing red energy, and Theo realized the crimson space around him was the sword demon's domain. It's different from the sword dragon's realm before his second awakening. Could what he said mean this world is formed from personal martial arts? Suddenly his eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Julius, engulfed in a terrifying aura, roared ahead. "My sword represents." He was so terrified he raised his arm to bite it, his bloodshot eyes staring ahead in fear. He stands ready, sword firm in hand, eyes sharp and battle ready. His swordplay is fluid, his gaze fixed with deadly intent. He unleashes a dome of energy, shaking the very heavens, his sword attacks swift and precise. His robes flutter in the wind, his eyes sharp amidst the crimson aura. One side of his face glows red, his grip tight on his sword, the air thick with tension. Theo's eyes widened at the sight of his swordplay, and madness as cracks appeared in the rocks, revealing a strange light emanating from behind. Violent vortexes erupt in the sky, fueled by his immense power, as Theo watches in stunned disbelief, sword in hand as the storm rages above. Immediately the violent vortex created by Julius surrounded Theo, and the demon dragon sword wielded by Julius plummeted from the sky. He landed and strode forward, pointing his sword and speaking in a deep voice. "What do you think? What did you see in the martial way of the demonic dragon?" His sharp eyes lowered, and he replied softly, "Power and destruction." Thu Kiem sheathed his sword, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Exactly that is the essence of demons, instinct directness. Even if it shatters in the end, it's still a straight line that pierces and destroys everything. It touches violence, destruction, power, death. "So what do you think of the Plum Blossom Palace?" Lord Sword Sweat trickled down his cheek as he bowed his head in anticipation. "It's graceful and beautiful." He crossed his arms, eyes narrowed with curiosity. "Beautiful, huh? It makes sense that the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's swordsmanship embodies the essence of life. A seed sprouts, grows, and blooms into a flower that is life. It's slow but gentle, ever-changing, and never stops growing. This is the martial path." He stroked his chin, pondering, and recalled that this was the martial path the man had spoken of. Though both are 9 dragons, this is how he interprets the way of the sword. Suddenly, a sinister smile creeps across his face as he bursts into laughter. With arms crossed, he explained earnestly, "Life and death, existence and violence. Do you think the meaning of 2 swords is completely opposite?" He wondered, "Isn't that the case?" He flicked his robe, sending them billowing in the crimson space, then turned with a low voice. "Where's the fun in telling you directly?" He stares blankly at the ancient book before him, suspicion rising in his heart. He wondered what it was, and the old man cryptically replied, "A conversation between me and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord about swords." Theo, stunned by his words, stammered, "You mean?" He gazes into the vast sky, explaining, "This is extremely rare. You have become a disciple." 2 figures stand back to back as the master's words echo both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. Theo's eyes widen in disbelief. In the quiet space of the cliffside, the 2 of them each with their own thoughts created a stillness, until the sound of a book closing broke the silence. His face fell with a hint of melancholy, lips pursed as if struggling to speak. Arms crossed in a huff, he slowly said, "You're being a little too harsh, you know. So determined to make someone who already belongs to us a co-successor." "How foolish," she says, covering her mouth and teasing him with a smile. "You're just jealous, though. You can't deny this will help Theo." "Immensely right. You know very well that Theo is the most promising heir, unmatched by anyone. He's developing at a rate befitting his talent, and will soon hit a wall. When that time comes, this will help him overcome it," he mumbled. "But what if he sees through it with his sharp eyes?" Julius lowered his head, his voice heavy with despair. "What if he becomes an enemy of the leader but not of Jiang Na?" His words made her so tense that beads of sweat ran down her cheeks. He gazed at the natural scenery before him and continued, "You know those who develop that quickly rarely have a good ending." He replied, "Indeed, if he continues down that path, the secret technique we gave him could come back to haunt Jiang Nan in blood." With a smile, she slowly says, "I thought you simply favored the boy, but now I'm sure of one thing. This is definitely Julius's style, so you better hold on to it. Give it to him when the person you've been watching grows up, without being consumed by greed. When you're sure he's become a Jiang Na who cherishes every moment." Julius simply lowered his head, lost in thought. He slowly raised the secret manual, gazing at it as if entrusting it with something. Cut to Theo sweating with tension, thinking 2 dragons of Jianghu, the first and second in swordsmanship, dragon sword and devil sword, 2 successors at once. He hesitantly asked, am I really worthy of this? To his question, the man replied with a warm voice, there's no need to be so modest. We're giving it to you because we believe you deserve it. Hearing this, he slowly nodded, accepting their trust. He watched them leave, realizing how much he'd grown thanks to them. He'd done nothing for them, yet they were always there to help. Bowing his head in gratitude, he thought, from Randon until now I've only received help from them both. I will definitely repay them. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps approached decisively. His imposing figure strides forward, robes billowing in the wind as he declares, if you want to repay us, there's a way to do it right now. A spar. A friendly spar after all this time. No wait, we have a new disciple now. How can I as captain stand idly by? Now this is the real training. Oh man, that sentence made him break out in a cold sweat. He wanted to signal for help so badly. Evelyn turned and left, leaving behind the sounds of their frantic battle and desperate screams. Swiftly, she quietly stepped out and locked the door shut. A desperate voice echoed from behind the door, spare me. Evelyn, bracing herself against the massive door, cried out, I'm sorry, master. The scene shifts to a clear sky and cool weather chains scattered on the ground, hinting at a recent horror. In the warm sunlight, Evelyn gently pushes open the door, stepping into the light. Suddenly, stepping inside, her eyes widened in shock at the horrifying scene before her. Evelyn stared in disbelief at the gaunt, lifeless figure slumped on the steps, and anxiously asked, Master, are you all right? His face was a patchwork of bruises, almost green. Evirli approached cautiously, her eyes wide with fear. The captain went a little too far this time. He lowered his head and muttered, a little. Just then, her voice announced, as per the young master's orders, we've locked him in the dungeon, but is the young master sure it's okay to just leave him there? He's not the type to talk no matter what we do, but leaving him like this is… You reply, don't worry, I have a plan. Come here, let me tell you. After a few minutes of whispering, Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just revealed. The scene shifts to a vast violet sky, illuminating the grand flower-polishing manor where sounds echo from the training grounds as figures bow in respect. Greetings to the Floral Frost Palace, as Osa descends the steps with a dauntless and indomitable air. Good, I've been waiting for you. Did you receive the gift that Ma Long and I prepared? I respectfully offer my gratitude. Yes, you've both been a great help. She gently turned her head, extending her hand and emitting a mystical aura. The displayed sword followed the flow of energy and levitated. In the training yard, she gracefully ascends into the air amidst fluttering petals and flowing energy before gently landing and approaching him with a sweet voice. Good, because what I'm about to teach you isn't some profound technique, but the fundamentals of swordsmanship that are easily overlooked skill and art. From there to the end, I want to teach you how to breathe life into a sword. I'll ask again, Jiang Na, will you become my disciple? The young man knelt, expressing his sincerity before answering. May I ask one question, master? Is this an invitation from the heavenly dragon sword saint? His words left her in stunned silence. Osa slowly smiled, satisfied. Not many knew that title, yet he guessed it. I won't deny it. I am the sole heir to the secret sword technique passed down in secret. Sword Saint Heavenly Dragon is indeed one of my titles. Are you testing my true intentions? Theo lowered his head and apologized, but she simply replied, it's all right, I don't blame you, and I have no hidden agenda. From the plum blossoms to the sword dragon, I intend to pass everything on to you. He slowly walked out of the Lord's training grounds, the plum blossoms on either side, a beautiful sight. Suddenly a voice called out from behind, and he stopped in his tracks. He spoke with animosity. Rookie of the White Dragon Armor Squad, you're with Jiang Na, right? His imposing stance was ready to overwhelm him. He replied coldly, so what? His face twisted with malice as he spoke. You're awfully rude, aren't you? Not even a greeting. Now that you're the Mansion Lord's disciple, and from the Plum Blossom clan, you should at least show some respect to your seniors. Is this about territory? Senior, you're not my senior. Stop acting like one. The others grit their teeth in anger. What did he just say? Not a senior. What nonsense are you spouting? You're a Plum Blossom Manor disciple, so aren't you our junior? Theo slowly says, I think you're mistaken. I already refused the offer to become the Manor Lord's disciple. Theo's words strike the group like a bolt of lightning, and they stare at him with fear-filled eyes drenched in sweat. Oa asked, isn't that tempting enough? Theo replied calmly, of course, but I'm serious. I don't understand why you're supporting me so much. I've done nothing for you yet. She asks him to rise for no grand reason, only that he reminds her of Kay. Theo is surprised he reminds her of the head of the household. Oa affirms that he reminds her of him when he was younger, and it's not just his appearance, he was so focused on his dreams and ideals in his youth. She's confused. Could it be that he's still dreaming of them? That's why he's not despairing. He worked hard to overcome any difficulties and obstacles, never once surrendering or going against his own principles. When I look at you, how can the part of him that I love sit idly by? If you understand, then it's time to answer. He replied, that's right. Although it's a tempting offer, I refuse. Her eyes darkened as he explained that he had too many masters already speaking from the heart. Along with Lady Mai Hoa, you've all taught me so much. Great General Julius, my dragon seniors Evely Selford and Aaron, and my friends and comrades, Remington Hookus and Erica. My friends at the training grounds, including Anon and Choibun, are all my mentors. I didn't expect you to call both Aeon and the Heavenly Dragon your masters, especially since I heard you had disagreements with Choi Van. He nods, confirming that's the reason. The hardships they inflicted are what made me who I am today. Hearing this, she could only remain silent, her lips moving without a word. As I continued, my sword learned and changed because of those who loved and hated me, but for that reason I'm not confident I can uphold the school's traditions and pass them on to the next generation. How serene. You can't maintain tradition because your sword is always changing. Both are admirable and regrettable. You remain steadfast, but even I cannot become your disciple. I am honored to be your son. Surprised by those words, her eyes lit up, and soon after, Osa sat enjoying wine beneath a flowering tree. She raised her wine glass, savoring the aroma, as Mina remarked, "You must really like him, madam." "Of course," she affirmed, "heaven's decree prevents me from bearing children, and a boy like him wants to be my son. How could I not like him?" Xia Li replied, "I should thank Theo for helping me become a mother." "Could you prepare a letter for me to send to my husband?" Mina asked. "What would you like me to write?" Madame Oa was amazed by Theo's promotion test. Mina objects, "Forgive me, but he's just a rookie who's completed his awakening ceremony. If he attracts too much attention at such a young age, he could be in danger." Surely the madam is aware of this. She caresses the reflective glass. "That's why I need to hurry. Before the great storm engulfs everything in Jiangya, I want to give it as much as I can." Inside the dark dungeon, a prisoner is held captive. Sidra, chained by the neck, slowly looked beyond the iron bars and spoke to the assassin. "So you've finally come." He says, "Don't hate me. This is all for his wish." He pleads, "I'll never ask, so just end me now." The assassin throws daggers at Sidra, but a sudden light helps him dodge them, leaving the assassin in disbelief. Eveline leaps from the ceiling right before his eyes as Sidra cries out, "I've been waiting for you." He realized the damned Eveline Nerova was a trap, and she lunged at him to attack. He swiftly dodges Evely's sharp blade, the assassin gazing at her in wonder. She's always been this strong. Though it's humiliating that I couldn't take down Sidra. If he's captured, things will be much worse. He needs to escape and plan for the future. Determined, she vows to stop him from escaping, and Every unleashes the Thunder God's fury. He was heavily injured and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The assassin was distraught he couldn't be captured like this. He looks at her, knowing he must quickly erase all traces. After a moment, Sidra reproaches, "Why do you always do this?" Every time his plans fail, he sits against the wall and vows, "I won't be fooled again." Inside the castle, late at night, only moonlight remained. The door to the study opened, revealing the remnants of knowledge within. Report clip, at 1:15 a.m. today, Eveline Narovo captured an assassin sneaking into the dungeon, confirmed to be from the Serpent Demon, an organization under the powerful Eastern Troy Van family. Julius remarks that they seem to be related to the Eastern Heavenly Dragon clan, which clears up many of their suspicions about spies within the organization. She agrees, stating that they are meeting in a remote location to prevent information leaks. Based on our intel, the Serpent Demons are currently stationed at Kalem Castle. In 3 hours, they'll assume the mission has failed, destroy all evidence and flee. We must raid their base, before then surround their members, and extract that information. That is the goal of this mission. This is my report. Theo muses, "I can't believe I'm meeting another agent at the no-snow level." He calmly rested his chin on his hand and spoke. "There's one more thing to add. This mission also serves as Theo Zhang's promotion test. Is he surprised that he already qualifies?" Julius encourages him. "That's right, but it won't be easy." He acknowledges the increased difficulty of the test, which is to be expected as Theo advances. However, it's unusual to assign a mission that could lead to civil war as a mid-level swordsman's test. "I heard you ordered Evely to lie in wait on the roof because you knew the assassin was coming. Since you started this, you understand it well." Theo blankly listened to the analysis, and quietly replied, "I'm sorry." Julius embraced him, saying that even if he was the heir, it was disrespectful to make plans without discussing them with the leader. "Since things have come to this, you must complete the mission, perfectly advance to a mid-level swordsman, and earn the privilege of solo missions." "Understood." Theo is pleased. "Yes, sir, this whole thing is already giving me a headache. I never thought I'd become the center of attention like this." Suddenly, a system status window appeared before him, outlining a quest, an opportunity to sever his ties. His hand clenches into a fist. That's right, he's always wondered what bound him to them and caused all this. "CF cares about you. Is something wrong? What's your response to Jiangna?" "No. I will complete this mission at any cost." Julius slams the table and stands up. "Very well, you've been briefed. Everyone will fight together as ordered. It's time to begin the Viper Sweep mission." As night falls outside the castle, it's time for action. Clip reports that to eliminate the possibility of internal spies, only the 3 of us will participate in this mission. Our target, an assassin organization. Our position, Jiangnan swordsman. We have the advantage in skill, but they clearly outnumber us, so no matter what happens, we can't let our guard down. According to intel, they're gathering traces within the assassin organization. His subordinate reports that most of the paperwork has been completed, pleasing the assassin. "Good, we'll depart as soon as he returns." Ask how long he's been gone. He replied that he should be back in less than 2 hours when suddenly a sphere hurtled into their room. A smoke bomb detonates, filling the ambush room, and dark figures dart through the white haze. The henchman is quickly taken down before he can react, and the assassin, realizing the situation, cries out. Clutching his bleeding neck, the man cursed, "Damn it. The camera pans over them as a foot slams down on the documents, and chaos erupts in the room. With papers scattered everywhere, she declares the target is restrained, and that she and Evely will handle this part. Meanwhile, he heads down to the basement, taking down 3 men in the blink of an eye. He moves forward with the speed of the wind, contemplating the blueprint from the meeting. The basement is right under these stairs. Suddenly, he accidentally touched a red string and his eyes widened as he realized something was wrong. An arrow was about to strike him in the face. Theo grimaces, narrowly dodging the sudden attack. Before him lies a gauntlet of deadly traps. Theo quickly braced himself, dodging the attack, and used his young dragon sync to scan the area. Theo analyzes the situation, discovering not only traps but also ambushes. He uses dragon lightning body protection to move through the area. Countless swords crackle with dark lightning as they're unleashed. Dragon Tomb, the battlefield's remnants, litter the ground. Many members of the Serpent Demon organization have died in battle, their bodies emitting flames of vengeance. He couldn't believe it. How could this be? After eliminating him, Theo sighs wearily. With this level of protection, something must be hidden in the basement. Suddenly, Theo is shocked by the bizarre scene before him, red liquid flowing and soaking the floor. A man turns away, cursing. Damn it, the stench of dark magic is overwhelming. The priest scolds to attack during a sacred rite. You truly are an impatient believer. Theo stares in shock. The demonic holy order. The Doomsday Cult, a false religion that preaches the end of days, and a naked savior preying on the lost and being the primary cause of the great disaster that led to the Empire's collapse. He raises his hand proudly. So you know who I am. He remains silent as the system synchronized the mana flow in the area. The internal gate was not only opened but completely destroyed, and mana is overflowing without any rules or mechanisms. This is what those low-level priests call a blessing. The priest continues. Sadly, it seems you still refuse to believe. A devout believer, are you? He coldly clasped his hands together. But no matter, I shall grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice to the one true God. Priest, you won't escape his grace. In disbelief, he wondered if that hand could really belong to a human. As the two sides clashed head-on, the priest reached out to grab him, but Theo quickly drew his magic sword, preparing to strike the giant hand. Sparks flew at the point of impact as his hand gently landed on the sharp blade. Theo was stunned, a full-force mana-infused strike, and it was blocked with such ease. The priest follows up with a punch, sending him crashing into the wall. He coughed up blood, realizing this was just a low-ranking priest of the Holy Demon Society, but using the 3-clawed dragon here would bury them both. A normal slash imbued with mana won't work. So what to do? He grips his sword tightly. What can he do with it now? Destruction power, that is the true nature of swordsmanship and sacrifice, is the foundation of swordsmanship and technique. Ultimately, he wants to create life with this sword to survive and vanish. Realizing this, the two swords seem to oppose each other. The priest frantically prostrates himself, offering his blood as a sacred sacrifice, begging for acceptance. The priest unleashed a blow that shattered the earth, but he missed his target. He was long gone. His eyes sharpened with an unusual intensity as he scolded, "You truly are a stubborn disciple." He realized then that the two swords were never in opposition. Life and death are one and the same. Death is the inevitable end of life, and life springs forth from death. Not two, but one unified entity. If these disparate powers could converge into a single ray of light. The priest scoffed. Why are you still so foolish? Your sword can't touch me. Haven't you realized that yet? A demonic ray bursts from his palm, which he quickly blocks with his sword, using the dragon light technique, unexpectedly appearing behind the priest. He's gone mad, putting on a grand show, but it's all the same as before. Before he could gloat, the priest was unexpectedly wounded. He remarked that the attack moved, as if it were alive, as the priest was kicked into a large wall, creating a massive crack. Blood trickles down like a stream, soaking into the earth as he says, "Enlightenment amidst bloodshed, you truly are a seed of chaotic evil. Before you further defile his world." The priest was cut off as his face was crushed. Using his system to his advantage, Theo probes the target's lingering thoughts, wondering what to do. The true source of the church's strange powers. His hand slowly reached out to feel his memories. Suddenly the space blurs before their eyes, and they both sink into a strange, separate dimension suspended in the sky, astonished by the scene before them. What? This is completely different from all my previous mind readings. It was as if they had regressed into a child. He stared blankly at the system's incomplete contents. Alarms blare as a high-level enemy appears, and Theo stares in horror. What the hell? Suddenly his eyes grew rigid and intense. Theo's body shrinks amidst the onslaught of information as a colossal pair of eyes captures his figure. A massive being with blue eyes roars, "My slumber." Theo surmises that this is the entity the Demon King's temple worships. The eyes in the darkness ask, "Who are you?" He observes the bizarre entity before him, noting their bodies. The blessing the believer spoke of wasn't a lie. It zooms in its eye, fixed on him. "It is you, Theo Jongna," it announces, and he's stunned to hear his name. "It is you," the nameless lord declares, "I have investigated you." It spoke, emphasizing the certainty of this world's calamity, when suddenly a gust of wind swept past Theo. Lord Broke slowly moves his grotesque body, twisting each cell tightly together. Suddenly light erupts from the cracks in the nameless one's body, and Lord Broke emerges radiant as the Sunday. He stared in bewildered shock, silently calling out to Lord Broke, who declared, "Boy, that is not an entity you can face. Even if you reached Sigurd's level, I couldn't guarantee your victory against that being." Theo stared in disbelief at Lord Broke. It soared higher, demanding, "So just leave it to me." His body gradually fell in the opposite direction. Lord Broke. A moment later, Theo awakens in the basement. His hand trembled uncontrollably. He was back. What's going on? Lord Broke is going to face something like that alone. Theo reached out to touch the blood when suddenly he heard the priest mutter, "Unbelievable. How could a heretic like him who has dedicated his whole life be given his grace when I have not? How could a heretic like him?" His face twisted violently and the priest collapsed. Theo stood firm, declaring he had no need for such a god. But more importantly, the god, even the demon king revered, was the nameless lord that Lord Broke had passed on to him. Lord Broke once said, "For the past 1000 years I have been here with the duty of protecting the world from it." Theo pondered, but because Lord Broke had lost her heart, she wouldn't live for more than 3 years. In 5 years, a great war will erupt, centered on a battle with the Demon King. His head pounded the events all tightly linked together. Just then Eveline approached, praising him for a job well done. Clip watched them from afar, realizing they had rushed things as one of their targets was a blood priest. Clip's eyes fell to the floor as she gazed upon the corpse, thinking it was indeed true that he had taken one down himself. Hearing Clip's voice, they turned to look. Jiang Nga was truly extraordinary. He proved himself by defeating a blood cultivator on his own. Later they entered another room and she reported that these were all the documents, all circumstantial evidence, nothing concrete. Then taking something out, she said she found this in the basement. "Check it out." Evelyn looked at the box with unease. This was collected under the young master's orders before the awakening ceremony, records of secret exchanges between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Sullivan family. I wondered why he never used it, so his vision was this far-reaching. Clip flips through the records of the Ceres Merchant Guild's transactions. Here we also have records of transactions with the Soaring Swan bearing their official seal. Well done, Theo. With this, we can prove the S-Tribe's treasonous plot and their connection to the Demon King's temple. He listened to her in silence. Now we have enough evidence. Eveline's expression turned unusually serious. Clip departs, and after a quick report, they'll immediately attack the Ceres Guild. He thinks to himself, "Just wait, Choi Van, your time to be crushed has finally come." Inside the room beneath their team's flag, Julius seethed. "I knew that rotten Choi guy was up to no good. I knew he would betray us one day," Sino said calmly. "We can't be certain yet. Despite the suspicions, he's still just a suspect." He snapped, "Do you think I'm a fool? The Supreme Black Dragon shared this information, meaning it's beyond suspicion. Stop wasting time speculating." Julius grits his teeth, judging by his reaction. He knew and let it happen anyway. Seno gripped his teacup, grinding his teeth as he spoke the name. According to Cliff's report, he single-handedly defeated a cultivator. "Enough of that now," he retorted, remarking that the boy was a talented individual better suited for Black Snow. "Hand the kid over to me." "Julius Squad, what's wrong with you?" Senyo remarked. "His deduction and perception are excellent, capable of seeing the big picture from the smallest clues. His methods are similar to those we have in Black Snow." "It's as if he's had prior experience," he retorts. "Don't exaggerate. I chose him first, so keep your hands off." "Hey boss, you and Oa are like a couple of bandits." He puts down his glass in surprise. "Big bro, it's been a while since you called me that it feels good." "Kai, you and I, Julius, it feels like just yesterday we became brothers." Julius retorted, "Your sentimental stories won't work on me. You'll regret stealing from me." Seno's voice turns serious as he taunts. "It's only natural for a brother to take from his younger brother." Seno departs, telling Julius to prepare something more expensive next time, leaving Julius to curse after him. Seno thought, relieved to know there were no spies in the White Dragon Knights, and how to stay out of the Heavenly Dragon's grasp. He didn't think he was wrong to give him this task. His body fades away. They'll be here soon. Today's the day we strike the Ceres Guild, so there's much to do. Things are about to get interesting. At the Ceres Merchant Guild's Central Cathedral branch, a lively crowd gathers as Navan steps forward. "I am Navan Berchers, the second son of the Berchers family," Kwak continued, "and I am Quater Ceres, head of the Ceres Merchant Guild. I propose a formal engagement between our two families. Here is my daughter, Lily Ceres. She is the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. From now on, you two will be husband and wife, and the Ceres and Beakers families will be allied." He gloats inwardly, finally having her. He bows deeply with perfect form. Coder rejoices. A title of power is just the beginning. Jiang Na will pay for looking down on us. From behind the elder scoffs, "How dare that merchant? To dare put his family on equal footing with the Burrs, one of the 6 great houses. But I must endure it for the dowry from this marriage. I can save the family. Who cares what happens to the family's illegitimate child?" Navan smirked, seeing right through his intentions, barely able to contain his laughter. "Those calculating merchants. Do they really think they can help us? And once again, they don't even realize that we control their assets." Navan smirks, knowing his time is short, but he vows to witness the downfall of this cursed family before he's gone, kneeling respectfully. "Pleased to meet you, Lily. As the son-in-law of the Ceres family and your husband, I will dedicate myself fully." Lily silently observes Navan's actions. She then spoke asking how he intended to prove what he said, to which he smirked with satisfaction. Navan rises and Lily seems lost in thought, remembering how her family went bankrupt and sold her off. If my bride wishes, I'd gladly bring her the seal of the Northern Chu clan as well. That wretched brat. Lily touches her arm. If you're willing to go that far, then bring me the head of Jiangna, the one who did this to my arm. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and Kwa stepped forward to intervene. Lily, don't speak like that during such an important ceremony. Suddenly Navan spoke, startling them. I understand. If my young bride wishes it, then I must make it so. The crowd erupts as a dragon soars through the sky. What is that? It's like W. They're stunned, wondering who just jumped down. At that moment, Evely and Cliff land on the ground. Someone recognized the symbol on the flag, and panicked a flag representing a great family inspiring terror. Jiangna steps forward, presenting the document. In the name of the Jiangna family, I declare justice will be served. From his hiding place within the Jiangna family, we discovered he has close ties to the Cirrus Trading Company. Therefore, we are about to conduct a search to verify the suspicion of treason, and anyone who interferes or obstructs. We will consider that person an accomplice to treason and execute them on the spot. The Cirrus clan is plotting treason. Amidst the uproar, Clip declares that if they claim innocence, they should step forward and cooperate with the Jiangna family's investigation. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, don't tell me they've been found out. It can't be. I'll work twice as hard here rather than confessing, the elder declared. What is the meaning of this betrayal? Cirrus growled in anger. Kwa, Cirrus, get out of here now, his subordinate said worriedly. Chief, how could this happen? Kwa, don't be absurd. That pathetic scrap of paper could easily be forged. Someone is clearly trying to frame us. No matter how dirty your schemes, they won't work. The Cirrus family has long been a loyal vassal of the Jiangna family, and your lies will soon be exposed. Cirrus soldiers arrest anyone who points a sword at the Jiangna family. The elder placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Listen, Lord Cirrus, are you saying you won't cooperate with the investigation? He brushed the hand away, ignoring the rest of the words. In that case, we'll call off the placed engagement. Damn it, you fools. You think I'll let you get away with this? This is treason we're talking about. At Winterer, you know what treason really means, and as one of the 6 great families, you should know better than anyone. You think I'll go down alone? If they really had solid evidence, they wouldn't just send 3 guys but an entire army blotting out our sky. Can't you see? Even they aren't sure about the crime they're accusing us of. If we stop them just this once, we can fix everything, Navan interrupted. What do you think you're doing with an old man who can't even relieve himself? Am I right, elder? He was furious. You bastard. He waves a hand and turns away, thinking, isn't this for the best anyway? We had the chance to offer the fruit of marriage so early. The elder was horrified by this action. Since when did that bastard? Navan ignored everything and jumped off the building. He seethes, that bastard's son. The moment we draw our swords, we become accomplices. The elder has ordered us to join the battle and support the Cirrus clan. The soldiers scattered. Yes, sir. Then steel weapons clashed with soldiers on the battlefield. This is your final warning. If you don't move, we'll execute you on the spot for treason. The subordinates of the 2 families began to panic. Below, tension brewed between the 2 factions when suddenly a brazen figure appeared above. Navan remarks that the Jiangna family seems to have a penchant for quick executions, startling Theo's group. He immediately launches a direct attack on everyone, as Navan welcomes the guests from the Jiangna family to the wedding. Especially you, Theo. I never imagined our first meeting would be like this. Theo is stunned, never expecting to meet here. In the great battle with the Cirrus Company and Choiban, the one who threw the Jiangna family into chaos was the demon sword Navan. He says, I'll take your head. Instantly, the earth trembles from the battle, and his eyes reflect the complexity of it all. Navan relentlessly presses his attack with his sword, as Theo contemplates using his past life knowledge to turn the tables and gain immense power. Theo declares, I will accept this. Everine is shocked, but then remembers their young master. Clip reassured, it's all right, let him handle this. But those people are probably destroying evidence as we speak. We can't wait any longer. Let's get this over with quickly. Theo firmly resists the attacks. I'll do my best. Navan smirks, I'd be happier if you didn't interfere. Will you be all right? I may look like this, but I'm quite strong. You seem amused, so I'll say exactly what you just said. Before I asked if this was okay with you, he nodded, telling me to ask away. By all accounts, wielding a sword against the Jiangna family is treason. Are you declaring yourself a traitor? Was it to destroy the Beecher's family, or to avenge your mother? Navan heard those words and fell into thoughtful silence. He grips his sword and replies, How noble of you, young master of the Jiangna clan. You've unearthed a memory I'd rather forget. Now I have another reason to take your head. I'll chop you to pieces. Unafraid, Theo calmly says, Hear me out. Let me help you get revenge, bring down the Burrs family just like that. Nabin Bus, the Burrs family's strongest illegitimate sword, unrecognized by the family despite his skill because he was born out of wedlock in a brothel, the system continuously updates his information and rankings. Because of his outstanding talent, his mother had to leave this world. Theo thought that he must also harbor intentions of avenging the Burrs family, and if he could exploit this, he could bring him to his side. He held out his hand and smiled, Let me help you with your grudge and the downfall of the Burrs family. He lowered his head, touched his hair, and with a slow, meaningful voice said, "Well, I don't know where you dug up information about my mother, but one thing's for sure." Suddenly, he violently drew his sword, ready to destroy everything at any moment. The sword pointed directly at his face, causing him to stare in shock, as the sharp blade emitted a dazzling light that filled the space. His defiant stance, fearless of anything, always gripped the sword in his hand, as if to fight a lifelong enemy. The brick floor now showed deep cracks, making the distance between them seem about to be crushed. His sharp eyes locked onto him as he coldly stated, "I have no reason to accept your offer. Even if I cooperate, the Bacchus family will fall to rebellion." Hearing this, he could only part his lips to speak. "Indeed, with or without my help, the Bacchus family will be erased along with you." He sighed, glancing at him with a reminder, "Your worries are unnecessary. In this life, I have no regrets anyway. I wouldn't mind disappearing with that damned family." In the stillness, a questioning voice echoes, "It's because of fever, isn't it? A disease that manifests when a young body can't handle too much talent. If treated aggressively in the early stages, there's a chance of recovery, but missing that window turns it into an incurable disease that drastically shortens your lifespan. The Burrs family didn't treat you in time, so your remaining lifespan is." Before Theo could finish, Naban spoke with a sigh. 5 years, indeed. A noble young master, you've investigated my filthy background. But knowing that, what can you change? Right here, the Burrs family will vanish, and I'll meet my end as Naban. Their swords clashed, creating a beautiful golden light, but at its root was a tense question. What if I could cure your disease? He unleashed a torrent of rage, eyes blazing, and spat out, "There's no cure. Not anymore." And so the two engaged in a fierce sword fight, the atmosphere growing ever more suffocating. Theo's eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Yes, in his past life a cure was discovered. Only days after his death, Theo alone knows the cure. He slowly announces to Nan that yes, it can be cured 100%. His firm words and resolute attitude made it impossible for the man to believe beads of nervous sweat trickling down his cheeks. Theo smiles. "As you said, the Bochut family will disappear even if you don't cooperate with me. But if you take my hand, even after the Bochut family disappears, you can still live as a hero. You helped the Jiangna family, so trust me this time." They were in a state of flexible offense and defense. A clear voice rang out, ordering them to fire, and just like that, spears and swords were launched in a fierce line. The relentless sword attacks came at them, meeting their impeccable defense, and Eveline lamented. "How annoying," she wondered. "Yeah, that's right. Is Theo still not finished?" She watches the two of them talking. Eveline speaks up as if they're discussing something. In anger, she drops her sharp swords to the ground, with a dreadful clang, wondering why she can't defeat them. Words from the past echo in Clip's mind. "If possible, don't cause trouble." Sino swishes the vial in his hand slowly, saying, "Our priority is to analyze his potential. We should recruit him soon." She wondered. "You want me to observe him?" Seno replied. "Yes, he did capture the cultivator, but you didn't witness it firsthand." She replied, "Understood." Sino placed the cup on the table, creating a jarring sound. "That's why we must confirm our mission. Black Pillar is to accurately analyze the individuals who will lead Jiangna's future. Remember that and gather more evidence Theo's mission in this operation. Focus on assessing Theo's abilities." She replied, "Understood, but what are the limits of this, if possible, you speak of?" Seno stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said, "It has something to do with the demonic sect, right? I'll allow you to interfere at the bishop level or higher." Back to the present, spears and swords fly towards her, and Clip contemplates that if she interferes at this level, he's going to nag her endlessly. But if the mission is delayed, so is my quitting time. Suddenly, a spear flies toward her with a fierce trajectory. Evelyne's eyes widened in shock, as she unconsciously followed the sword's path. Nabin Burrs, the young master who lost to him. Suddenly, Theo Lau rushed into view, but they sped past Evelyn, weapons whistling behind her. His imposing figure and indomitable spirit stood against the onslaught of sharp spears and swords, the desperate fight creating a suffocating atmosphere. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." "Ladies, will this suffice as recompense?" Nabin said politely. "Now we're on the same side." The system announces new information. The hidden quest is complete. You have successfully recruited Navin as an ally. Cut to a space where long dark streaks appear in the center. The explosion sends shockwaves through the area, shattering everything, and Navin shouts, ordering them to be stopped at all costs. He uses his inner strength to launch himself into the air. The guards below shout, believing he can't possibly dodge in midair. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. They looked up in alarm as dust filled the air, giving Nabin the perfect cover to strike them down. Long ropes were hurled violently towards the ground, filling the guards with dread. The world erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending guards flying, as Nabin's relentless assault against the crimson sky fuels their hatred. He spat out venomously. "Nabin, you wretch, how dare you betray the family that raised you? How dare you turn your sword against your own kin?" He coldly retorted, "My family," a statement that sent the man reeling back in shock. Nabin gripped his sword, his voice cold. Does a family truly exist for a filthy bastard? And his sharp eyes attacked the Baus family's weapons defenses with a vengeance. The three waited outside, equally astonished. The weapon's been destroyed. Evelyn looks ahead, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. He truly lives up to his reputation as someone who can go toe-to-toe with the young master. How did you convince him, Master? He asked with a smile. I simply promised him what he wanted. Don't just stand there, go after him. He grabbed the drag series, slamming his hand on the table in the warm, musty room. Vegas cautiously reports, Master, our forces are being pushed back. He roars, you think I don't know that? He declared, there's no time. We have to destroy any incriminating documents. First, burn all the documents related to the drag series. Vaga's face contorted and eyes bloodshot screamed, no. Don't touch those documents. His grotesque appearance made him break out in a cold sweat. What's wrong, Master? Please be reasonable. To minimize unnecessary casualties, he violently tightened his grip on him. His disgusting grin pressed close to Baggis's face as he growled, if we burn it, how will we get back the money we invested in them? Are you saying we should give up that money for those bastards? Suddenly a voice echoes, are you saying we should just give up the money because of those bastards? He spoke hesitantly, a hint of fear in his voice. What a coincidence, I need your help, you're just in time. Outside, their guards were being gunned down, blood splattering everywhere. He looked toward the gate and said, great, I see the target. Keep pushing to the entrance. Suddenly, the doors slowly opened, revealing a line of guards and a cold voice, the uninvited guests causing a ruckus. Their eyes widened in shock at the figure before them as a hand pointed towards the cultists. Rejoice, believers, for it is time to put your teachings into practice. Oh, you creature consumed by greed you cannot see. He trembled with fear, sweat pouring down his brow. Oh God, just when I needed help. You're just in time. And behind him is Boros, his eyes overflowing with horrifying crimson blood. Kodrak, with his solemn demeanor and overbearing presence, strides toward him as Vagas watches with a fearful expression and hesitant voice. Looks like you're not dying anytime soon. They even sent a bishop from the demon church. Now that you're here, help us out. You and Choi Van aren't allies, which means you're with us, right? Please, I need your help. At that moment, Boros's sharp eyes and terrifying aura were fixed on him from afar. Boros said in a low voice, I will help you, because I may need you for Judgment Day. Where are the files related to Choi Van? He asked, his face betraying a flicker of unease as he glanced at Boros. Why are you looking for it? That's my money. Didn't you think I'd hidden it well? If you need money, do this job right. But before he could finish, a large hand squeezed his face, turning it crimson, his eyes bloodshot with terror. Crack's fearsome face, veiled in shadow, growled a reminder. Such an arrogant fool. Do you really intend to defy the grand design of the Lord, you faithless wretch? Enough, send him to hell. There's a long line of people willing to invest. The bishop's grip contorts his face, his eyes wide with a silent, desperate fear. His chubby cheeks squeeze tighter and tighter, look ready to burst. He forced his mouth open against Boros's grip and shouted, I'm sorry, wait, I'm sorry I was disrespectful, Bishop. If I die now, the scroll will be even more suspect. This made Kwa stop in his tracks, his suspicion growing. He raised his arm, his sleeve sliding down to reveal a pale hand with ominous black nails, and gently waved it in command. Immediately, his plump body was flung away, sending Vagas crashing to the ground with a sound that tore through the air. Then the two of them turned and left. Kwa left him with a warning, burn all the files about the chain right away. Don't dream of running because the deity watches everything. If you want to live, hurry up. Vagas's words made the man's eyes widen in horror, sweat pouring down his cheeks. That fear seeped into his very bones, and he scrambled to flee the room. Just then, outside the entrance, the four of them cried out in unison. I'll break through the entrance soon. Suddenly the doors slowly opened, revealing a line of guards and a cold voice, the uninvited guests causing a ruckus. Their eyes widened in shock at the figure before them as a voice rang out pointing towards his followers. Believers, rejoice. It's time to put what you've learned into practice. His sharp eyes locked onto Vagas, thinking he's finally shown himself. Vagas stood high above, unfazed by the situation, and reached out his hand towards them. The demon church's bishop smiles grotesquely. From our blood, the god will descend. Through our blood, the god will come. Worship the divine master. Immediately, his followers charged out the door, chanting in unison, Praise the Dark Lord, a sight that made the group's brows furrow in astonishment. At that moment, streams of viscous, bloody slime splattered everywhere. Following the crimson trails, he thought I knew the demon church was behind this. But what surprises him is that they even mobilized. His pupils capture the horrific images of the crazed believers worshipping their god as they advance. Identical hats concealed everything but their wide, grotesque eyes. He drew his sharp blade, pointing it towards the group. Each merciless strike sends crimson blood erupting from the cultists as he cleaves through their massive forms with brutal precision. Sending blood spraying into the air, Evelyn gripped her sword and charged forward with terrifying speed, cursing the fanatics. Nabin unleashed a flurry of powerful sword strikes, his voice laced with worry. They just keep coming. Can we handle this? While the three of them frantically attacked the demon worshippers, Clip stood silently behind, observing suspiciously a sharp glint in one eye, as if he had something to say. The endless waves of cultists raise her suspicions. Has the bishop finally revealed himself? This is more troublesome than I thought. But wait, maybe it's for the best. Her valiant figure and fierce spirit were ready to wield her sharp sword, for now she had a reason to show herself. At that moment, he observed the believers' attack, thinking, in the end, we're still standing here. The battlefield was a chaotic mess of smoke and dust as the three fought against the grotesque cultists. Soon after, crimson blood splattered through the air, a testament to the cultist's fierce fighting spirit, as Clip descended from above in a wave of mystical energy shaking the very air. She landed gracefully, surrounded by a purple aura, and declared, "I'll take the lead from here. We can't let them stop Jiang Na. I will destroy this place." Hearing her words, he was filled with rage, shouting, "Wait, don't forget why we came here. We have to get the files before they destroy them." She sighed in response, her words laced with meaning. "Theo, perhaps I overestimated you. Since the demonic sect has revealed itself, we no longer need evidence." "No, on the contrary, their interference to this extent means there's something they absolutely don't want us to get. I see what you're getting at. Whatever the priority, we have to get through them first, right?" Observing the scene before him, he declared, "Indeed, but by then the evidence will be destroyed." Their relentless attacks force Theo to fight with incredible speed, as he shouts, "I have a way to link with the Thundergate, increase the synchronization range of the young dragon, and use it to scan the surrounding terrain." Even she doubts it, thinking there's no proof, but because Black Dragon said it, she observes. Suddenly, a pale-faced man dives from above, aiming to attack her. He shouts, "How dare you be careless!" Unlucky for the man, Theo's protective barrier blocks the aerial attack. Amidst the swirling smoke, CP turned his voice firm. "I'll trust you this time. We'll handle things here. You must get that evidence." Incredibly, Theo uses the terrain to his advantage, using the cultist's head as a springboard, to launch himself upwards, soaring into the air with a determined voice. "Leave it to me." From the ground below, the cultist's massive hands emerge as if to swallow him whole. His sharp eyes searched relentlessly for the evidence these cultists were hiding his strong form, cutting through the murky crimson scene past glowing eyes that lit up the space. Nabin flies through the smoky air with the speed of light, and Everine is right behind him, carefully observing the dire situation. The two of them work together, their relentless attacks against the crazed followers below causing a series of blood splatters against the sky, creating an eerie scene as Nabin smirked confidently. "I'll clear the path. You go on ahead, master." Eveline, hearing this, shot him a sharp, mocking look. "Since when have I ever seen you call the young master master?" The combined energy unleashes a terrifying power of destruction as they strike down the rebellious followers, clearing the path and searching for evidence. Theo speaks heroically, thanking them before unleashing his ultimate move, Dragon Gate's Dragon Speed Protection. Theo looks at the crowd, thinking they won't just hand over top-secret documents to anyone. If anyone fits the bill, it'd be a high-ranking commander. Right now, Theo observes the situation. The crowd continues to surge, filling the space with bodies. He sees the man's repulsive, chubby face, Codex Series. At that moment, the system chimed with information, a scenario quest, a clue to the evil from a past life, a chance to avenge old grudges. Stop their plot. The two engage in a fierce battle amidst a crimson space blood splattering everywhere. Tilting his head, he slowly says, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nabin Burz's #1 swordsman." Her eyes narrowed, a hint of doubt in them. "First sword? That's a bit much." Nabin slowly said, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you really are the first. Then I have nothing to worry about. If you're the best, I'll gladly be second." His words made Eveline suspicious. "You mean you're stronger than me?" He lunged towards her with incredible speed, answering quickly. Of course, at that moment, the frenzied cultists launched a fierce attack. But before Eveline could react, a sharp sword pierced the cultist's face. Nabin, with his blood-soaked sword, casually suggests, "What a coincidence we're on the same side. Or should we settle things here and now? Whoever takes down the most fanatics becomes the top sword." Eveline, exasperated by his childish behavior, retorted, "I'm on a mission. I don't have time for such nonsense." He taunts, "Are you scared? Are you afraid you'll lose?" Immediately, his face froze as he watched Eveline charge forward, decisively leaving Nabin wide-eyed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. And so the fanatics flew into the air, blood spraying above him as she darted through them, cutting them down, causing him to grit his teeth in alarm. Eveline soared through the air, declaring, "I'll show you why I'm the best swordsman, don't regret this." He tilted his head, watching her every move, then a smile crept across his face. Nabin sped up to match Eveline's pace, shouting, "I'm looking forward to it." The scene shifts to a dense space amidst the neighborhood's buildings where the drink mixing room is steeped in emptiness. Behind the mixing station lies a hidden underground cave, now open with a descending staircase. She strides confidently toward the secret door ahead. In the suffocating space, the sound of the lock hitting the ground shattered the silence as he lit a torch to guide his way. The door creaks open, revealing a secret study with a large iron chest in the center. He opens it, gazing at the neatly stacked documents, contemplating evidence to extort money from the guild. "I just need to burn this, and we'll be free from treason charges to some extent. Do I really have to burn it? This is all too valuable. These things can't be easily recovered. Moreover, considering the deal we entrusted to Thien Long, I must retrieve everything at any cost." He recalls Vegas's eerie dark face and empty eyes. "Well, that's better than meeting my maker." Just then, a streak of dark energy flew into the room. As he turned to leave, Theo entered the study with ease, finding him reviewing documents, causing him to stammer nervously. "According to Jiang, how could you?" His sharp eyes flashed crimson as he spoke. "Looks like your fourth daughter's arm wasn't enough, was it?" His threatening words sent shivers down the man's spine, his face drenched in a cold sweat of fear. Overcome with shock, Kodak pleaded, "I'm sorry, I'll do anything, please forgive me." Showing no mercy, he unleashed a torrent of energy, striking the man's head, his crimson eyes burning as he declared traitors to Jiangna must be executed. Minutes later, the room was silent, save for his lonely body lying in a pool of blood, and the box of secret documents was now empty. Just then the system chimed, "Congratulations, the predestined karmic mission is complete." He stared at the document in his hand, wondering, is this really worth mobilizing the Holy Demon Church? The secret books given to Cliff alone are enough to arrest the entire Van family. Even so, the Heavenly Dragon is a tail that can be cut off. I have to capture not only the Heavenly Dragon but the entire Van family. With these documents, the entire Cliff family can be apprehended. Each one is crucial evidence. Even now, he doesn't know what to take first. Suddenly, a glowing book on the shelf catches his eye. He carefully takes out the book, discovering it's the investigation report on the Rose Palace, and a sudden realization dawns on him. He carefully reads each line, realizing the handwriting belongs to Sage Quan, warning to be wary of the Black Dragon's surveillance before collecting relics. To date, 2 relics have been recovered, and he deduces that the remaining relics are located within the Violet Palace. Theo grits his teeth in anger. A relic in the Rose Palace. What does this mean? The discrimination, false accusations, and suffering in his past life. Cecilia and Theo Jiangna will be eliminated according to our plan. Theo's eyes widened in horror. All this for a relic that might not even exist. He crumpled the papers in his hands, his anger palpable. He tore through the pages of what he considered the old man's barbaric notes, decisively snapping the book shut and sighing. Even if I made this report public now, nothing would change. I just need to take my revenge slowly. To do so, I'll take the relics the constellations worked so hard to obtain. Above the bookshelf, 2 glowing boxes appear as the system chimes. You have discovered the relic thorn of the ancient dragon. A long line of cultists stretches down the street awaiting their destruction. The aftermath of the battle is irritating to the 2 swordsmen, as only broken bodies remain collapsing pathetically to the ground. Beneath the clear sky with bloodstains at her feet, Eveline slowly spoke. I remember now. Naban Beechers. Taking advantage of the moment, the cultists relentlessly attacked them, and she brutally kicked them down as she spoke. The heretic who surpassed the awakening ritual 7 years ago as runner-up, then vanished. He laughs. I'm honored. You still remember someone like me, but do you really have time to think about that right now? At this rate, I'll replace you as the #1 swordsman. Suddenly, he noticed a strange green aura appearing in the sky. It creates a shocking whirlwind, decisively scattering the cultists with devastating force. His bewildered eyes follow the source of the thunderous energy, riding the wind to unleash a cataclysm that shakes the earth and fills the air with dust. Evelyn's face was drenched in sweat, exhausted as he gasped thunderous destruction's secret art. After witnessing the devastating tornado, a foolish grin spread across his face. Now fire. The large man, sword in hand, lunges toward Naban. His eyes slowly lifted, sweat streaming down his cheeks, as if he'd witnessed something earth-shattering. Instantly, the massive man unleashed his inner power, slamming into the ground, shattering the earth and allowing Nan to escape. The man's voice rumbled, "You're right about that." Then a steely voice echoed, "You lowlifes dare to interfere." He sneers, his narrow eyes filled with provocation, interfering with the plans of a great god. Evelyn's steely voice cuts through the air, "Let's end this. I'm glad we agree." Instantly, Eveline shot forward with incredible speed, her rage burning to the core, and Naban was right behind her. Determination shines in his sharp eyes as he charges forward with overwhelming power. At that moment, the sky trembles with the beating of the ancient dragon's wings, stirring up dust and smoke. The ancient dragon approached, its eyes burning with hatred, ready to devour everything in its path. And the 2 could only stare in bewilderment at the thick smoke it created. The ancient dragon's massive foot crushes him to the ground, leaving him writhing in agony as Michael's eyes shine like stars and a bright smile spreads across his face. "How about that team leader, Everine? I made it just in time, didn't I?" The 2 of them strode through the battlefield's remains, radiating power as Dongqing spoke. "Why?" He touched him again, and seeing them scream like that left him bewildered. Suddenly, a series of winged creatures appeared in the sky, seemingly an omen of tragedy. And at that moment, in the vast sky, Bit led a flock of winged soldiers down to fight the cultists, screaming orders for the White Dragon Cavalry and Sergeant Team 5 to annihilate the Ceres Merchant Guild and the demonic church forces as frenzied beasts devoured the cultists decisively. Mare led her group and the ancient dragons in a continuous attack amidst the chaotic sky, the ancient dragon's ferocious roar echoing throughout the area, and just like that, the cultist's head was severed from its body. Jagged teeth, screaming, splattering blood. The scene shifting to the area of the classical magnificent fortress now burned and mottled with disgusting cracks outside the glass windows. A horrific battle unfolding, with screams of terror and desperate pleas for mercy. Vegas, his face twisted in a sinister grin, burns with desire as the blood-red sky heralds a new dawn and the approaching end. Do not falter. Embrace it with faith. Let the blood saint guide you and bring peace to the people. Cliff looks defeated, head in his hands, as if overwhelmed by what's to come. He looks up and sighs. Scheming like that just isn't me. After such madness, it feels like a weight has finally been lifted. We transition to a serene blue space where people line up to receive supplies. Elsewhere they shout, "Am I free to go?" Everyone holding a paper in their hand replied, "Yes, yes, just show me your merchant guild card and you can leave." Next, regarding damage compensation, the complaint form is at the bottom left. Michael clutches his head, breaking out in a cold sweat of fear. "Squad leader, do you still need that report?" His voice trembled with fear. "Bring it to me now," he roared, spraying saliva as he spoke. Someone ate the Flying Dragon Company's goods. Which bastard was it? The merchants could only bow respectfully, not daring to complain, as he crumpled the paper in his hand and spoke. "Team leader, this mission of ours has a special subsidy, right?" A barrage of questions flooded her ears. "Squad leader, I'm tired." "Captain, squad leader, squad leader, squad leader. What should I do?" "Squad leader, squad leader, squad leader, squad leader, ever squad leader, Everlyn. Squad leader Everung, captain. Is that right?" "Platoon leader Everline." "Platoon leader, platoon leader." Those words echoed in her ears, fueling her rage. Evelyn shot into the air, screaming, "Deal with it yourselves. I'm terrible with paperwork. Oh my god, where are Tiny Black and Tiny Snow? Where did they run off to after ditching us here?" Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle filled with weapons, Theo says this is the file the chairman tried to destroy. Evidence of stealing information and assets from Jiangna, and even detailed treasonous plots were all recorded here. As he finished speaking, the sound of the file being thrown onto the table echoed loudly. "Well done," she said, CF's voice full of praise. "Well done." A mid-level swordsman follows Jiangna. He paused, stunned, before slowly saying, "Thank you." Griff complimented him on his efficiency, as if he'd been with Little Snow for a long time, and asked what he thought of Black Dragon's invitation. He seemed a little flustered. Well, that's that." She sighed in dismay. "No need to be so tense. I was just kidding." Theo replied frankly, though it was hard to tell if he was joking. Clip spoke slowly and seriously. "And one more thing, I have good news for you. The operation to capture the Heavenly Dragon is underway. The ledger from last time is enough to prove their treason." Theo's eyes widened, a hint of doubt in his voice. "You mean she explained everything in detail?" "Yes. The Black Snow Squad's elite capture team is on its way." "Yes. The Black Snow Squad's elite capture team is on its way." Just then, masked guards outside the tent shout, "Bad news." The two inside turn towards the curtain, their faces filled with shock. Just then, the cloaked man, his eyes oozing a horrifying crimson fluid, screamed, Shoiben, have you been hiding your power all this time?" Without hesitation, he drew his sword and decapitated the man, splattering blood everywhere, and soon he was surrounded by corpses lying in pools of crimson blood. "Mocking me, are you? Only a fool reveals their true strength. Congratulations." Following Jiangna, his slow steps traversed the bloody remains of the guards. His footprints marked the white snow, accompanied by a lingering voice. As the Dragon Swordmaster series, everything I worked so hard to build vanished without a trace. His scarred face seemed to want to crush everything, and his narrow eyes radiated terrifying bloodlust. He spoke, "Go as wild as you like. The van plan is still in motion. We may have lost the dragon sword, but I have obtained. This is enough. The time is almost here, father. The moment we must bear the soul." He and the crowd eagerly await outside the Camellia Palace grounds. Everyone is excitedly chattering. "I like this design. It is beautiful," the head of the household replied. "Thank you for waiting. Please this way. Please listen carefully. When will we get our share? It just came out. We still need to check the quality, and it seems to get busier here every day." Ayan approaches and asks if his mother is here. Kia sighed. "What's with these tailors?" She excitedly says, "We're starting a new kind of business, a luxury brand specializing in fabrics and accessories." She listened as Ayan excitedly explained his strategy, a proud smile unconsciously forming on her lips. She happily recalled old memories. "It's been so long since I've seen you smile so brightly, brighter than any jewel." Ayan takes her hand. "So don't worry about the price. Isn't that why I'm here?" She turns away, realizing how quickly Ayan understands. "But that's not the only reason I'm here. I also came to share some news." "What news?" she wonders. She answers about Rose Palace, the news that startled everyone. She trembled. "Don't tell me something happened to my son. That cruel and sinister woman beat him," she pondered. Just how worried was she in that moment? Kiran patted her head reassuringly. "Calm down, it should be the other way around." She casually advised, trying not to be too surprised. Ai covers her mouth in shock. "It's Anmin, that woman." As night falls, the opulent palace is bathed in faint moonlight, with droplets of blood lingering in her dark hair. Bloodstains are splattered across the brick floor, and tension fills the air. Everyone stared at the closed door as Ai in anguish collapsed to the ground. Kia looks worried. "Are you all right?" She spoke, "I'm sorry, mother. The thought of it all being over makes my legs weak," and Madame Tian supports An with both hands. An's hands trembled. "Did that really happen, mother?" Kia calmly says, "Have you ever seen a goblin lie?" Anne's tears finally fall. All this time she hadn't shown it, but every day felt like walking on a knife's edge. The constant plots, the baseless accusations, and not to mention the assassination attempts. "I've never told anyone, but I've almost lost my life countless times. Each time I knelt and begged God to at least let my son live. Is it really over?" Hearing this, she couldn't hold back her tears, and Kia Sala patted her head in comfort. "It's truly over." She's suffered so much this entire time. You've done well, my daughter, Nava says from upstairs. You've become quite the celebrity, haven't you? I've been waiting long enough for your answer. Have you finished everything, he explains. I told you that Black Snow was not to be revealed, but you already know about it. Yes, the Bookjack family will be dissolved. From the head of the family to those who signed the trade bills, they will all be stripped of their titles. At least that's how it should be. They're just reaping what they sowed. With this, the Backjack family will be finished. He interrupts. Do you think that's enough, he wondered. What do you mean? Let me explain. Let me tell you this. Become the head of the Burrs family. Navan hesitated. Me, are you sure about that? If everyone else loses their title, you'll be the only one who can lead the Burrs family. Furthermore, cooperate with me in the upcoming war with the Scripture Union. He falls silent, confused, as Navan bursts into laughter. War with the chain writings. He's been planning this from the start. He states calmly that the power dynamic between them is now exposed and war with the Scripture Union is inevitable. The involvement of the Scriptures and the Holy Demon Church in the Chanryong Rebellion has been proven so. The real question is, what are they plotting in the north? Everyone paled, realizing this was an open declaration of war. He thought, indeed, now that they've been exposed, the Choivan and the Church of the Sacred Demon won't stand idly by. But Navan remained unfazed. So, what if there's a war? It's not a big deal to me. A man who doesn't have much time left needs something in return, right? Theo smiles, faintly responding to the matter, then suddenly slams an object on the table, startling him. Navan is bewildered. Theo explains, I told you I can cure your disease. The formula for creating a cure for ear fever and its main ingredient, an ear core. It's not widely known, but ear fever is caused by the disruption of the mana flow within. This core will neutralize your mana flow. He's taken by surprise. I didn't expect this. I thought you'd only give me enough to exploit and imprison me. What if I just take what I want and run, he replies. I wouldn't mind if you did. Right now, Jiang Na's obsession with power is problematic. You and I are both victims of that. His gaze turns dangerous. I don't want to dominate through power. His next words stun Navan. Trust, that's what I want to build, not oppression or pressure. He remains silent, listening to these wishes. Navan sighed. I tried my best not to underestimate you because you're too young. But such a moving yet naive statement, Theo asks directly. So you don't want to cooperate? He took a sip of his tea to hide his emotions, then slammed the cup down, making a loud noise. He was surprised to see Navan slowly stand up, and then smiled slightly as he saw him draw his sword. Navan Burshers, head of the Burshers family, will serve as Theo Jiangna's sword. He smiled contentedly, his eyes looking forward to the future, teasing. Is that enough for you? Theo raises his glass in response. More than enough. A moment later, the teacups are placed on the table, and the study falls silent, devoid of people. He rises lost in thought, as the war with the runes unfolds faster than in his previous life. But I'm not worried. Everything is going smoothly so far. So shall I reach out and open this treasure chest? The system reports that the side quest to conquer the ruins is complete. Considering the ancient dragon relics I've absorbed so far, they are the Lesser Drake and Griffin. Both have become my main forces, and inside the box he sees a ring. So this relic will become the answer. The ancient dragon relic, the Withered Ring, has been equipped. He was then taken to a strange place, transported to a dungeon, gliding across a desert of nothing but rock and sand. Is this the desert I read about in books? More importantly, it's hotter than I imagined. What am I supposed to do here? The system reports that you have entered the Guardian's territory, and strange creatures appear in the sky above. Theo is annoyed. What, 72 hours? In this heat that feels like it could melt you, I have to survive for 3 days. Suddenly, he feels the ground shifting. A sandstorm suddenly erupts, and a monster slowly emerges from beneath the sands as Theo, sweating from the heat, curses. This is insane. Before him now is the sandworm boss. Its voice is cold, laced with wisps of smoke. Intruder. The sandworm opens its gaping maw. Found you. He frantically runs, gripping his sword tightly, then turns to attack with the Dragon Lightning bodyguard of the Speed Dragon Gate. A massive lightning storm erupts, shattering the space and creating a huge crater. He glances over, pondering how it survived the Dragon Gate attack unscathed. Blinding white light erupts all around. The light reflects off Theo's face, as he watches in shock, facing a sandworm covered in crackling lightning. He assesses that the lightning attribute is due to the insect's attribute. It ferociously pursues. Intruder, I will end you. Then a series of explosions erupt, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, triggering a violent landslide. Boulders blocked his path, his escape. As the sandworm quickly closed in, it quickly launches its first attack, sending him flying back a considerable distance. Theo quickly stopped dragging his feet to slow down, his eyes intense and drenched in sweat. Theo checks his watch. Only 5 minutes have passed, and he can't keep this up. It keeps burrowing underground, making accurate attacks impossible. Suddenly, strange marks appear in the sky. The Thousand Thunder Flash reveals itself, but Theo realizes its lightning affinity renders his attacks useless. Theo is frustrated that even the terrain is on its side, then suddenly remembers something. The terrain. Theo became excited with his thoughts. Could he touch space to take things out? Theo retrieved the remaining relic stone from his previous quest, wondering what would happen if he used it now. Theo clutches the treasure in his hand, knowing this is a gamble, and gently fastens the shimmering object to his ear. Theo is determined, but it's worth a try, followed by a series of system notifications. Suddenly a danger warning appears. As he floats there, watching his nerves are stretched to the limit. The system reports that another dungeon quest cannot be undertaken while one is already in progress. Theo leans on his leg, studying the scene aghast at the fissure. Things never go as planned, do they? The cracks in space continue to spread, as the system warns that 2 dungeons are trying to invade each other. The insect of the Frost Flower dungeon is emerging, its eyes filled with anxiety at being caught between 2 difficult monsters, the newly revealed beast of the Frost Flower dungeon and the sandworm they haven't finished dealing with. The relic guardian, Long Xian, speaks. Chosen One, long time no see. You've done something quite reckless. The butterfly-winged dragon adorned with snowflakes emerges amidst shards of crystal. Its eyes were cold. Pay the price for your arrogance. With that, Long Xian launched a crystal toward Theo. It conjures a magical storm relentlessly aimed at him, as Theo stands ready, sword in hand. Theo is shaken, never expecting things to turn out this way. His gaze falls, his face covered in wounds now etched with despair. So this is how it all ends. He looks up at the sand, worm its mouth agape, ready to devour him, and laments. 72 hours. I should have gritted my teeth and endured. Now that it's come to this, the only thing I can do is switch tactics from running to attacking. The dragon deity is caught off guard by the sandworm's attack, and it angrily asks, "What are you doing, Guardian?" The sandworm becomes frenzied, declaring that intruders must be eliminated. It agreed, for 2 guardians cannot exist in the same place. He stood there uncomprehending as the dragon spirit lunged forward, roaring, "Get out of here, sandworm." It retorts, "Intruder, I will deal with you." 2 ancient dragon relics vie for dominance. Enraged, the sandworm opened its massive maw, intent on devouring its foe, and lunged, biting down hard on the dragon guardian's body. Theo watched from afar, thinking it was terrifying just to be there. Suddenly a large amount of darkness gathered into his sword. He's excited. "Looks like you want me to use you, huh, White Moon Sword?" Theo smiles faintly, urging himself to endure a little longer, as he observes the distant battle, remarking that their end is near. The sandworm unleashes its lightning magic, spewing a massive amount of electricity from its enormous maw. Not giving up, Long Xian engulfs itself in dark energy, retaliating against the sandworm's attacks, roaring with power from above. Below, the sandworm loses control, trying to devour him, but suddenly Dragon Immortal's eyes gleam with a dangerous light. It retaliates with a powerful blast of light, shaking the very heavens. Crystal shards hurtle down, piercing the sandworm's maw as the 2 tear at each other, vying for dominance. The sandworm tore into the Dragon Immortal, spilling fluids, its teeth now imbued with the Dragon Immortal's power. Quickly, the sandworm was ambushed from within, glaring at its foe with fierce eyes. The Dragon Lord's eyes burn with a boss's ferocity as they tear into each other. The Dragon God's eyes blazed like the sun, its claws striking with electrifying force, a head-on clash of 2 rulers. The Dragon Lord gnaws at the sandworm's body with all its might, while the sandworm retaliates, drawing blood. Suddenly, in the distance, Theo soared like a star, his figure reflected in the monster's eyes. With his sword, Theo boldly declares, "You're first." He swiftly unleashes a storm of blows, finishing off his foe. The sword cuts through the duel of the 2 guardians from different prison levels, and Theo's excitement reaches a fever pitch. He continued to swing his weapon, bringing it down upon the creature, as both the sandworm and the dragon spirit roared in fury. Long Xian blankly stares at what's happening, questioning the strange events unfolding. What is this? Long Xian dazedly watches the purple liquid float in the sky as a figure slowly emerges from the dust. The system announces the successful hunt of the desert sandworm, followed by a side quest. Conquering the 2 ruins is halfway complete. He looks at it in awe, realizing that hunting the boss is just like conquering the ruins. Suddenly, his eyes darken. Then the remaining one. Startled, the dragon god demanded, "Hold on a second." He approached. "What do you want to say?" It responded, "This isn't the way to conquer the ancient dragon's ruins. Among the guardian deities, I am the most wise. I exist here to test your wisdom. If you can solve my riddle, then I will have proven my own intelligence." The dragon spirit was shocked. "I haven't seen." He replies, "I'm the one who made you fight each other." It hurriedly waits. As he throws a punch, he says, "If you're truly the most powerful guardian, then accept this." Before Long Xian can respond, he's obliterated. "Chi, you've heard of the Jade Relic." Finally, an explosion of light erupts on the mountain. The system congratulates him on successfully hunting the fairy dragon, and back in his room, 2 new boxes sit on the table. Theo taps the table in front of the 2 objects, finally exhaling a long-held secret. Theo smiles at the system, having conquered both ruins, as dark veins appear on his face. "Now finally I can." The darkness is taking over the sword. Under the moonlight, he wildly swings his sword, calling out to Griffin, and the summoned darkness begins to materialize. Following close behind it, lunges forward. "I want to devour your heart." He clenches his fist, trying to suppress its madness. That darkness crept in, vying for control of Theo's body, as blood vessels swelled within his eyes, and he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I only suppressed it once, and I forgot that the White Moon Sword is always craving blood." Before I returned, it absorbed the power of the Moon Guardian. A sinister, dark energy runs rampant, quickly seizing control of Theo's arm. Darkness has consumed him, devouring them both, and making it even stronger than before. At this rate, I'll be swallowed whole as well. It announces that it will tear you apart right here, as Theo's body sinks into it, and the Sword of Light declares and chases the moonlight once more. Theo slowly disappears, consumed by the evil sect's terrifying power, then startles awake, his face filled with confusion. He appears in the black vortex surrounded by a hazy darkness and asks in surprise, "Where is this?" In the shadows, many eyes and sinister smiles appear, as Theo stares blankly, hearing a voice from within his stomach. "Griffin, he's finally swallowed you whole, and it seems he's been waiting for his chance. He'll devour your heart soon enough." Theo clenches his fist and quietly replies, "I see. So I'll be devoured in the end." This is the consequence of craving our power, the evil dragon booms amidst the vortex. "Before you can even control the griffin, you foolish chosen one," he says sternly. "What will happen after he absorbs my heart?" Baring its sharp teeth, it replies, "Death is only for you, of course." Ulan opened his maw in the darkness, his deep voice echoing out, "We are guardians, and guardians do not die." "You'll die alone," it growls, looking down. He speaks the truth, though waiting for the next chosen one is quite tedious. Evil Dragon glares, then speaks, "We'll just become relics even if you die." Theo narrowed his eyes, his voice ringing out coldly. "Have you forgotten the mission the primordial dragons gave you?" In the tense standoff, Azure Dragon and Evil Dragon froze their eyes wide with shock at his words. Theo's eyes burned like fire, his voice measured. "The Guardians are supposed to help the Chosen One fight the Nameless King. If I die here, the world will fall apart." He spoke with sarcasm. "Aren't you two being a little irresponsible?" the Evil Dragon then angrily retorted. "What was that?" He smirked, a knowing smile spreading across his face, and spoke slowly. "I thought you were just a griffin, a self-serving, dull-witted guardian, weren't you?" The Evil Dragon roared, eyes blazing. "How dare you? You dare threaten us with the name of the primordial dragon?" Its massive body erupts with power, each scale gleaming like ice as it charges forward like a colossal spear. Theo stands motionless amidst the frozen wasteland, hearing the dragon's furious roar. "You have a death wish. If you kill me, we'll just have to wait for the next chosen one," he coldly retorted. "Then kill me," causing the dragon to pause, surprised and utter, "What?" "Enough with the threats. Then kill me." He sneers, meeting his gaze, his voice a low growl. "If you want to see this world collapse into despair, it's inside your relic. That's all." The evil dragon watched in silence, a flicker of confusion in its eyes, as if contemplating something. Yulan remained silent as well, offering only a heavy stillness in return. Giant chunks of ice crumble from above each shattering piece, creating a deafening sound as Ulan calmly states, "You are brave, you are chosen." The evil dragon grudgingly complimented him, impressed. Its burning gaze swept down its voice, echoing with a hint of admiration. "At least I admire your confidence." The great dragon, shimmering like ice, declared, "I shall open a gate that may lead you out of here." A brilliant golden light erupts the massive body like a living flame. It roars twice, opening. The swirling gate blazes in the void, accompanied by the dragon's heavy voice, "But that is all we can do." Yulan added, "The rest is up to you." Standing before the swirling gate of light, Theo's deep voice echoed through the void. "Go." Amidst the swirling chaos, he smiled confidently, his words brief but defiant. "Don't worry." Theo heads straight for the massive vortex, his body overflowing with power and his stride strong. Through the swirling depths of space, he plunged like an arrow through darkness, growling, "The first thing I'll do is teach him a lesson." At that moment, the Soma appeared amidst a brilliant aura, a divine artifact capable of helping its user unlock mana. A dark figure burst from the water, roaring, finally found it. Long Xian, eyes blazing, stared at the blue orb in his hand, certain that all he had to do was swallow it, a fierce light flashing as the orb was raised. He roared, claiming the body for his own, but his burning eyes froze as Long Xian cried out in pain. His body emits a powerful dark aura, plunging down like a giant sword, piercing right through him. The fatal strike causes Long Tian to howl, purple blood splattering across the space. The water's surface explodes, violently waves crashing high and obscuring everything. It roars in fury, foam spraying with its enraged cry. "Damn it." The dragon immortal's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling in chaos. How could he escape my belly? It lowered its head, eyes flashing with resentment, water spraying as it prepared to retaliate. The dragon spoke with sarcasm, "I knew you two were helping him. Some guardians you are." It gritted its teeth, roaring that if it weren't for the two of them. Before it could finish, Theo's claws clamped down on its beak. Clutching Long Xian, he coldly says, "You talk too much. Have you forgotten our first encounter?" Long Xian panics, trembling as it begs, "Let's go outside and talk." Theo stands coldly amidst the encirclement, calmly stating, "I don't need your cooperation, but when we're on the same side and one side has all the power, it just tires us out, doesn't it? So let's." The fierce gazes of Yulan, the evil dragon, and Long Tian make the atmosphere increasingly tense. Theo's voice carries a warning, a reminder to be smart and not cause trouble for each other. The scene calms as B, with serene eyes, utters a wise choice. It emerges in the red light, and Theo asks B in surprise, "You're here too?" It smiles faintly, "Long time no see, chosen one." Black lies on the water's surface, his voice causing them to compete for control, as Theo asks, "The others? You mean the other, chosen?" Its eyes narrowed, its voice deepened. "You don't need to know yet." B held its head high. Its voice echoed through the space. "For now, we will help you grow." Its massive form loomed, red eyes staring intently. "I will observe your next steps." With high expectations, the system immediately issued a notification. The Northern Immortal is activated, protecting the body from monstrous energy, and the Insectivore is activated, enhancing attack power. Dark energy erupts, signaling the rise of a dangerous force, as he emerges from the swirling shadows with an aura of terrifying mystery, his hand resting on the sword in the silent space. Tilting his head back with a soft laugh, he muttered, "What a surprise. The guardians I thought had died when I took them are actually living inside me." His crimson eyes widened, a flash of realization in his gaze, as if he'd noticed something deeply unusual. In the grim setting, a massive sword emits dark, swirling patterns from its blade, as if coming to life. Its sharp tip pierces the ground, the screeching sound intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. In the vast room, light streamed through the window as Theo smirked and spoke coldly. "Are you calm now?" He grips the sword, a hint of confidence appearing, thinking that perhaps it's for the best, as he now understands the power of the primordial dragon has grown stronger than before. Theo's firm hand slams down on the table, his voice resolute. "T, do you like it or not?" Through the window, a vast landscape appears, as Theo stands firm in the room, his eyes full of determination. "I'll be counting on you." Outside, a white blizzard blankets the land, a small figure amidst the haze, each step affirming an unshakable will. Amidst the blinding snow and bitter wind, Sino asks, "Do you truly intend to consider him a legitimate candidate for succession? Of course, he's clearly talented enough to stand with the other 5 candidates, but you're worried because he's a regressor." The blizzard rages on. Sino replies, "So you don't hate regressors?" He stated clearly, "So much so that you killed all the regressors of the Jiangna family." Kai replied indifferently, "That's right." His strong hand tightened around the icy sword and he smirked. "But this time I want to experiment," he muttered. Could it be Kai's cold voice echoed in response? "That's right. Everyone has to follow the proper procedure to become an official successor candidate anyway." The sword reflected his face in the cold light, revealing a hint of horror as he recognized the weapon, but that sword was far too dangerous. He chuckled, a mad grin spreading across his face, but nothing could be better. The crimson sunset painted the sky. He donned a black cloak, standing tall as he spoke in a deep voice. "For it is the sword of the regressor that I myself vanquished. The sword of the old Lord Dragon King." Julius slams his hand on the table, his eyes sharp. He shouts after Jiang Na, preparing to depart as a voice echoes through the space. The head of the household has summoned him to the abandoned swordmaster. Seno's face flashed with surprise. As snow falls, swords plunge into the earth and a strong foot lands firmly on the ice. Theo appears, a formidable figure with a cold expression, slowly moving past each sword. Theo moves with a heavy heart. The karma of the fallen in this forbidden land weighs heavier than before. It must be because he's so much younger now. He recalls Kai's words, "Don't think this will be an easy answer. Will I truly answer the same way after enduring my son's hatred?" After contemplating, I finally understand my father's words from that time. His eyes darkened as he spoke. "I've arrived." The mid-level swordsman following Jiang Na welcomed the great dragon's appearance. He sternly states that the formalities are complete, and according to Jiang Na, first it was your leech of a master, and next your brother Asen. And now the master of the Rose Palace has fallen. And that's not all, is it? Every branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild has been destroyed, and most of the Central Intelligence Agency has been dealt with as well. All of that has your name written all over it, Theo retorts, raising his voice. That's when a storm erupted, cutting off his next words. Kai, the cold protector, conceals himself, saying, "There's no need for pathetic excuses. For silently bearing the weight is the path of the head of the family." He vanishes, leaving behind those final words. "I bestow it upon you." A sword falls. The Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. He's shocked. The Mad Dragon Emperor. He was the former head of the family, a tyrant who slaughtered hundreds of thousands, and an enemy of the current head who personally executed him. He asks for your reaction, meaning you know something, right? That sword belonged to the former head of the household, didn't it? That's all I know. I need to be careful. No one knows anything about the Mad Dragon Emperor at this time. Kao silently watches him, carefully observing. Vok Tran, you still don't have enough information about the Mad Dragon Emperor from your past life. Your reflection is in my eyes. I despise regressors. They dare to change the world as they please, greedy and foolish. They simply think of this world as a chessboard they can flip at any time, so I've decided that every time I meet a regressor, I'll deal with them myself. He's worried. This murderous aura isn't just a threat, he's serious. How can father be so strong if he's not a regressor? Kai commands him to draw the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. If he can overcome its hatred, he will be acknowledged. He pondered this, searching for a solution as Kai continued. However, from that moment on, I can only forgive the human Jiang Na. The regressor Jiang Na will cease to exist. Theo stares intently. What do you mean? Kai replies. It means all the relationships you forged as a regressor will vanish from this world. Those you shouldn't have met, couldn't have saved, couldn't have gained. I'll erase all those relationships. Hearing those bitter words, Theo clenched his fist and retorted, "Then I refuse." Theo refuses, but the voice insists he can't. It says it's going to deal with any regressor. You only have two choices: reject my offer and die here, or abandon your tainted past as a regressor and be recognized as the sixth successor. Choose. Theo speaks up, admitting he wants his father's recognition. His figure fades into the blizzard, but if this is the only way... Theo roars in anger, refusing the offer. His father grabs his arm, asking if he thinks this title comes easily. Tears welling, Kai-ho continues, "You think you can get it without sacrifice or resolution? Why is there such a vast difference between us? Disappointed by your rash and foolish choice, I see you're no different from the other regressor scum. Perhaps you think you can just regress again." Theo angrily claws at the ground, retorting to Kay, "Don't get me wrong. My regression and I have come this far, so I can take full responsibility for everything that has fallen apart because of me. If you intend to stand in my way, if you'll only acknowledge me, if I abandon everyone, then right here, right now, I'll surpass you." With a calm wave, Kay gestures to the sky as Theo hurtles forward, a berserker dodging every obstacle in his path. Theo was like a monster on the hunt when suddenly a sword fell from the sky. It pierced him unexpectedly, and Theo coughed up blood, his eyes narrowing in pain. He was defeated before he could even wound him, the sword piercing deeply into Theo's chest. He lay still on the snow as Ko glanced back one last time. His figure is forever etched against the pure white snow. Sino says respectfully, "I never expected him to attack from there." Kor remained indifferent. It had been a long time since someone had directly confronted him. He remarked, certain that this one was different. "Every regressor we've fought so far has used others as pawns and then discarded them. But this one is different." Ko smiles, amused by the turn of events, remarking that this regressor fights with his own sword, taking responsibility for his actions. "How intriguing. You've piqued my interest." Ko draws his sword, calling out to the regressor following Jiang Na. "I now recognize you as the sixth successor, and to prove it, I bestow upon you the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. It belonged to my father, and you're a regressor just like him. You are like him, but you walk a different path. I wonder how different you'll be in the end." He gazes happily at Theo's glowing body, his face filled with anticipation for the future. "I'll be looking forward to it. Your body is being invaded by strange lights." A great surge of energy descends from the sky to the foot of the mountain, while inside the bustling city he wonders where he is. Amidst the bustling streets and moonlight, towering buildings rise majestically as Theo gazes in bewilderment at the scene before him. He stares blankly at his reflection, his emotions in turmoil, and he utters the words, "All hope is lost, his life is over." He awakens in his familiar bed, clutching his head in exhaustion, wondering what just happened. Oa enters and says, "You're awake." Her son calls out to her and she replies gently, asking if he slept in late. "You must have been exhausted," Theo thought, bewildered. "Mom, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? I wanted to ask you that. Last night, the master carried you here himself while you were unconscious. I was so shocked seeing you worry about me like that. Thinking about it, could he have told me all that to test me? Someone is coming in. The young master is awake. You called for Evely." "Julius," he began. "Congratulations, I hear you've passed the head of the family's test." In response to the question, Julius confirms that he is indeed the talk of the town. As the hot news spreads that Jiangnan has its sixth official successor, the people clutch the newspaper in their hands, declaring that they now had their youngest successor. How amusing. A new successor candidate piques the curiosity of some, while others remain silent, carefully considering their options. Ayan stood alone in the snow, now an official successor. "I went too far. I should have invited him to the Black Iron Knights back then. I'm sorry." He comforts her, saying her failure was due to the Lady of Hoamai blocking her, so she shouldn't blame herself. Ayanthu Kyo smiles dangerously and mysteriously. "Theojiang Nga," he implies that I'll have to meet him one day. Ridden shouts, "No, you should swing a little to the right." "How many times do I have to tell you?" Theo thought to himself, cursing Ridden. "What is this reverse and whatever swordsmanship?" He yells to swing it with a bit of reverse and whatever form. Annoyed, he doubts anyone in the world would believe him, as Theo recalls the fierce battle of the past, a clash of explosions and carnage. His eyes couldn't believe the reality before him. Theo gripped his sword, marveling that he had done it. Changing scenes in the whistling cold wind, a withered skull appears in the void, a gruesome sight, revealing a large gate with gloomy architecture, stained with blood splattered across the walls and ground. Ancient characters appear in crimson, signifying that the elven race failed to appeal within the allotted time. From this moment forward, war is declared. In the vast chamber of the Nine Dragons Council, a declaration echoes through the darkness. Perhaps the Quillins have been preparing for this all along. The Northern Lords have been acting suspiciously. A mocking laugh echoes. "What good is a gathering of mongrels? How can you laugh when there's an empty seat?" And though the Lord remains silent for now, the matter of succession cannot be delayed forever. Ravener spoke in a low voice. "Isn't it too early to discuss this?" Seno retorts, "You're wrong. This is the perfect time. Wouldn't conflict among the heirs on the eve of war be a disaster?" A loud shout demanded silence, but he continued, "Incidents must be minimized, am I wrong?" Immediately an angry voice retorted, "How rude." A thin arm raises, and the atmosphere grows heavy. "Enough, both of you." Shinla's deep voice echoed softly. Perhaps a formal meeting is in order. I'll arrange it. The meeting room echoed with murmurs, someone mentioning an upcoming event. We'll decide after we see it for ourselves, the voice resonated. At the same time, Theo gripped his sword tightly, standing amidst the flickering candles, his hair falling to obscure half his face but not hiding his resolute gaze. Sparks flew, a tense atmosphere prevailed, and Theo shot forward with his sword, the gleaming blade cleaving down, creating a burst of sparks. With a solemn expression, he spoke the name Eora, then muttered, "Kill them all, take their lives, seize everything." The massive sword descends as Theo strains his muscles, gritting his teeth. Take what you want. He stands amidst the candles, gripping his sword, his eyes burning with fierce determination and endless coldness. A deep voice echoes, "You're still troubled, aren't you?" Rotbroke's voice drips with dark magic, the lingering resentment of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Ban Yok looks up at Ho Ryong, who grips his sword and says decisively, "Yes, it's been a while since my father gave me this sword, but that resentment still finds ways to bother me. It's not unbearable, but the fact that it once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor makes me uncomfortable. Even so, it gave me a glimpse into the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm." R tightened her grip on the candle, muttering, "Mad Dragon Emperor, a name I can never forget." The punch lands, creating a blinding light, and she declares, "Candle ablaze. He's the one who stole my heart." Lost in thought, he mutters, "Yes, you told me before, which makes me wonder even more why my father entrusted me with his sword." Rotbrock smiles faintly. "Don't rush, Ban York. If you advance too hastily, you'll face something beyond your capabilities again, just like before. By the way, has the arm that was once severed fully recovered?" Theo replies slowly, "Ah, thanks to timely treatment." Rotbrock touched his arm, prompting him to wonder, "Are you worried about me?" She replied sternly, "It seems you've fully recovered. Why are you staring at me? That's enough for today. You can leave. It seems someone else is looking for you." Rosebroke continued sternly, "And don't mess up my nest every time you come here." Theo was stunned, confused by her words, but she angrily replied, "Someone makes a mess and someone else has to clean it up." He helplessly replied, "I have nothing left to say." Elsewhere, under the clear blue sky, the Celia Palace stood bathed in sunlight. A letter sits open on the desk as a voice echoes, "So you're the one who's been looking for me." Sebin paused. "What did you just say?" The young master replied, "Nothing, just mumbling, damn it." Theo was surprised, and said, "An invitation." He answered, "Yes." Beneath the cold gray sky, her long hair flows, as Theo's voice echoes, "As you can see, an invitation to a banquet at the Forden Palace, celebrating Miss Jiangna's 18th birthday." Xian calmly asks, "A banquet even with war on the horizon, and for a daughter's birthday of all times, and they have to make such a fuss about it," he smirks. "No, it's precisely because of these turbulent times that Jiangna must put on a show." He's surprised. What Xian calmly states that the betrayal of Choivan has upset Jiangna's internal balance. Instead of Asen, who was supported by Chovan, I became the 6th successor, and worse, one of the 9 dragons lost their seat due to S's betrayal. This banquet isn't just a birthday party. It's a show of Jiangna's strength to outside forces and a chance for potential successors and the 9 dragons to probe each other. Xian clenches his fist, realizing the deeper purpose truly worthy of him. "Young Master Theo is amazing, so of course he'll follow along," he replies. He smirked mysteriously. "If they want to see me that badly, I suppose I have to attend." Meanwhile, the dazzling lights and starry sky created a breathtaking scene at the Dayford Palace. The luxurious hall bustled with elegantly dressed nobles. The banquet guests turned their eyes forward, murmuring with hidden meaning, "He's finally here, the new heir." A figure in a black cloak strode into the hall with a cold aura as voices announced, "Young Master Theo has arrived." He thought to himself, as expected, "All eyes are on me. Of course, the birthday celebration is just a pretext. They've come to see the new heir." As he strode into the light, thoughts swirling, a deep voice echoed, "If I want to leave a strong impression here, you really can't sit still," he says. "You've already caused quite a stir." Navan approached and said, "I've been waiting for you." The young master turned around and chuckled, "I almost didn't recognize you." "Navan, you didn't even shave for the wedding," he replied. "That wedding was just too chaotic." Inside the hall, murmurs arose. "Navan, you're the sole survivor of the Baus clan's purge. Ah, you're the head of the family now, aren't you? Even though the family has fallen, they're still one of the 6 pillars. And now the Bus family head is calling the 6th successor young master." Visibly annoyed, Navan retorts, "All the talk is about us, thanks to your timely appearance." But Theo smirks, the atmosphere already set. Theo narrows his eyes, his voice hardening. This is where it gets interesting. But then a mysterious voice cuts in. "So you're Theo Jiang." Both Theo and Navan were surprised to hear that voice. Thukio raised his hand, replying, "This must be our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself." He chuckled softly. "I am the 5th successor," as Theo deduced. Just as I thought, he approached faster than I anticipated. With confidence, Thokio introduced himself. "I am Thokio Jiangna, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry." The two stood facing each other, creating an atmosphere of dreadful gloom. The hall buzzed with whispers as a voice echoed through the space. "We finally meet." With a knowing smile, Thokio, the former frontrunner for succession, calmly responds to the rising heir. He breaks the tension with a smile, saying, "There's no need to be so wary. In Jiangna, I only came to see with my own eyes that you were chosen as the 6th heir." Thokio remained friendly. Haha, and I'm glad it wasn't that kid Anon, but Theo thinks your impression is so good and proper. Your eyes are still sharp along with your thoughts, but in Jiangnan, only the strong are respected. His expression faltered, but he kept smiling as whispers arose about whether they truly welcomed a rival with such joy. Their hands locked in a firm grip light illuminating the momentous occasion, as Theo smiled, relaxing his hold. It's an honor to meet you, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Though I follow Jiangnan, I am Jiangnan of the White Dragon Squad. Thu Keo then gives a sinister smile. So, you're drawing a line like that. He was utterly taken aback by those words. A tense and deadly atmosphere descends, as he smirks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This youngest one thinks too highly of Ray. There's no need for such formality. Those eyes revealed his intentions as he said, just relax and call me brother. Amidst the whispers, he wore a face of fierce determination and excitement. Yes, that's the true style of a Jiangyi. Theo Kwang was surprised, but maintained his composure, coldly replying, if you insist on me calling you that. Theo, with a cold and triumphant look, cleared his throat and said, fine by me, brother. In the palace, the light from countless lamps made the scene magnificent. Jian loosens his tie, sighing wearily. This is so uncomfortable, I want to take it off, he complains. Hearing that, Cao said, just endure it. Rumors say the Van Qi family are barbarians because of your behavior. Turning around, he heard a voice. It seems everyone has arrived. Gon approaches and someone asks, is that Gon? He replies, of course. How has everyone been? Jian asks, adding that he's heard rumors of Gon's fame in the West, giving Thang Long pause. Gon chuckled, rumors are always exaggerated. By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I wanted to ask him about the White Dragon Squad. He panicked, breaking into a sweat as Day's voice echoed behind him. Forgive me, Lord Juyan, Gon hastily said. I misspoke by mentioning someone else in front of the star of the banquet. She replied, it's all right, I know the purpose of this gathering. Suddenly the wineglass in Day's hand began to shake violently. Everyone stood still, their eyes fixed on the red light that appeared in the hall. A blue light emerged and violently collided with the first. Cao asks in surprise, don't tell me that's Theo. In the hall, Theo and Tho shake hands as someone says who else would cause trouble here, but Theo. The two face off, unleashing terrifying power, as he smiles, masking his schemes with a friendly facade. Instantly, a whirlwind of clashing blue and red lights spiraled together, surging with immense power, as though Keo raised his hand in surrender, saying, I can't beat you, I yield. He replies, what are you saying? You're just letting me win. He signaled for the waiter to bring the wine, and Hong Hok declared, I won't deny it. Though Keo picked up a glass from the tray and listened, but excessive modesty is an insult to your opponent. He proudly affirms, but what I said is absolutely true. Though offers his glass towards him, saying, if I were your age, I would surely be defeated by now. With a scornful look, he replies, your words are truly noble. Though Keo, after hearing his words, smirks meaningfully, then looks towards the crowd and says, seeing my brother so majestic fills me with joy. Though Keo, standing in the palace hall, raised his glass and shouted, let us toast the new Jiangnan for Jiangna. The partygoers joyfully raised their glasses and roared. For Jiangna, he turned to Theo and asked, well, the new heir's debut wasn't bad, was it? He asks. Thank you, brother, Theo replies with a smile. His brow furrowed, eyes sharp, he thought to himself, so that's why he praised me. This is what he was aiming for. By praising me, he shows off his martial prowess to solidify his position and raise his prestige, and by acknowledging his opponent, he wins people's hearts. Now the atmosphere of the banquet that Navan and I tried to control is leaning towards Theo. Recalling his friendly smile, he knew he couldn't underestimate Theo based on his outward affability alone. Theo. Gon continued, confirming that the source of magic was indeed Theo. Rumors about him reached his ears to reach that level at that age. A lady covered her fan, saying, is he engaged? Perhaps with our daughter someone will interject. Oh, my lady, in the palace's upper floors decorated with such luxury in a noble style. Gukgang gripped the railing silently, cursing in resentment, then looked towards the main hall, pondering I was going to use that mongrel's behavior as an excuse to kick him out of here. Glancing at them, Gukgang scowled, thinking someone foolish had interfered. He turned to the window, sneering, a mere bastard dares to run rampant in the family, doing whatever he pleases. It's sickening. Looking down at the corridor through the window, the old man paused, a familiar pair of figures entering his view, Aaron and Evely. They're chatting and laughing together, smiles on both their faces. His expression darkens as he grits his teeth. How dare she do that in a place like this? At the palace fountain amidst the romantic scenery, Aaron exclaimed excitedly, Captain, you look amazing. Aaron claps excitedly, praising, have you ever seen me praise someone so much? You're beautiful and adorable. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and shyly said, cute. Evelyn resolutely walked inside, shouting, no, I have to change out of this uniform. Aaron then begs Evelyn, clinging to her arm. Who wears a uniform to a banquet? I won't let you go. Just come with me. Suddenly, a glass of wine is hurled at her head, shattering into pieces. Evelyn is stunned, her body tense, her spirit broken as she hears a familiar voice. Just the thought of him makes me sick. Evelyn trembled and fled, the image of the Duke looming behind her. Aaron stopped watching her captain, his face contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of murderous intent. How did you find me here? Aaron's face paled as she bit her lip, utterly frustrated. Eveline held her back, stopping her in her tracks, while Aaron questioned the injustice, even if he was one of the 9 dragons, and gently comforted her. "I'm okay," Irene said, her eyes brimming with tears. But before she could finish, Eveline cut her off, trembling. "I'm fine. Please, I beg you, don't do anything." She looks down in despair, her trembling lips uttering choked words. "Please, I'm begging you." Aaron thought in horror, never having seen the captain so afraid. What was the story between her and that monster? Gang slowly approached and stood beside them, his aura radiating malice, as he said, "I told you never to appear before me again." Looking down with disdain, Gang asked with curiosity, "And this is?" Immediately tearing off Eveline's robotic arm. She was stunned, and Aaron, filled with rage, screamed out. Dragon's Head Gang held Eveline's arm high, her eyes staring blankly at her lost limb. He throws the arm to the ground, now almost completely shattered, its internal components ruined. Eveline stared in shock at her missing arm as the metal golem mocked. "Did you think wearing that would bring you back to what you were? If you're trash, then live like trash trampled underfoot. Next time you dare show your face before me, I'll tear you to pieces." She frantically runs away as Aaron shouts after her in a panic. Captain Aaron cried out, but he just laughed full of contempt as the stench finally faded away. She angrily shouts, "I'll report this to the Magic Tower." Gang calmly replies, "The tower? How amusing, do as you please." He turned away, leaving Aaron with a challenge. "You're about to learn what true survival of the Jiangnan Strong really means." Winter snow blankets the streets, as Eveline desperately flees, her footprints marking the snow. Crying, she thought, "I shouldn't have come to a place like this." Eveline recalled her nightmarish past where she endured beatings and lay injured on the floor. He spat venom, saying, "If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again, I'll tear you to pieces." Eveline wept at her father's cruel words. "Vanish, disappear, and never show your face before me again. Understand?" With every ounce of her strength, she fled from her roots, lamenting that nothing had changed at all. Childhood and adulthood, past and present, all trapped in the same pitiful scene. Lost in thought, Eveline bumps into someone. A familiar voice calls out. "Eveline, where are you rushing off to? It's Julius." A tall figure stood firm, exuding immense power. Tears streamed down her cheeks, no longer from sadness, but from joy and happiness. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, freezing the atmosphere as everyone wondered what was happening. His face twisted with rage, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he roared, "Julius Jiangna." His face twisted in rage, his single eye burning a blood red. "Julius Jiangna." With all his might, Gang wrenched his arm free from Julius, clutching the mangled limb in agony as he watched Julius stride closer. He warned, "I told you I would make you wish you were dead." Gang roared furiously, "So you really intend to betray Jiangnan? Seize this dangerous criminal at once." Instantly, Julius was surrounded by soldiers as the guests scattered, forming a wide circle in the hall, with the family soldiers pointing their sharp swords at him. The encirclement tightens, leaving no escape. The law enforcement team? They've intervened. A figure who appears to be the head of the Magic Division steps forward. "Stand down. Julius Wanga, White Dragon Squad Captain, you are hereby detained for injuring an elder. We require your cooperation." Julius interrupts. "And what if I refuse?" The elder remained silent, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He continued, "The articles state that even Jiang Na must uphold the oaths sworn upon the sword." The elders couldn't hide their fear at his words. 4 years ago, I swore on my sword before those old foxes. That child. If you dare touch him again, Julius continued, his terrifying aura overwhelming the Magic Division, I'll make you wish you were dead. Theo frowned in thought, surrounded by murmurs. What just happened? The demonic dragon broke the elder's arm. What? How can an inspector handle this? Should we run? He wondered, shoving a customer aside. This never happened in my past life, so why now? Theo glanced to the side and finally understood. At the end of his gaze, he saw Eveline standing frozen with a complex expression. Finally, things were starting to make sense. The scene shifts to a child's hand clutching at someone's sleeve only to be cruelly brushed away. It was a young Eveline chasing after Gang Eveline Naravo. She was Gang's illegitimate child, a disgrace to Gobang who valued pure bloodlines above all else. Eveline's existence was a disgrace he wanted to hide at all costs. He tried to exile her from Jiangna, but Ma Long saw her potential and brought her into the White Dragon Squad, foiling Gang's plot. Later, as Eveline rose to fame, even becoming a unit captain, Gang, fearing exposure, plotted to assassinate his own daughter, disguising it as an accident. She survived but lost her left arm, unable to hold the reins, and was forced to retire. From then on, she only managed the 4th dojang, unaware of these banquets. And now all of this is a result of my actions after turning back time. With a stern expression, I must be the one to set things right. Back to Gokong's perspective, Julius is still advancing. He turned to the guests, his expression panicked but his voice loud. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this spectacle. Was the dragon demon's contempt for the elders always this apparent? Using the authority granted by the family head to threaten his own bloodline. Isn't this blatant insubordination? Julius fumes. Damn it, abusing power. Did those words really come from your mouth? Suddenly a hand is raised. You've both gone too far. According to Tien, your squabble has turned what should have been a joyous birthday celebration into a scene of terror. Or shall we settle this, the Jiangnan way? He coldly suggests a duel. That's absurd, the gangster retorted. The demon dragon clearly injured me. There's no need for a fight. It's entirely his fault. Your words are true, but we cannot allow this chaos to spread further. You agree, don't you? As Theo, Lord of Forden Palace, spoke, a woman emerged. With each step she took, the ground froze over at my daughter's birthday party. Ice Dragon, Neil Jiang Naton, Lord of Forden Palace, her eyes blazing with fury. What are you doing, sir? Surely you can see what Julius has done. I don't want to hear any more of this. These petty squabbles are of no concern to me. With a contemptuous look, Neil reached out his hand. Let's end this quickly, just like that boy suggested. The dragon's eyes widened in fury, a final act of mercy. But if I allow a one-on-one fight, wouldn't that be too advantageous for the elders? Even in retirement, they're all senior inspectors or higher. Guk Gang pondered. Yes, only Ma Long was strong enough to win. But it was true that he wasn't at a disadvantage, stipulating that the plaintiff and defendant would fight in the final match, while the first two matches would be fought by chosen representatives. He glances to the left. His representatives are they. That's where Evely is standing. He only has a cripple with a missing hand, and then he glances at a bastard like Nuok. Then Guk Gang grinned with delight. This would never have been my turn. He's confident now, believing they'll end it in the first two matches. Good, a pure sword duel will decide who is right and wrong. Hearing Guak Gang's words, the guests began to discuss incessantly. Watching the scene unfold, Tho raised a glass of wine to his lips, a mysterious smile playing on them, thinking this is more interesting than I thought. According to Jiang Na, Ma Long's temper was bound to explode sooner or later. If she hadn't intervened, the elder would have seized the opportunity to depose Ma Long. In that brief moment, he found a solution acceptable to both sides. This could be quite a show. Meanwhile, outside the palace arena, everyone had gathered, and under the watchful eye of the Dharma Protector, the match was about to begin. To ensure fairness, the host reiterates, the rules: magic is forbidden, and all actions within the duel are protected by Jiangna law. Furthermore, both sides must swear not to seek revenge. As soon as the high priest finished speaking, both sides said in unison, I swear, I also swear. The referee gestures to Theo and his team. Very well, let the first fighters come forward. Theo steps into the arena, drawing his sword and standing tall as Tao watches with concern. Is Theo really going to be okay? Gon added. Indeed. That opponent doesn't look easy to deal with. Is he that strong? Beta, the Sword Peak Elder's right-hand man among the high-ranking inspectors, is top-notch, but still easier to deal with than the elders themselves. A heavy hand landed on Beta's shoulder. Beta, in this match, Gang growled, unleash every deadly strike you have. Does he mean to kill him? But he's a candidate for succession. Don't worry, you know anything that happens in a duel is absolved of responsibility, so at the very least bring me back an arm. Julius watched Theo's back. Long deep in thought. Was Theo really going to be okay? Back before the duel, I'm sorry, Theo, for dragging you into this with my recklessness. More importantly, are you sure you'll be alright? You once said a representative could fight multiple matches, but of course, trust me. Through this match, I intend to end the years of resentment between the two of you. Theo grips his sword, radiating the aura of a warrior. Amidst the frigid, snowy night, Theo, sword in hand, solemnly faces his enemy as the starting whistle blows, signaling the beginning of the battle. Sibin grips his weapon tightly, tension etched on his face as he charges forward, ready for the coming clash. The whistle blows, marking the decisive moment, and he grits his teeth, charging toward Theo. Their swords clash, creating sparks, and the force of their direct attacks pushes them apart. Cian retreated, using his footwork to maintain his balance as the ground shifted and the winds howled. In the sky, snow continues to fall and rubble flies as two swords clash, shaking the very air. He analyzes that his opponent is almost as skilled as he is. Even as they fight, he can hardly believe it. Is this what sets a successor apart? However, CBI noticed an opening in Theo's previous movement. Dust obscured his vision, and he shielded his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashes his attack. Cian remarks, you still lack real combat experience. His blade spared Theo's vitals out of respect for your position as heir, and I'll ensure your sacrifice is painless. But now he faces you with a triumphant smile. CBI senses something amiss. Was that opening intentional? He's stunned by what unfolds before him. The two pass each other, sizing up their opponent. Cian is tense, realizing he would have been done for if Theo hadn't stopped his attack. He wondered about the behavior, but why did he stop? Theo's mind was now in turmoil, a voice urging, kill them, those who mocked you, those who abandoned us, kill them all. The voice relentlessly hypnotizes him, execute them, every single one. Theo, mentally assaulted, groans in exhaustion. Cian observes that he's wide open. Is he really trying to trick me with that again? There's a limit to looking down on others. Did you think the same trick would work twice? I'll take your counterattack and return your own killing move. The swords clashed dramatically. He was startled to hear him muttering that endless incantation. I'll handle this myself, so shut your mouth. Confused, Cian attacks, not understanding. What did you just say, you bastard? His eyes grew dull, as if being taken over, and his blade sharpened with each swift move. He fought back wearily, teeth clenched. A fierce battle unfolded, stunning everyone. From afar, San gracefully raised her hand to signal the match. Her elegant figure emerged from the dissipating smoke. Sanya praised him silently. Even without infusing mana into his sword, his power was immense. Below the stands, Xian lay defeated. The match supervisor watched him for a long moment, then declared the winner of the first duel challenge. Everyone turned to look at the one still standing, wondering what that feeling was. It was different from the usual resentment that plagued him, a strange feeling as if something was guiding him. And when he gave into it, he could unleash power on a whole other level. Surrendering to hatred is dangerous, but if I can control it, I can become twice as strong. A moment later, the crowd stirred. It was time for round 2. Both fighters step onto the arena, as he's shocked to hear the defense announce they'll continue the fight. The host announces that Jiang Na will remain the defender's second round combatant, as Bei vows to take down the arrogant fool this time. As he stepped into the arena, he faced Bi, and said, "I'm counting on you, young descendant of Jiang Na." Cao wondered how he could wield that sword without using mana. Someone replies, "That's a huge sword, I like it." As the crowd murmurs, she wonders why the old man is so serious. Gon says, "I just feel worried." Rop replies, "Worried." He's worried about him even though there's nothing to worry about. He may not win, but he won't give up. He explains, "I think that might not will become a reality." Unlike the first round where they sent a high-ranking judge to save face, this time the elder is showing his own. This match was rigged from the start. And beneath the arena, things were unfolding in silence. Just as the referee was about to blow the whistle, a hand was suddenly raised high with an uncharacteristically calm expression, I concede. Upon hearing this, Beth's face contorted with rage as he roared. "What?" He replied, "How could a mid-level examiner like me compare to an elder? Even before the fight, it's clear the elder will win. A baby could see it." Theo slowly lowers his weapon, relaxing his stance. The referee announces, "You win round 2. Bate Grayson." The audience murmurs the council has suffered a great loss, and he follows the fruit of strategy. Now the council's reputation is in tatters. It was difficult even at full strength, but with that arm in round 3, he's furious. That cursed descendant. Could he have planned this far ahead? Evely pondered from afar, never having seen him waver like this before. She spoke up, "I'm sorry, sir, it's all my fault." He interjected, "Don't apologize. Teammates help each other, it's only natural." Julius reassured her, "That's right, Evely. Observe carefully this time. I'm going to crush them." Everine remained silent, but her heart was warmed. She recalled the memories of the past of Evely Nerville, joining the White Dragon Heavy Cavalry. "With talent like hers, we can't let her rot here," Julius says. "So what if she can't ride a dragon? Retirement isn't the answer. Go back and hold your introducer accountable. And your words, didn't you say you'd become my sword, Evelyn? I intend to fulfill both of your long-held wishes." Back in reality, Evelyn pondered. They both cared for her so much, and yet she was the one stuck in the past, unable to move forward. Yes, this villainous role. She looks at the two people in front of her and declares, "Captain, I, Evelyn, am determined to sever it with my own hands." She requested I have something to say. Just then, an announcement declared the start of the third round of the duel challenge, and both competitors stepped forward. The Root Gang's footsteps were wild and strong as he stepped forward, annoyed that the third round had finally arrived. "Because of that bastard's descendant, we have no honor left to salvage. Even if I lose, I'll take Julius's arm with me." The referee agrees, the court accepts the defense's request, and the defense will change its third fighter. At that moment, Eveline strides in. Root Gang laughs. "How laughable, there's a limit to recklessness. What's next? Are you going to beg for mercy here? You disgust me wielding that sword. It's your father who should be begging." Evelyn's face was cold, her sharp eyes emphasizing father. His expression immediately soured at those rebellious words.